Did he go away? No, he's still there.
So why?
We got water. We tipped on your table.
I know.
Lots of water. Lots of water on the table.
Yeah,
and it's not quite running over the edge.
Yeah.
Describe the surface of the water on top of your table.
Man, it's flat, plain, whatever you can say.
Excellent.
You know, yeah, but it's not the perfect one. You know.
No, I never said perfect. I don't use the word perfect because I've never seen a perfect down to the microscopic scale flat, which is what you seem to be after. When we say flat, take the word perfect and throw that in the rubbish bin. We don't have the word perfect. Nobody's perfect, my friend. So
nothing's perfect.
We've established
that means flatness. It's relative.
Perfect does not mean flatness.
But for the bio microscope things, it's not flat. So
microscope in the bin. We don't use that.
Oh man,
we're not talking microscope stuff. If you want to talk very small things, probably the wrong room. So we've established your kitchen table is flat. We've established that water on top of your kitchen table would be flat. I think now you are nearly ready to finish talking with AV.
Like I said, flat is relative of your observer. For us, it looks flat.
Okay, so you're saying that now that you describe things in the physical world that are flat, like your kitchen table, the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah, the surface. And the surface of the water on the kitchen table. Dude, you need to shut your damn yapper, bro. So the surface of the water on the table is also flat, as you said. Now we can understand the properties of water is flat on its surface, as you described. And we all do as well. Welcome to Flat Earth, sir. Have a nice day.
This is in this thing. It's all your the water on the ocean. It's flat. That means the Earth is flat. This is your deduction.
It's not curving. It's not curving around the ball.
Absolutely, 100%.
It's like that.
Yes, it's like that. Yes.
Oh man, just put some water on a balloon and it will stay on the balloon.
No. Okay. The water on the surface of a balloon. So what happens when you pour water? Listen, dude. What happens when you pour water on the surface of a balloon?
It poured down, but still it remains some water. The balloon became wet with water who follow the surface of the balloon, like how the.
So the water is following a curve. Point out where the curve. Yeah. Now point out where the curve is on the surface of the Earth. Go ahead.
See, the ocean is following the surface of the balloon.
Yeah. I want you to prove that. Prove that right now. Prove it right now.
How
do we know that,
man?
How do we know that?
Prove it, Lauren. Right now. Prove it right now.
Prove what? It's like asking.
That's what I thought. You can't do it.
No. You asked me to become like I don't know, like a planet-sized guy who see planet as a balloon.
So you can't do it. So you can't do it. Why can't you just say I can't do it? I don't know.
Man, you can like you somehow hide behind this. You cannot do it. You know, and that's your answer.
No, we're not hiding. Listen to me when I say this very carefully. We're not hiding behind it. We're using it to bash you guys over the head. Because you guys think that you have the answer. You don't have the answer.
Man,
it comes right down to it.
Scientists say.
Bro, when I'm speaking. Otherwise, I'm just going to hold you on mute. So whenever it comes down to it, you can't prove that the Earth is a globe like the water on a balloon that you're describing. You can't do it.
I can see it. I cannot prove it, but I can see it with my own eyes.
When and where do you see it, Lawrence? When and where do you see the curve of the Earth?
Go on the rocket and fly to the moon. And from the moon, you will see the water is like water on a balloon. Yeah.
Lawrence, you're hiding behind the term planet-sized. We know the size of the planet that's been claimed. We know how much curvature there should be over any distance, or especially local distances, we know how much curvature there should be. So this isn't an impossible task. There's a certain amount of drop over distance that should be accounted for or should be expected on a ball. Your problem is you're hiding behind this term planet-sized when we know the size of the planet.
No, I said balloon. I give you a balloon as an example, and you can.
Who cares about the balloon, dude? You cannot. Prove
now you say
you can prove that the surface of the Earth is like that balloon. Prove that the surface of the Earth is like that balloon. Prove it right now.
I cannot
prove that the surface is like the balloon.
I cannot prove it myself, but you can see it with your own eyes.
Thank you. Thank you. That'll be all.
I said you can see it. I don't have money to make you see it because I cannot send you on a rocket, but I don't.
You don't have the proof. So you can't prove it's like the balloon that you described. You can't prove it. You cannot prove it. You cannot prove it, nor can anybody else in here listening to your words. No one can prove it.
It's just a thing about money, man. I cannot send you on a rocket to see with your own eyes.
No, it's not about money. No? It doesn't exist.
It's about money, man.
It does not exist. The idea that you think we're living on that curved surface, like the balloon that you showed as an example, it's just your imagination. It's not real.
Yeah. Man, get the balloon, make it some water on it.
I don't care what you do with balloons, bro. It doesn't prove that the surface of the Earth, because you can't prove it. You just told me, I can't prove it. I'm like, okay, good. You can't prove it, nor can anybody else. There you have it. You can prove that the surface of the Earth is like the balloon.
Well, you can see it. You can see it.
A balloon, Lawrence,
oh my God, you cannot see it.
The surface of the ground is not the same as a balloon.
What?
Lawrence, why? Sorry, go ahead. Repeat, Matrix.
The ground is not a balloon. We do not live on a balloon. So you telling us tipping water on a balloon is the same as the ground? No, not the same.
No, very much not the same. And Lawrence, also, you said you can see it, but you just told us you can't see it because you don't have the money to go to the heights that you would need to see it. So which one is it? Either you can see it and you can prove it, or you can't see it and you can't prove it. Which one is it?
No, it's not neither of those. It's I don't have the money. That's my issue.
So money's the only reason. So how high do we need to be to see this curvature? How high?
I don't, man. I don't know. ChatGPT maybe knows. I'm not mathematical.
So you don't even know how high. So you can't see it, and you don't know how high you would need to be to see it.
I just need to. I do have money to ask ChatGPT about the distance.
ChatGPT, my friend, do you just outsource all of your thinking to ChatGPT?
Yes.
There's your problem. Because if you was to think logically and use your critical thinking about this, you would know that there is ChatGPT is just repeating the mainstream answers that you get on Google. This doesn't help you with your evidence question. The question is, what evidence do we have that the Earth is curving?
Man,
we don't have there is no direct evidence for the curvature of the Earth. There is no direct evidence that the water is curving around a ball. You've already admitted we cannot see the curvature, we cannot experience the curvature at our level on the Earth.
Our money level. I did have fucked up money. I can see it and show yourself too, but I don't have that kind of money to prove.
So why are you claiming that we can see it at a certain point and we can prove it at a certain point?
Because
you don't know this.
Listened to guys who did have money and means to do that, and they say it's round.
Well, if you didn't listen very well because you don't even know how high you need to be. Go ahead, Matrix.
Who did you listen to that said they've got the money and they know it's round?
The astronauts, man, they say it's flat. Yeah.
No.
Sure. They don't say that.
You said a second ago that someone's got the money that's been up and said it was round. Who is that person?
But the astronauts, man, and whatever.
Astronauts. Which one?
But man, all of them, neither
So
of
what
them,
you're
they say
doing
the Earth
is
flat.
just making claims. You are
Name one.
assuming.
Name one.
I don't know, Neil Armstrong. I don't
So you're
know
lying.
personally, man.
So you're lying then. You're lying because you're a zealot. You believe this like a religion.
I don't lie.
You pray to the ball and you don't have any evidence, although you claim you do. That's lying. You're just lying about it.
I listen to them.
So, Lawrence, when you went to school, you got taught it was a ball, yes? They said you live on globe flying through
from
space.
the beginning, man. From the beginning, they teach you.
Yep, same as me.
Yeah.
Oh, same as me. I learned that too. Then someone say to me, how do you know? Not what you believe, how do you know? And I say, taught at school, same as you. No. You only believe what teacher tell you. Go out, test it for yourself. Go out and measure for curvature. And see for yourself.
And you did that. You didn't do that.
I grabbed a light meter measuring sunlight. I can tell you the sun is not 93 million miles away. Quite comfortably. So that was my thing.
You didn't do your homework, man. You didn't measure.
I didn't do my homework. Hey, hold on a second. You don't even know me. You have no idea what I've been through in my life, where I've been, what I've done, and now you're telling me I haven't done my homework.
Because show me. Give me the proof.
You are a believer. I want you to look in side chat. Chat.
I would believe you if you show me.
Listen carefully. Go to side chat. 54 minutes past the hour. You see the video there.
Man, I said I'm working.
Let me guess, you're at work. I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no shit. I've heard that one before. Anyways, when you not finished work, you can watch that video.
Man, I need to take care of my wife and whatever, man. I don't.
You are making excuses. Yeah. You are making excuses. No. Yeah, you are making excuses to not have to measure it yourself.
Lawrence, you're not serious. Lawrence, you're not serious. We can't take you seriously because all you're doing is repeating what ChatGPT says. You don't even know where or how to prove the curvature of the Earth. You don't even probably know the size of the Earth by the sound of it. So why would we take anything you say serious? We all have ChatGPT, Lawrence. We can Google the same things as you, Lawrence. So why do you think coming from you, it carries any more weight? We know exactly what's been done, and we know that the Earth is treated as flat, stationary. We know that the Earth, there is no direct evidence of the Earth being a ball. You don't seem to know this, and you don't seem to know where we can find the evidence.
Yeah, man. Now I need to approve to see. Oh, yeah. Now I understand it's flat.
The Earth is treated in all industries as flat and non-rotating. If you're going to do aerodynamics, if you're going to build buildings, if you're going to do anything on the Earth, you treat the Earth as a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane. That's a fact.
No, it's not a fact. You Lawrence, just need to.
So what industry?
Lawrence?
Hold on, Matrix. What industries do we treat the Earth as a ball?
They don't treat it as flat. They don't treat it as ball, man.
Well, where do we need to? No. The question is, where do we account for curvature or the motion of the Earth in any industry? You just challenged me and said I was wrong. So tell me, what industry do we take into account the ball? Name one.
I don't know, man. I am not a scientist.
So why are you arguing if you don't know?
Because I'm not a scientist.
Because you're a religious zealot.
I need the proof, and you don't give me the flat proof.
Go ahead, Matrix. He's proven.
Yeah,
he's proven he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, Lawrence, show me the proof of the flat.
Lawrence, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
If nobody ever taught you at school that you live on a globe, would you have ever come to that conclusion yourself?
No.
There you go.
So that means I will be right if I say.
Why not? Why would you? Why no? For conclusion to come to a globe. Why would you think it's flat? If
I will not
nobody had taught globe,
it's flat, man.
Well, what would you think it is then? If nobody taught you globe at the school, like me, like everyone else, you've never been taught globe. What would you think it is?
I don't need to think about it if it's flat. It doesn't touch me.
It looks flat.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. You go to the beach and look out over the water on beautiful, calm day. It looks perfect flat.
But man, no, it doesn't modify anything if it's flat.
Exactly, like it doesn't even affect him. Bullshit.
Exactly, it doesn't affect me. Exactly.
It does. You're arguing for it, sir. What do you mean it doesn't affect you? You're in here arguing like you think it can't be flat.
No,
so it does affect you.
Man, it's like mentally challenging, but in the real time,
you're mentally challenged, dude. That's the reason why
it's a mentally
taking such a long time for you to understand things.
What's so mentally challenging about it? This is how it works, my friend. It's very simple. It is measured as flat. There is zero measured drop over distance. So if there's no measured curvature, you can't have a ball. You can't have a sphere. And talking through me is probably not very polite. Okay? So if I measure a curvature, that item is curved. If I measure as straight, that item is not curved. The ground is not measured as curved. Okay?
Yeah.
So if it is not curved, what is it?
When you said is not measured...
If it is not curved, what is it?
No. You said
yes.
Not measured.
If it is not measured as curved, what is it?
Man, you did that measure? And you...
I don't give a shit if the coin done it herself. If it is not measured as curved, what is it?
Man, did the measure?
Why do you struggle? Why do you struggle to say it? If I measure a ball, I measure curvature.
Man, it's
yes or no?
You ask me a logical question.
We grab the ball. We grab a ball. We put a straight edge on the ball. We can measure curvature. Yes or no?
What?
If we have a ball, a soccer ball, for example.
Okay.
Yes? Excellent.
Then
we have a ball.
The ball
and now we put a straight edge next to that ball. Can we measure curvature? Yes or no?
Still, I don't see.
Yes, Lawrence.
No, I don't see it's a ball on a table. It's a table on a ball. I don't make the image in my head.
Okay, a straight edge. Do you know what a straight edge is? Or a spirit level board? Do you know what that is?
A table.
A ruler.
Okay.
You know what a ruler is?
Yeah, a ruler now. Yeah, I mean,
excellent.
Yeah.
If you put ruler next to ball, you can tell it is curved. Yes or no?
No.
I'm out. He's yours, Roots.
Yeah.
Don't leave him with me, mate. I can't be asked with this shit.
You cannot measure...
Lawrence, the answer's yes. The answer's yes.
Lawrence,
you put a ruler against a ball, you have to measure the drop from level. Do you understand that? You can use a straight edge as a level surface, and every level object has a flat surface. So you put the ruler against the ball. Now all of a sudden you'll have a rate of drop. As the ball curves, it will leave the horizontal reference. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So that's why, yes, you can measure curvature from that level or horizontal reference, from the straight edge.
Like with a ruler, with a straight ruler who doesn't bend. Yes, if it's bending, it makes think.
You mean a flat ruler? You mean a flat ruler?
No, doesn't bend, not flat. Flat, straight.
Flat,
straight is different than flat. You know. a cylinder can be straight.
Is the ruler flat when you put it on the table?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you put it on a bowl, that ruler take the form of the bowl, and you'll think, it's flat. But it's just.
It does not take the form of a ball, you dunce. The ruler is going to be straight and flat. It doesn't. Okay.
Man, there are rulers I measure my clothes with those. They are very flexible, so you can measure your biceps with that.
That's a tape measure. He said a straight edge. He didn't say tape measure. He said a straight edge.
Oh man, this English.
I said ruler. I said ruler because you didn't understand straight edge, right? But a ruler, traditional ruler, has a straight edge. It's level.
Like those in school.
As a level, yeah, and that object is the surface of a ruler is flat.
Yes.
Right. So you get your flat ruler and you put it on a ball. Now all of a sudden you have a drop over distance of that ruler. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now in relation to the Earth.
The ruler is the tangent. Tangent. Yeah,
right.
Now
now in
excellent.
Go ahead, Matrix. Continue.
Okay. So out in the real world, Lawrence, what we do is we use laser as the tangent. So remember, we are supposed to be living on a ball. That's what they teach us at school. Yep. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Same as what I was taught. So what we do is we get laser and we use that as tangent. Right? So from the tangent point, as we go along the tangent, at 10 miles, supposed to be 66-foot gap. At 20 miles, 266-foot gap. Or drop, yes. At 30 miles, 600 feet drop. At 40 miles, over 1,000 feet drop. That's what is supposed. That's what's supposed to be seen.
Oh man, those numbers they seem too high, man. I think the drop is smaller than that.
Those numbers are bang on, mate.
Lawrence, don't start with your that's wrong, but I don't know the numbers. Unless you know the numbers.
I don't know the English. Same meters.
Lawrence, you do everything in metric, do you?
Yeah.
You just have to convert it over. That's all.
Yeah.
So in the side chat, old dude posted up at 2 minutes past the hour. So that's the chart for working it out.
Well, let me open.
But anyways, what happens is, out in the real world, we use laser as tangent, and we are looking for that drop. What happens is, we don't find that drop.
Did you did that?
You know that video that I told you can watch when you knock off work and get home?
Man, one video is not enough. It can be faked. I don't know. I need to stay.
How about instead of poisoning the well, how about you watch the video first? And then when you watch the video, you come back and say, I think video good, I think video bad, I think fake. You make your excuse then. But you should watch the video first.
How convenient is it for him to be skeptical right now when he accepts all of NASA's videos?
No, man, I don't. I just asked you.
Look at how this works. Yeah, look at how this works. You're skeptical about a video he's going to show you, but when it comes to NASA, you're all about it. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, Earth is a globe.
No, man. I trust you guys. I trust you guys. I don't trust the video, so I trust you. And I ask you, did you do that measure yourself?
That doesn't make any sense. If you trusted him, then you would trust what he's showing you. Dude, come on. Don't separate. He's trying to make it sound I trust you guys. They just don't trust the video.
Yes, I trust you. I'm waiting for your answer.
He is presenting the video.
Did you did that measure? Because I don't trust the internet and the video. Did you did that measure or not?
Doesn't matter if I did it or you did it or someone else did it.
It doesn't matter. I am.
What's the difference? What's the difference? Who does it?
Man, I trust you to do the measure.
What's the difference? Who does it? You don't know me. So you can trust me as much as that video. You can trust me as much as the next guy. You can trust me as much as your next door neighbor.
You did that measure.
It doesn't matter.
You did. It doesn't matter. If you didn't did that measure.
So your level, your standard now is I have to personally do everything.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't wipe your bum either. So are you sure it's wiped properly?
Man, you asked me did you go to space? You asked me, did you read
No, I did not.
Cambridge?
You have not been to space. We know you've not been to space. That's an excuse. So please don't use silly excuses.
But you can do
Your
that.
standard.
The difference is there are people who have done these measurements and do these measurements every day.
No, I don't trust
there
them.
There are not people going to space to be able to prove what you're claiming. What you're claiming is unreasonable because this cannot be done by a person. Whereas
with the laser and
many of us there are many of us who have done these experiments, the laser experiments that Matrix is talking about. These are flat earthers that have gone out and done these experiments. Yes. We have the black swan image taken by a flat earther where we are actually doing this ourselves. Whether Matrix himself took that footage or did that laser test, it doesn't matter because one of us did it. And you can do it. You can go to that location and you can recreate that same experiment or observation. So what you're saying is unreasonable. And what we're telling you, you can do for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you believe the videos. You don't.
We know these people.
Okay. Why do
we
you
do our own
disagree with the video?
observations regularly.
Huh?
Why do you disagree with video without watching video? Like I said, you should watch video first and then make your decision. Making a decision
the fake
that is very poor.
I need
you are poisoning the well. That is logical fallacy. Please do not do that. Watch the video first, then make honest decision. Don't claim anything before seeing. That's wrong.
I wanting a person to say, man, I did the measure and it's flat.
It doesn't matter. Watch the video first, please. And that will explain it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't trust videos, because...
So hold on. If you don't trust videos, how do you trust NASA?
That's what I would say.
How you trust NASA? NASA or videos?
So if we did Lawrence, if we did the observation, right?
Yeah.
And we tell you, okay, I did the observation. I know it's flat personally, right?
Yeah.
That's good enough for you? I mean, just word of mouth.
I need you to prove me
measurement.
No, I need to. Yeah, I need to.
Okay, how would I prove it to you? Would I have to
record yourself and your friends?
Okay, so if I make a video, it's okay. So that all I have to do is make a video, and you'll be good with that.
I'm waiting. Like it's statistically, there are thousands of videos about.
So one of our buddies went. Hold on, Lawrence. So one of our friends, right? He went fishing with his son. He made a long distance observation. Saw a city from the ground up. Right, you could see the shoreline and everything from at a distance of 12 miles from his location. Right, which is impossible on a globe. Now, that picture of him that he took when he went fishing with his son, that's enough for you, right? I don't trust the video. I don't trust you. I trust the guy who did the picture. Here's my picture. I did this. I want to hear him saying that personally. This is the real proof for you, Okay.
The real proof is the methodology. So the real proof is the method. So when you go outside and somebody says, hey, do this, this, and this, that means you can do it as well. The real proof is the method in which somebody did something because you can replicate that method. It's the method that they're showing you. It's not that they're showing you. If they're showing you a method. It's not just that they're showing you something. It's the method. That means that you can not just trust them, but you can test it for yourself. That's the reason why we're saying it doesn't matter about them showing you, because you can test it for yourself. That's the most important part you should be thinking about. It's not that they're showing you the video only. It's that they're showing you a method that you can use to then go outside and test for yourself and verify if it's true or not. So we don't go based on trust me, bro. We don't do that. We actually have some people doing their thing, and when they do their things, then we can test what they're doing. It's the method that's important, not just the video.
Man, the method can be wrong. I did the wrong measure. I need an expert in this field.
You haven't tested the method. You haven't tested it. You're just saying, well, it's wrong. It's already wrong. You did not test it. You must go test it
because
first.
It's also involving to have friends. I don't have friends who can help me stay like
the video,
10,
like I said,
kilometers.
Again, I'm going to say it again. Lawrence, the video is something you can do, which means you can test it. Now, whether or not you test it, that's up to you. But you can test it.
I can test, just one person can test this hypothesis, this belief. You need some friends to help you.
A test, listen to me, Lawrence, a test is validation. It's not just accepting somebody's word. It's testing and validating the thing that they're saying is true, or whether or not it's true, because you're going to test it.
Man, I agree. I want to test it, but I don't have friends who can help me to record and test this issue. Like maybe, I need a friend, a flat.
Well, that's good. That's good. In that case, you can't say it's wrong right out of hand. When somebody shows you something, you can say, "Oh, that's wrong." You can't do that because you haven't tested it.
I didn't say it's wrong. I said, prove me to see if it's true or wrong. I didn't say it's wrong.
They're showing you a method.
You know,
they're showing you a method. They're showing you the method that you can test.
Man, like I said, I'm waiting for a guy personally did that and say to me in face, man, I did that measurement with my friends, and it's straight.
Nah, man, you're using the Lord.
Why don't you need that for the globe? Why don't you have the same standard?
Dude, you took the words out of my mouth. Why haven't you done that for the globe, Lawrence? Who's done that for the globe? What you just mentioned right now.
Because man, there is no room here.
Who's done that for the globe?
So, Lawrence,
you know, if there was a room, Globe Earther, I was going in that room of Globe Earther and ask them how you prove it's a globe.
Yeah,
all right. So, Lawrence. So, all right. So, basically, what we've done is we've learned the method, right? We go and we verify the method, right? So, because we already seen the method, because there's plenty of observations that have been done and recorded and put on video, right, by individuals like ourselves that have the camera, that have the cameras necessary to make the videos, that have the computer programs to edit the videos and all of that. So we go out, we verify by making the same type of observation, right? So we know what to look for. We know how much drop over distance we should witness over a certain distance. So we have in different parts of where we live, right? We have different places where these observations can be taken, right? So over a large body of water, we know the distance from one side of the body of water to the other side, like on a lake or something like this, right? So many of us, relative to where we live, have gone and done these observations and verified, like AV was saying, the methodology to be truthful in our own personal experience, okay? So because all of us haven't necessarily made a video and edited a video and posted a video, right, doesn't mean that we haven't done these observations, okay?
You did those?
So, yes, sir. So what I'm trying to explain to you is just because we don't have a video doesn't mean we haven't verified it, okay? So we've all verified
measurement.
You know, there's a lot of us that have done these observations personally, but we don't have a video. Yes, sir. I've done it myself. Okay.
Give me the numbers, man, so I can give me the numbers. Like maybe you have some, write down some, like the location and the numbers, and I don't need the video, man. I just didn't need those numbers.
Okay, so
No problem.
right, so on a fishing vessel off of the coast of New Jersey in Egg Harbor, I was able to see New York from Egg Harbor, about 20 miles out from Egg Harbor. Yeah.
Man, I'm out of work.
20 miles off of the shore of New Jersey, near Egg Harbor.
Miles,
I was able to see
how
New York.
much kilometers?
20 miles off of the shore of New Jersey. Do you hear what I'm saying? So it's complicated.
Yeah, man,
but I shouldn't have been able to see New York City, which was like, I don't know, maybe like 30 miles away.
I don't. So write those numbers, man.
It should have never happened. It should have never happened on the globe. But anyway, that's not what you should be looking at. Here, let me just give you a better idea. Okay, there's a gentleman. His name, okay, is Dr. John Dee. Okay, he went out to disprove the globe. Why? Because he thought it would be easy, right? So he used lasers. He's done plenty of these long distance observations, and he shows you all of the controls that he made to make sure that it was a good observation, that no one could claim that there's any other reason, right, that he's witnessing these things at these great distances other than that the Earth is not curving. Okay? So I would suggest you watch one of his videos. Why? Because this is not just some schmuck making a video on YouTube. This is some guy who went out to disprove flat Earth and wound up becoming a flat earther in the process. He's a PhD. He wasn't on our side. He was a hostile witness from your side who wound up having to accept the reality that the Earth isn't curving. I would suggest you watch one of his videos. At least he's somebody that you can
can
email.
You put here in the chat the video, man, so I can watch it after I finished.
Well, there you go. The link. All right. There you go. Yeah, no problem.
Because, man, I'm curious. Like I said, if there was a globe art room, I was going there too. Yeah. Like, it doesn't influence my life, this flat or globe, but I'm curious. It's
that's bullshit. It does influence your life. There's philosophical implications, which means that you can start contemplating whether or not this place is created. You can contemplate whether or not how you got here. There's a lot of things you can think about. So that's bullshit saying that it doesn't matter. Bullshit.
So this black zone, you say? One. Okay, now I will check it out in 2 hours. Now I'm counting pigs.
All right, there you go, man. That's step one. You're actually going to look at something and you're going to think about it.
Yeah, man.
It takes time. You got to do some research. That's good. Yeah. That's good, man. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for asking questions. That's great.
Well, since we're all looking into things, I'm looking at going to bed. So I'll catch all you lovely ladies and gentlemen tomorrow. Peace, guys.
See you later, mate.
Cheers, Matrix. Have a good night.
That's a really interesting situation there. A lot of claims were being made, but then when pressed, There was no knowledge of who. There was no knowledge of what, size, measurements, heights. It was just very, what's the word? It was just belief, right? It was just belief and faith in the mainstream talking points.
Another big takeaway is never compromise the word flat. You don't like the word flat? Well, what do you want me to change it to? Never, ever, ever compromise that word. It's their inability to explain how they understand the word flat as it's defined. And it's applied, actually. So, no compromise.
No worries, man. There is no perfect sphere, too. You know?
Yeah, there's that word perfect again. Yeah. I mean, you must have a problem with the word flat. So you have to add the word perfect to it.
Yeah, also perfect sphere. There is no perfect sphere, too.
Yeah, we're not. Well, you got to tell NASA to take down their image of the blue marble then. Tell them, go. Yeah, give them a call today. Tell them, take down the image of the blue marble. That perfect sphere doesn't exist.
That's before
you said there's no
Photoshop.
Perfect sphere.
You know, they cannot fake that. It was before Photoshopping and AI. So I trust those picture paintings or whatever.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Before Photoshopping, do you know there was Photoshopping in the early 1900s?
When did deceiving people start? Let's see how far that goes back.
Man,
Lawrence, you say so many silly things. You know they could edit photos back in the early 1900s, right? And also, you do realize in order to fake an image, it doesn't necessarily have to be video edited, right? There were analog ways to do this as well. It just seems as if, Lawrence, you are very skeptical when it comes to our side, but you're not very skeptical when it comes to the globe side. And I think that's disingenuous. You're not serious. You're not serious inquiry.
Statistics, you know.
Yeah, and then you reason with, it doesn't matter. That's like locking yourself in the house, saying, "I've got everything I need here. I don't need to go outside and see what it looks like." I just use my imagination.
Right. Well said, bro. It sounds like you're very comfortable with the Earth being a globe without evidence.
Because
without evidence,
influence me. I said doesn't influence me, flat or round.
It does.
The same.
It does, because you're here arguing about the word flat, about all of these so-called globe claims without any evidence, and you are adamant.
Yeah, very adamant.
So it does affect you.
This, you know,
it's turned you into a zealot, a religious zealot. You are literally fighting for this bull that you have no evidence for.
Oh man, I like balls. You know, I see more balls than flat things in my life, so that's why.
Made a gay award.
Like
clearly you're obsessed with this ball, but you pretend like it doesn't affect you. Look how much it's affected you. You're arguing from ignorance, and you're not even dumb. You're an intelligent man.
I mean,
they have took you down, but they have turned you into this zealot when you're arguing from ignorance, and you know better. I don't know you, but from my short conversations with you, you should know better. But you are so convinced and so bought into this faith. You have so much faith in the ball that you're willing to claim
deep roots, man. Deep roots.
But dude, listen to how the conversation went. You first of all, you claimed that it was clearly a ball and we could observe it. Then you admitted that we couldn't. Then you said we had to go to a certain height. Then you admitted that was impossible for anyone really, except for an astronaut. Then you said astronauts said that it's a ball, but you don't know any of them. You don't know one, and you don't know the claiming. You don't know how high. Yeah. Then, I mean, there's other things as well that I could bring up where you've just been proven to either be a liar or to just be so taken into this idea that you're willing to say anything.
Oh, man, I don't.
You're willing to say anything.
Where I lied, man. I didn't lie nothing.
You're making claims that you have absolutely no knowledge of, and you're saying it with confidence, and you're an intelligent guy.
I believe things, man. They have roots on me. I need to keep those. If you take out the roots, what left, man? You need to put something, and to put something, you need proof.
But like what about standing on your own 2 feet?
You don't need to replace. You don't need to replace the thing that you take down. We can tell you that the Earth is not a globe, and we don't have to replace it with something else.
Man, if you say it's not a globe, what it is then? I need, something to put there. You say it's flat. I need proof for that. Roots are deep inside. I will watch the video. I will watch the video to see how it goes.
You want some proof? I'll show you some proof, and then you can look into the origin of the video. The image that I'm going to share is from a video.
Again, videos.
I want you to look at this, and this is something you can recreate. This is something you can go to the same location and do the observations yourself. Have a look in the side chat.
What faith is truth? What left is truth? Huh?
No. You should see an image of 2 oil rigs in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. These oil rigs, they're called Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. Hopefully somebody can share the actual location. I've actually forgotten the exact location.
I need the location. I can search the horizon. This it's a name. That's horizon name. The horizon is the name of the platform. Horizon means horizon. Okay.
Hopefully one of the guys. I'm gonna. I believe it was in California, off the coast of California. There's 2 oil rigs that can be seen. I don't know the exact location. I think it's in Santa Barbara. I don't know. I'm not from America. Okay, but there's an opposite. There are 2 platform. I've got a call. Maybe someone could take over for me.
What is, man? I cannot check now. 29 miles.
Hello, Gary speaking.
Bruce, you're still unmuted. Oh, I haven't seen that one in a while. What's up, Luluta? Good to see you. Sasha's here too. Sasha, we found a guy that sounds exactly almost like you, man. He speaks like with your same mannerism.
Non è possibile.
No, I'm serious, man. He's like, man. Every time he says something, he's like, man. That's what you always do. He does that a lot.
Are you saying that he's speaking only about the surface and nothing else?
No, but he kind of sounds a little bit like you. Like your voice.
Yeah, he definitely had me fooled for a second. I didn't know who y'all were talking to.
Where is the guy who showed the location?
Oh, Roots. Yeah, he was talking about it's Santa Barbara, California. The oil rigs, Black Swan
Yeah,
location.
if we get Sasha and Lawrence talking at the same time, we'll probably go into a freaking like a time paradox or something.
You spam the chat. I will.
You will what?
I will lose the videos.
Lawrence, you got to save those. Just go ahead and copy the links. Copy the links. If someone posts something and you want to watch it later, make sure you copy those links. That way you don't lose them.
They will stay in this chat. They will stay forever in this chat.
Yeah, but the chat will continue to have things posted on it. So I would go ahead and copy those down. Yeah. Copy them onto your clipboard, or I would definitely hold on to those if you're going to watch this stuff later.
And I need to check those Santa Barbara oil rigs. Yeah, those look easy to measure.
Yeah, but the John D one's great as well. You should really watch that one as well.
Check the sea level and elevation profile of any location.
Do you have a list of these kind of location easy to check? Like, man, I live in a place with mountains. I don't have flat.
Yeah. Mountains can help. Just make elevation profile of your mountains, and you will get it.
Elevation profile, man, it's too technical.
I will put elevation profile with the mountains, okay? And you will tell me what do you see.
There is an application can do that because I'm not that good at math.
Look, this is the race bike race in the Scotland. Do you see?
Those heights, Scotland height.
Yeah, that's like more than 100 kilometers. Do you see the base of the mountains? I can post you another with 2,000 kilometers elevation profile.
Got some new people in here. If you guys want to say something or contribute to the conversation, you guys can. There's a lull in the conversation, which means you guys who are brand new to the topic can jump in.
So things converge into a point over distance. But now we have the high power.
So that means there is a minimal zoom you can have, like, I don't know, 10 times zoom. It can show that 20 times. What's the number? What zoom
It depends
do I
on the
need
camera.
to see?
It depends on the camera, but this one was taken with the Nikon P900.
So the
You'll have
zoom?
super zoom camera. You'll have to research exactly how far it can zoom. And there's a P1000 as well, which is, I believe, even more powerful. But my general statement is that because of the technology advancements, we can now debunk. Things disappearing in the distance is not due to the curvature of the Earth.
Binocular, because a binocular is way cheaper, but I need the zoom, exactly the zoom.
Yeah.
I don't need
these platforms. Yeah, but Lawrence, these platforms are great because they are known markers. They are on Google. They are. It's a known location that you can use as
the Barbara one
observation.
Barbara,
off the coast of Santa Barbara, in California. Now the most important thing here is where the horizon is. The horizon is behind the second platform. Now, on a globe, the horizon should be in front of those platforms, because from that camera height, 1 foot camera height, you can do the math. The horizon should be, I think it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. So that's going to give you a horizon that should be around 3.2 miles. That's where the actual Earth is curving away from us, like with the straight edge on a ball, the example we gave you earlier. Everything behind that horizon is now curving behind a physical obstruction. But now we have these
I'm an artist,
cameras.
man. I'm an artist, and I know the horizon line. It's the same height with the observer. So if you take a photo as a person, the horizon it's at the person height.
Eye level.
Line.
That's right.
Eye level. Yeah.
Then, as an artist, you will know what the convergence point is on the horizon, right?
Yeah. That
right.
And for these platforms, I see it's at the human height, because the horizon it's almost flat. I don't see exactly the horizon line, but it seems very low, very, very low, like 2 meters low or something from the water.
Yeah, because it's a 1 foot camera height.
Yeah.
The camera's at 1 foot. Now, the question is the horizon in front of or behind that second platform?
No, I'm still on the Black Swan, man.
This is the Black Swan. I'm discussing the Black Swan. And when you zoom in...
No, he's watching the John D. Black Swan. He's watching the
They are windmills. There are no...
okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Okay. I'm not familiar enough with that one. I'd need to watch it with you to walk you through that one. But what you've got to ask yourself is, where is the horizon on these observations? And the horizon is way beyond where it should be. We're seeing minimum 10 miles, and it could be, if you know anything about the compression that happens near the horizon.
I need more photos, man.
But you don't need to interrupt me, though. I'm just saying that the key point here is where the position of the horizon is far beyond where it should be on a ball. We know that the ball is supposed to be 25,000 miles circumference, so that's 3,959 miles radius. So that means that the Earth curves at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. You can check this on any Globe Earth calculator, mainstream calculator. We can calculate how much curve there should be. These horizons are far beyond what they should be.
Roots, check in the side chat if you can. I posted something about the video that he's watching.
Oh, it's this one, yeah. Yeah, so this one's, 11 miles. The horizon's behind an 11-mile marker. The last windmill's at 11 miles. So we're not seeing any obstruction from the curvature of the Earth. We're not seeing any geometric horizon. So how can we say that there is a geometric horizon or that there is a curvature of the Earth when that's not what we observe in nature?
Man, I need the location for those windmills so I see exactly the distance from the shore. The farthest one. Yeah. It's in the video.
Yeah, John, I don't know where that wind farm is. Do you know where that wind farm is?
I think it's also in Santa Barbara.
Oh, man.
I'm going to send you another one. Okay. It's going in the side chat now. That was the conditions and of that location on the day that he did the recording.
I'll be right back.
Mm. Yeah, man, I see the Earth is round from that video.
And how do you figure?
They were like I need to go back to there. At some moment there was like two windmills very close one each other, and one was more submerged in the water, you know, and it cannot be that submerged because it's illegal.
If you look at the way he had his, if you look at the way, if you think about the way he had that camera set up, according to the globe math, right? Okay, so according to the globe math, at 1.22 miles, you're supposed to start seeing drop over distance, right? So at 10 miles, 66 feet of those windmills is supposed to be covered by the curvature of the Earth. So 66 feet is supposed to be covered. If you could see the bottom of the windmills and the horizon behind the windmills, right, the water behind the windmills, then there's no way you could be seeing the Earth curve. Why? Because the Earth curve is supposed to be well before those windmills.
Like the horizon line is blurry, so you cannot see. Like where I see the horizon, you know, it's exactly where
you're looking through a bunch of dense water vapor in the air, right?
But it doesn't blur enough, so I still can see the horizon. It's where the how they say it cuts the windmill. You know, like I don't see the horizon over the windmill. You know,
you could see the horizon behind the windmill. I'm looking right at it.
No, there are like.
Sir, you see the water. There's a dark blue line, right? Then you see a lighter blue line. Then behind that, you see a light blue line. That light blue line.
Those who are close, those who are close to the eye, the horizon is behind. But the farthest one,
the 11.2 miles, and there's a still image taken. I have it in the side chat. If you look in the side chat, I have it broken down for you. Which one is which? So there's an image. If you scroll up, I think I posted it at 1 minute past the hour. So 1 minute past the hour, you look at that's taken from that video just to show you which one's the furthest. So you got one at 11.2 miles, and you can see the horizon behind that. Okay.
No. I will also take a screenshot, and I will see what I mean. They were like clearly. I see very far away.
It doesn't matter. This already shows you that you're seeing too far, right? If you can see the bottom of the wind turbine, 66 feet of it, over 66 feet of that wind turbine.
Don't give me a video. Give me a screenshot.
No, you're not just getting a screenshot. You're getting a video because you guys always want to take a still shot of something.
Yeah, and I can measure with a rule.
Prove that taking a still shot, you can get more distortion than if you just use a video.
I need to stop it at least so I can put a rule.
He's watching the video, Professor Triangle. He's watching the video right now, and he's still in disbelief. Even though he's seeing
because I
turbine that's 11.2 miles away.
I will take a screenshot.
Well, that boat is way farther away from those windmills, and you can see the horizon behind the boat. I wouldn't even worry about the windmills at this point.
No, the boat is closer to the eye. It's not a problem. There are some windmills.
It's not, dude. You will not. You're not allowed to sail next to those things. Not with an oil tanker. Are you crazy?
Oh man! For sure, that's not an oil tanker. That's for sure.
I don't care if it's a fishing boat. You're not allowed to be by those wind turbines.
No, it doesn't look that far away. No. So So, like I said, I see there was, and I stopped there. Like I stopped the video a little. I see that thing, and oh man, this is the proof.
Yep, this one wrecked him. You got wrecked, dude. You don't even know what to say anymore. Now you're just making up stuff. Now you're like, oh, there's one where the windmill's in the water and all this other crap.
It's a video you give me. I will take
that's a still shot. That's a still shot of something. You don't know what the temperature was that day. That's a still shot. That's what Globers love to do. They love to make still shots of something really weird happening so that they can say, see, the Earth's a ball. But when you give them video and you actually just keep seeing farther and farther, then it's something different. The Earth is still a ball, but it's something different.
Man, it's out there in the video.
Professor Triangle, John D. actually posted with that video the conditions for that day, which is also posted in the side chat and the surf report that's underneath the image that I posted. This is taken October
something
21st,
Globers never do. Globers never, ever, ever provide any of the reports for weather for any pictures they take. Never. Because if they did that, we'd be able to tell you that, oh my God, there's 50 degrees difference between the air and the sea. Of course, you're going to see all kinds of crazy shit. You ever drive down the highway and see a hot road?
Yeah, he put down the.
I think it's pointless.
Exactly.
Sometimes it.
He put down the wind speed. He put down the significant wave height. He's got the dominant wave period, the average period. He's got all his stuff there. The atmospheric pressure readings. He's got the air temperature. He's got everything for you there, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's like how you're going to hand wave dismiss something that just crushes the idea that you live on a spinning ball, dude. It's insane.
Yeah, I see with my own eyes in that video the proofs. It's round. Okay. Like I said, I know how horizontal looks.
How it's bigger? So it's wait a minute. Wait. Lawrence, so it's bigger than what they're telling you then. Is that what you're saying? You're saying it's round, it's just bigger? Because if it's the size they're telling you it is, then you're only supposed to be able to see 1.22 miles. And then everything's supposed to start getting hidden from the bottom up.
Man, I don't care about the number.
Either the radius is wrong, radius is wrong, and it's a bigger ball. So it's got to be 11 times. It's got to be over 11 times bigger. It's got to be what, 14 times bigger? 14 times bigger than what they say?
Man, I said I don't care about numbers. I see with my own eyes that windmill from far away.
Care. He's an I don't care earther. It's an I don't care earther. It's a ball no matter what, no matter how far I can see. It's still a ball. I don't care. I don't care. It's still a ball. I don't care how far I can see. It's still a ball. Numbers don't matter. It's a ball.
Yeah. I seen the video you give me. I trust you.
You see how weird you sound? You see how weird you sound?
Because
I don't care. I don't care. No matter what. No matter what you prove to me. No matter what you prove to me, it's a ball anyway. I don't care. Even if I can see everything. Line of sight for the military. They're full of shit. They can't see 100 miles because it's a ball. So they're just making it up. They just kind of shoot shit out in the air and hope they blow stuff up.
Man, I will prove you with the screenshot from that video, man.
Weirdo.
What are you proving? What are you proving, though, Lawrence? Are you proving that they, Lawrence? You'll be proving to us that they lied about the size of the Earth. If it's a bigger ball,
like I said,
Lawrence, if it's a bigger ball, but Lawrence, you should, because if it's a bigger ball, then that means everything about the model is incorrect. Right down to the distances to the planets, the mass of the Earth, everything is wrong. That's impossible. You can't have the observations that we have in other sides of the model without getting the size of the ball correct. If the radius of the Earth is not what they're claiming, then the whole model falls apart. You're smarter than this, Lawrence.
Man, like I said, the numbers doesn't care because
I don't care. I don't care what the numbers are. I don't care. Exactly. It's a ball no matter what you tell me. It's a ball. Yeah. We live in a vacuum. Magical shit holds magic holds air and water to a ball in a vacuum. We just call it magic, and it's a ball. No numbers don't care. I don't care about reality. It's still a ball. It's a ball, right? It's a ball, right?
As long as it's a ball, nothing else matters as long as it's a ball, right?
I was open, but I seen the video to prove it's a ball.
No, it's a ball, you said. Nope, I don't care how far I'm seeing.
So don't give
I don't care if those wind turbines are an exact straight line at the water level, and you can tell they are. They should all be starting to curve away from each other, but they're not. And there's no left to right bending. Only like a toilet paper tube, it bends. It just goes down and away from you, no matter where you're at. You sound crazy, dude. You are in such denial right now. We're gonna start going into the psychology of this in a second.
I was open
because you were in super denial after you saw this.
Yeah, the video was.
Yes, I'm right.
I see that windmill from far away.
Yes, and that caused
in water.
Your cognition to kick in so much. You went into super denial. Now you're in the I don't care, even if it is flat. It's still a ball to me. It's still a ball to me. You can't take that away. Listen, it's a ball floating in it's a ball floating in a vacuum with air and water around it inside a vacuum chamber because the Earth is magical. And only things that float inside the universe are all magical, and they all hold water and gas around them, even though you can't do that in reality.
And I was thinking to buy a binocular to check that, but the video proved I don't need
something that you can change the zoom on, like a camera. Don't buy a binocular where you're like, here, I'm 7 times, yay.
So the video proved me I don't need the binocular. It proves me it's round.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that video proves it's
you're smarter than this. You're smarter than this, Lawrence. This is embarrassing.
And I will explain to you.
What do you think the video proves? You think the video is proving curvature, right?
No, I don't know because I don't hear the voice. I just see the video, so I'm not biased. You know,
I think you're trolling us now. You can't be this intelligent and dumb.
Of the video. Listen, Roots, he wants to hear the guy in the video saying, "This is actually a ball, but we're seeing around how light around the ball, and it'll make him feel better." Dude, I will narrate it so it says that for you. That way you feel better, even though it's not what he says.
Like I said, I was not biased. I was just watching, not listening because I need to listen.
You can say that, but you clearly are biased because you don't even understand what you're looking at.
Now I am biased. It's round. I seen the video.
Okay.
So
no matter what you say, no matter what you prove,
with my own
no matter what you measure, even if NASA tells you it's flat, you are now at the point where NASA's lying to you. Then, if they tell you it's flat,
I see with my own eyes. If the video is real and it's true,
somebody posted NASA documents that say the Earth is flat for Lawrence. We're going to give you the NASA document that shows you the Earth is flat.
Man, you said I can trust the video creator, so that video is not for
Yeah, it doesn't match your ball. It doesn't match the globe.
Now he said the video. Dr. John D faked it. He just said
you say I trust the video. That means I can trust. And now I ask you.
No, you said it was faked. Dude, you're being streamed,
Lawrence. Yeah,
everybody can hear you. Everybody can hear you and see what you're looking at and going. He's denying that. He's saying that's a ball.
Man, don't show
Lawrence, we can forgive you. We can forgive you for not understanding atmospheric conditions, right? That's absolutely fine. It's a complex subject. But you've got to at least admit and understand.
Man, I understand that.
But Lawrence,
I understand them.
Clearly you don't because you think you're seeing curvature, right? But listen, this is the point. It doesn't match your globe. It doesn't match the heliocentric model. So regardless of if you want to be mistaken to think that it proves that there's Earth's a ball, which it doesn't, but that's fine. Let's just pretend that that's a misunderstanding of atmospheric conditions. it still doesn't match the globe or heliocentric model that's being presented by tenfold. We should have a geometric curvature at 3 miles. What don't you understand about that? This is why you're getting the response that you are, because this doesn't help your heliocentric belief system.
Man, I don't believe in helio and numbers. I just need to see with my own eyes, and I see it in video. You know?
So you've got your own version of the globe with your own model with a bigger ball, right?
Like, I know if it's falling under the horizon line, disappearing there, that means it's around. You know? And
no, it doesn't. That means there are atmospheric conditions, heat haze. There's all sorts of reasons why things would disappear above or below the horizon. The issue here is the horizon should be at 3 miles, Lawrence.
No.
3 miles.
No.
And if it was atmospheric. Listen,
3 miles,
Lawrence, that is not your globe. What you're viewing is not your globe. And if you want to sort of claim atmospheric conditions, refraction, or whatever, there's a whole lot you're going to have to account for that you can't account for in that image. So this doesn't help your model. This doesn't help your belief. You're just it's almost like you're spazzing out. After all this conversation, you're now reverting back to, oh, I see a ball. It must be a ball.
No, man, I was not sure, but the video proof.
No, my friend. Do you understand that things can appear to seem to disappear from bottom up or merge into the horizon from top down due to atmospheric conditions and how the depth perception of optics works? Do you realize this is possible on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I heard about Fata Morgana. I don't know those kind of things. You know,
there's
but
lots of
don't think
lots
it's
of
the case in this video. Yeah,
right.
Because
yeah,
this video it looks clear. You know, no distortion, no.
Exactly. There is no distortion. So to claim heat haze or to claim turbulence or to claim this, that, and the other for the whole horizon to be pushed back 150% is a ridiculous claim if you understand the conditions that come with those claims. But on top of that, this idea that it proves there's a ball, your ball is missing its geometric horizon. There is no obstruction at 3 miles where there should be. And if all of that was a mirage...
even when I hear the number, 3 miles means, I don't know, 6 kilometers.
From 1 foot, the Earth starts to curve. So at 10 miles from a 1 foot observer is 66 feet of drop.
Feet, foot, for me it's meters, kilometers, and you lose me here. Like
feet.
So 6 kilometers must drop down 10 centimeters. I don't know.
You don't know feet. Okay.
That's fine. I'm on the metric system, man.
Well, this is okay. All right. Let me get the conversion. Does anybody know that off the top of their head?
No.
I can give it you in inches. I can give it you in miles.
No.
You want it in what? You want it in what? No. Sorry.
Meters. And centimeters.
Okay. Yeah, he needs kilometers. Yeah, kilometers and meters. That's what he needs.
Yeah. Okay. So 66 feet in centimeters and meters, that'd be 0.3 meters. Okay? Sorry. 1 foot. Apologies. 66 feet would be 20 meters. Apologies. 1 foot is 0.3 meters. So 66 feet would be 20 meters. So anything that's 10 miles away from you, looking over water, would be 66 feet, would need 20 meters of drop. 20 meters of drop is what we're observing. We're observing the lack of that 20 meter drop. There is no 20-meter drop between the observer and that wind farm, the last wind farm. So whatever you're seeing behind that is irrelevant. We're talking about atmospheric conditions over distance, turbulence, heat haze, which can give you magnification and all sorts of effects that can throw you from, the angular size argument. Regardless of that, we don't see 20 meters of drop, because 20 meters behind a curve is a physical obstruction.
20 meters at what distance?
10 miles.
10 miles.
20 meters of drop.
10 miles means kilometers.
Kilometers. Sorry. That was my observation. For this observation, it's 16. Did you say 16 kilometers?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so that's 10 miles. Yeah. Okay.
16 kilometers.
So 20 meters drop over 16 kilometers.
It doesn't sound right to me. It's too.
It doesn't sound right, does it? Do you know why? Do you know why that doesn't sound right?
Those are the numbers, like
of the globe Earth. Yeah.
They say 20 meters at.
If the Earth is a ball with a radius, if the Earth has got a 25,000 mile circumference and a radius of 3,959 miles, which is the claim.
I think the numbers are good. Yeah, in my
good. I'm glad you do.
It sounds like close to reality. So, what distance was the last windmill? The farthest windmill from the observer?
11 miles.
In kilometers. Okay.
So we're talking 22 meters, 24 meters, something around that number. That should be 20. Oh, let's call it 25 meters. There should be 25 meters of drop.
And how tall is a windmill?
Good question. I don't know.
Maybe those are very tall, and that fall is 20 meters.
Yeah, but there's no difference from. You can see the bottom of the windmill, the wind farm. You can see the bottom as clearly as you can on the first wind farm, and what you can actually see is the decrease in angular size. So you can see the compression, but you can still see where the bottom of the wind farm touches the water, the dark area where the water level rises and falls. You can still see it's in proportion to the windmill itself, the wind farm itself. We're not seeing 20 meters of missing wind farm.
I still see, like, from my point of view, let's say it's 50 meters.
Hold on a second. They're 492 feet tall above sea level, which is 150 meters.
120. So that means the 20 meters.
150 meters. 150 meters above sea level.
So that means 20 meters.
150. Listen, sir. 150 meters above sea level is the total height of those wind turbines.
Yeah. It checks out because 20 meters means like, I don't know.
But you can see the bottom of the wind turbines.
The yellow part.
No. The bottom is not the entire bottom. It's almost half of that bottom, the yellow part.
No, that's compression. That's compression. No, that is still in proportionally. Yeah, that's still proportionally. You're seeing.
You see the water behind the turbine.
You wouldn't see the yellow part. You wouldn't see the yellow part of the turbine. You wouldn't see the yellow bottom.
That yellow.
You wouldn't see the yellow bit.
It's like 30 meters, 40 meters, that yellow part, and half of it's gone. Those 20 meters I search for.
That's not true, because you can see dark areas at the bottom of the yellow bits. You can listen. You can see the dark bit is where the water level rises and falls. Right? That's water, dirty watermarks. You wouldn't see those dirty watermarks, which the water's level. Okay,
you don't see those. You don't see those who are very far away. The black part is not there, and it's almost half of the yellow part gone. So those are my 20 meters.
No, but the half of the yellow part is compressed. So
No,
it's in proportion to the compression. You wouldn't see the watermark. Listen, 25 miles of 150, 25 meters of 150 meters, you wouldn't see those dirty watermarks at the bottom of the wind farm.
And I don't see them, man. Like the smallest, the farthest
my
one,
God, Lawrence.
there is no
All
black
right.
ski.
I give
check
up.
the video.
I give up, dude. I give up. You can just believe what you want.
He's just being disingenuous.
Yeah,
man.
it's
he's a believer.
The yellow part.
Listen, you guys. Lawrence,
Yeah.
it's a ball. No matter what.
Yes,
no matter
yes.
what, it's a ball
I
inside
have
a
the
vacuum,
video. I
in
have
a
the
vacuum
numbers.
chamber, in a vacuum chamber with air and water stuck around it inside a vacuum chamber, even though in reality that can never ever happen. But in your reality, air and water are stuck around a ball in a vacuum, right?
I'm happy you give me the numbers, you give me the pictures, and now I'm fully convinced it's a globe. It checks out.
You're lost, brother. You're lost. Unfortunately, we give up because you just don't understand basic basic
man.
numbers. You don't understand basic measurements. It's ridiculous. We thought that you didn't understand because of the conversion. But you've proven to us it's nothing to do with the conversion at all. You just clearly don't understand numbers, proportions, percentages. You just don't understand these things, and it's a shame because you're an intelligent guy, but you're blinded. You're blinded by your belief, and your responses have shown that. You don't even care if it shows a bigger ball. You just don't care. As long as it's a ball for you, you're happy. So go ahead, believe your ball. But unfortunately. You can't prove it for yourself. You can't prove it to anybody else, and you can't even see the evidence and the inconsistencies in long distance observations. What can we do?
I don't know, man.
You're free to believe.
Video,
you're free to believe what you want and ignore the evidence as presented. That's fine. I give up on you, Lawrence. I give up on you.
No problem, man. No problem. I'm happy. Your video and numbers convince me. It's around.
That's the dumbest thing ever, Lawrence, because those observations disprove your geometric horizon. You shouldn't even be able to see the last wind farm, any of the. Well, yeah, you would be able to see some of it, but 25 meters doesn't cover. You wouldn't see any of the yellow part of that last wind farm. That's ridiculous.
That yellow part is close to 30 meters, so that's nice.
Sure.
Is it? Did you go and measure it? Did you go and measure it, mate? What next? You're going to tell us there's 20-meter swells. You didn't think of that one, did you? You can't use it now.
Cognitive dissonance is a hell of a drug.
Oh, it's crazy. That's why I'm still here listening. I haven't heard it this bad in a long time. This is like, as soon as he saw that, he went into complete denial.
Yeah.
I think at this point he's just trolling because he doesn't want to give any ground. It might be the ego. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is stopping him from actually comprehending what he's looking at. That's how it. And your responses are kind of showing that. You're arguing from ignorance for most of this conversation. And now you've got the data. You're doubling down, and that's not what we're seeing. That's not what we observe.
You help me, I cannot help you. So that discussion from my point is gone.
You're welcome and free to believe what you want to believe. Fortunately,
he ran.
Some of us are not that gullible. Yeah. That was bad, man. He got it bad.
They don't understand that. We're not here to help. You can only help yourself.
Yeah. I need to remember that myself. You can't help everybody.
No, you can only lead them the way. Can't make a horse drink. You can lead it to water. Or in this case, sheep.
The horse won't drink the water because it's flat.
Unbelievable, man. That's unbelievable that dude has got that much carcass going on, dude.
He's claiming that
something that's impossible. He's seeing something that's impossible, and he's telling me that he's seeing 66 feet of freaking drop. Meanwhile, the water's behind the freaking turbines. It's like, yo, dude, are you serious right now? What a nut job.
Well, to 25 meters for a 150 meter tall wind farm would be 17%. He's claiming that 17% of that wind farm is the yellow base. I mean, like, how can you fucking help somebody who doesn't understand proportions and percentages? That's not 17%. Those yellow bases are not 17% of the whole structure. And you see the whole thing. You even see the watermarks on the bottom of it, you know? Apparently that 17% is already covered, you know? We're seeing the watermark.
That's gracious. We're giving him the number for 10 miles. The thing's 11.2 miles away. Don't forget, it's an exponential curve.
So it's worse. It's probably closer to 20%.
It's worse. Yeah, man. It's way worse. That extra mile definitely adds a lot more drop. It's probably more like 80 feet.
Yeah, and saying he couldn't see any black. It's clearly black. You can't be colorblind. It's black.
Exactly. How would that 20% covered and you can see the watermark at the bottom? Get out of here, man. And then he's just denying the compression that happens. He said he was an artist. He said he understood optics. But he doesn't seem to understand that there is a compression, and you can see that gradually over each wind farm over the distance. Like, what else can we say, guys? You know what I mean? Some people are just gone.
Yeah, sad but true, brother.
He only wanted a still shot.
It's because he didn't know what he was looking at. That's why. Oh, well, we can pray for Lawrence and his globe religion while he prays to the bull.
Yeah, I don't know if a god would help someone that ignorant.
Oh, no way. Leave him. He'd leave him. He'd say, don't look at me, guys. I only help those who help themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got Spooky Cake joined recently. It's a nice little thumbnail, Spooky Cake. Pretty cool. I think Josie joined as well. I'm not sure if Josie's been here before. But yeah, good to see you, Redwin. Haven't seen you for a while.
Hello. Yeah, working a lot. Working now. Sometimes I have to tell these guys what they sound like. No matter what you tell me, it's still a ball. I don't care even if NASA says it's flat. Nope, it's still a ball. And he agreed. Yep.
Yeah. That's when I gave up. That's when I realized this guy's cooked. Yeah, I'm pretending to do work as well, Redwin.
The shitty thing is too, like some of them that do start to understand and start to question it. Next, I'll watch a movie and see a globe at the start of it and go, "Oh, it's a globe."
Yeah, horizon's 15 plus miles away, could be 20, completely flat horizon, you know, but yeah, it's a globe. I blame Hollywood.
Oh, big time.
And NASA. I say NASA being the root word of nasal, breathing life into this bullshit with their rocket launches is doing a good job.
Yeah, well, they're not far from being Hollywood, are they? A lot of it is staged.
Yeah, without NASA, I don't think many people would believe in space. It's purely there to keep breathing life into this lie. Without these launches and without these missions, there'd be nothing. We'd have absolutely nothing to go on.
Yeah, and the crazy part is, like, a lot of their employees would also think they're on a globe when, you know, they've got access to the data.
Well, this is why I say that the data doesn't always work. And that last guy, Lawrence, he's a good example of that, because I think a lot of them don't understand the data. They are going on bias, and their main holdup isn't the data. It's, you know, even if he admitted, oh yeah, okay, you're right, this observation shouldn't be possible on a globe, and if it was, then there'd be more hallmarks of, you know, refraction and whatever else, all these atmospheric conditions. He would still claim it's a globe somehow, because I think they're held up on the why the lie question rather than the data. Like, you know, we may have had more success going a different route with him and, you know, addressing the why the lie question, even though he didn't ask it directly.
Yeah, that's a good point, but I hate going, you know, down that route because it just gets scattered, you know. Yeah, I like to go straight.
I agree.
Straight down the line with, you know, the proof, and then kind of go down that route and they start to question it, and then it's like, yeah, well, now we can start speculating a bit.
Well, that's because you understand the context of the argument. But those who don't understand the context of the argument, they're stuck on why the lie. I saw it with my old man. I showed him the black swan. I gave him measurements, observations, laser tests. We spoke about the actual data. He just didn't get it. And then after a few, you know, we spoke about the sun for a bit. We spoke about the universe and why the lie, and all of a sudden he got it. And I was like, okay, fair enough. You know, the why the lie question and the sun really changed it for him, and I was quite surprised because that wasn't the same for me. But everyone's different, right?
Yeah, you got lucky, man. My dad's really intelligent. Like, he's an engineer, but yeah, he even said it straight himself. I will never be a flat earther. When I've debunked so many of his, claims, and it's like, nah, yeah, I'll never do it. It's just stubbornness.
It's not the end of the world. I've been in parties and social gatherings, and my dad's sitting there overexcited, going, "Son, tell him how the Earth's flat. Tell him." And I'm like, "Dad, shut the fuck up. Stop embarrassing me. It's not worth it at a party."
Classic.
He doesn't do that now, but I think that's what a lot of people do in the first 12 months, right? They just want to tell everybody without knowing anything themselves.
Yeah, we've all been there, hey. It's kind of like a kind of exciting feeling, like you could help people, and go, oh, look, they deserve to know it, especially the ones close to you, the ones that you love. But yeah, it backfires big time.
Yeah, it's very innocent. Very innocent.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, and he used to give me stick because he's like, oh, how come you dismiss, certain people and you don't engage when I'm asking you to? And I'm like, listen, Dad, this isn't my first rodeo. I've been through this. I can tell within a minute whether this is going to be a fruitful conversation. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to learn to pick your battles.
Yeah, you can tell almost instantly, can't you? Like, by their demeanour and their reaction. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit different here because if people wander into the channel, they have already kind of unofficially said that they're interested in the topic, right? They've chose to come here. So I'm a bit more, I can be a bit more open to pushing it. But when it's in the real world and you approach people, like, yeah, I don't want to change anyone's worldview anymore. You believe what you want to believe.
Yeah, and yeah, the person on person, like, being there can kind of be a bit intimidating as well.
Yeah, especially like putting strain on good relationships with like family members or good friends. Sometimes you need to value your relationships more than, helping them or trying to get the truth to them. Some people aren't interested in the truth, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
I have friends that are just for sports and, and whatever else we talk about, and we leave it there.
Yeah. I'm in a bit of a sticky situation because, like, my older sister, she's a scientist, and she thinks, I'm referred to as a conspiracy theorist, and I keep saying it's not really a theory if it's proven. And she thinks like, I'm kind of stuck in this stage where, I don't know, like a mental stage, and she thinks she can help me out by showing me the truth, but she's got no evidence for it. She's just like, it's a globe, So, no, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, that's why I say she doesn't understand the context when you say it's proven to be flat. It's treated as flat. It's operated under as flat. She doesn't know that. That just washed over her.
Exactly. It goes straight over their heads. Exactly what I was thinking when you said it. Yeah.
Brings a context to the Jack Nicholson quote, "Truth, you can't handle the truth. You don't even hear the truth."
Yeah, I use that. Yeah, and I like the ignorance is bliss. Love that line. I've yelled that out to people.
You know what else I realized as well? It's not for everybody. It's just not for everybody, and not everybody will want to partake in that sort of. It's a journey, isn't it? That you go through in your mind, and not everybody needs that in their life. People have got problems. Some people have enough on their plate already.
Yeah.
And maybe it could solve their problems, but they're not ready to. They don't understand the context well enough to be helpful.
Yeah,
it's a shame, but
especially when they can't see, like, there's a higher power as well. Like, they're the ones that are really stuck in the rut. They think it's all, of coincidence that we're just here. And it's like that's a hard one to get out of.
Yeah, you can't convince a nihilist that there is meaning and purpose, right?
Yeah, so true. It took me friggin' years, to stop being so ignorant to the topic and start to put my head down and study. And it took me a good 3 months of studying hard before it all hit me at once. And then I'm like, wow, we are of creation. That's a fact. And yeah, it was quite an amazing feeling. Quite blissful.
Yeah, me too. It took me longer than the average. I envy those who get it straight away, and then all of a sudden they're able to take the arguments and the subjects and go advanced with it. I envy those people because my thinking, my brain was a little bit more normie, and I used to laugh, chuckle to myself when I saw the flat Earth shit, and then it was only because a family member, an actual family cousin of mine, kind of got serious with me because I was kind of letting it gloss over, and I wasn't making fun of him, but I was being a little bit sarcastic, and he got really serious with me, and he says, "You're not listening," and he really kind of grabbed my attention, forced my attention, you know what I mean? But I don't know if I'd have given it if I never had that intense sort of moment with him. So I kind of appreciate that I had that real world situation, because I wasn't convinced by videos on the internet. It was all going over my head, I think.
Yeah, so he literally flat smacked you. That's good.
In real life, yeah. And I just remember being a little bit pissed off about it, and that's what fueled me. I was like, I'll show him, this motherfucker who basically, not bullied me, but put me in a corner and intellectually roughed me up a little bit. You know what I mean? I was like, right, I'll show him. So I was fueled by that real world interaction, and I know a lot of people, probably the majority, never get that real world interaction. So I'm kind of lucky in that sense. I probably wouldn't have taken the time to do the research I did without it.
Yeah, it was meant to be. And yeah, your ego kind of like, made you soldier on to find out what's going on here. Yeah.
Yeah, I went to war. I went to war with him. I went to sharpen my axe. I went on to, do the research, and with an intention of coming back to him and putting him in his place. And yeah, I needed that to take it seriously.
Yeah, that's good. I like those stories, eh? There's so much behind it. Like, there's so many different situations that people get put through. When it gets revealed to them, and it's really interesting. I find, like, how the psyche works, and people's reactions, and even the timing. Like, our timing was kind of similar in a way. Yeah, it's like you said, others can get it straight away, but yeah, it's a whole different setup in their life. Their upbringing, and whether you think you're an atheist or not, although you don't really know the true definition of an atheist. You don't realise that. You just call yourself an atheist.
Yeah. Hiding behind the term agnostic, right? That's what they all do. That's what we all did.
Yeah. it's a huge relief, isn't it? Like coming out of that shit, huge.
Yeah, it fills a void. Fills a void inside of you where you just kind of was comfortable not knowing and not giving it attention, and now it's like I enjoy giving it attention, you know. So even if I'm at my best or at my worst, there's a direction there for me now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like you kind of find a bit of meaning, and it's quite profound when you get to that stage when you got where there is, you know, a meaning to life. It's not just, you know, you get up and you do your thing and then you go to sleep. It's like, no, we are special. Like, you know, special's made out to be like, oh, you're special, like, you know, like a payout, but no, we are actually special, and it's to actually know, you know, the true meaning behind when people say, you know, we're special. It's like, yeah, I agree. Good. You know, everything around us is for us, and we've abused it, you know, taken advantage of it. I reckon people would be so much better off if, you know, they knew, you know, the purpose in life, you know, to love, to give, to appreciate. That would be a lot more, you know, common.
I think it also makes you more comfortable with going against the grain as well. Because if this is all random, meaningless, the only thing we have is the majority and, you know what I mean, the scientists and science and, you know, just that acknowledgement that it's supposed to be like this. In fact, it was even written about it would be like this. You know what I mean? It kind of just puts everything into context a little bit more.
Yeah, you don't feel like you're doing the wrong thing by the mainstream. Sorry, I think I'm getting pretty tired. It's getting pretty late. Where are you from?
UK.
Yeah.
So it's about what, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. for you now?
It's midnight, and I've got like some studying to do. I've got a course, so I probably should hit the sack soon so I can remember my notes.
Yeah, bro. Focus on what's important.
Yeah.
Get that money.
Yeah, get those tickets. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's
Don't
good
forget about playing the game. Yeah, man. Good to catch up, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, Shaggy, if you gotta go, I'll take over. I'm gonna set Roach straight. I figured out it was a globe. I'm gonna explain to him how, okay?
Good luck, man. Good luck.
Oh, not again.
We say Roach, it's a globe because it's a globe. There you go, man.
Yeah. Did you hear our conversation with Lawrence, Dave?
I've got to give you guys kudos for a good effort, but that guy was just hopeless from the get-go. He did kind of crack up
to your groomers. As long as you sit still, I get ill. Even writing these lyrics, but I'm like the appearance of lightning and you hear it, striking at your spirit, fighting with your tears. It's trying, it's so weary. Your time is nearing. Nice try on you.
these guys must be shy. Too afraid to ask any legitimate questions, so they have to resort to the worst kind of trolling. There's no creativity whatsoever.
So 1-800 French fries. You got any questions?
Yeah.
All right, shoot.
What about the whole NASA and SpaceX and stuff?
What about them?
Like, I've worked at SpaceX.
Uh-huh.
I'm a plumber.
Yeah, cool.
And there's rocket launches like once a week, kind of, where I live.
Okay.
They have live streams of the launches. You can see footage of the rocket, like a POV of the rocket.
Yeah, we know. We've seen them.
Does that like prove that it's globular?
No.
No.
Why would
First of all, they cut the video way before the rocket is even high enough to see curve. I know in the video it shows a curved Earth, but typically their video cuts off at 110 kilometers, which that's nowhere near high enough to see Earth's curve. It's not even close. That's like 1/4 of the way up to where the International Space Station would be.
Really?
Yeah. So, part of the when they passed the law so that civilian rocketry could happen, part of that the regulation is you can't show any video past second stage, right? Because of according to them, there's potential military uses for it, so they don't want anybody to show video past that.
Yeah.
So even the ISS, what they claim that is, which is 400 kilometers, right? That would only see 3% of the Earth's surface. It's not very high up, quite honestly. And as far as seeing rocket launches from the ground, you couldn't tell the difference between that and a medium-range ballistic missile, which goes something like 500 miles, right? You wouldn't be able to even tell. It would look identical to what you see. That's only 500 miles away. Yeah, so there was a thing where they, in Russia, they had a rocket launch. And right when they were about to, when they were going to do the third stage of the rocket, there was a malfunction, and they had a program to eject the capsule so that the astronauts wouldn't be killed and then blow up the rocket. So that's what happened. And the astronauts, so there was 2 NASA astronauts and 1 cosmonaut. They only landed 250 miles from where they launched.
Really?
Yeah. Katy Perry, her rocket, she landed 2 miles away from where she landed 2 miles away from where she launched.
That's so weird. It sent them to outer space. They say
the altitude that Katy Perry and her people went was about the same altitude as the image in the side chat.
Was the image of what?
Look in the side chat. That's the altitude they went, and that's pretty much what they saw. A flattened stationary horizontal horizon.
Huh.
I digress. I'm not trying to interrupt India. I just wanted to mention that since I already posted it.
They typically use a fisheye or wide-angle lens, so it distorts the image. If you use a wide-angle lens and took a picture of the ocean, it would look curved even from sea level.
Huh.
And then there's another problem. If you just use like a run-of-the-mill camera that isn't like sealed, because of the low pressure and low temperature, it's going to also distort the image and do something. It's called Petrel curvature. It creates like so the image, because cameras are designed for regular, sea level pressure. When you go in like super rarefied air and then you cool the lens off to negative 50 degrees Celsius, doesn't exactly function the way it was designed. It's outside of its operating parameters.
They preferably have them in a transparent plastic box filled with nitrogen or something, right?
I mean, the way they do it for like high altitude airplane photos, the camera systems is like hermetically sealed and warmed. They keep it temperature. Sort of like stick out the bottom of the airplane. It's like a big telescope basically out of the side of the airplane, but all of it's sealed, vacuum sealed. And it calibrated, right? So before they send it up, they calibrate it for within that in that vacuum chamber.
Huh.
But they also keep the camera warm so that, because obviously temperature changes make things expand and contract, so they keep it at a regular temperature so the lens doesn't get distorted by expansion and contraction. I mean, the better question is, they're claiming they go to a place that's like, not normal. I mean, you say, hey, I'm taking a rocket. I'm going to a place where there's no air. When I drop something, things don't fall. And it's just outside of any normal human experience. So if you're going to say that, you're going to need some pretty good damn evidence, not just a bunch of pictures, and run around taking pictures of Bigfoot. Say, hey, this is Bigfoot. Nobody believes them. The only way they're going to believe pictures of Bigfoot is if we get a freaking Bigfoot corpse. You know what I mean? I apply that same standard of evidence. If you're going to make a fantastic claim that's outside the realm of everyday experience, then you're going to need some pretty strong evidence. Trust me, bro, is not cutting it. What do you think Elon, with the Tesla launch, saying, it's real because it looks so fake?
Damn.
He said that on Joe Rogan. He said it on the Tonight Show. He said it again afterwards with the spacewalk they supposedly did with the freaking Earth was an egg.
What?
You never seen that? The egg Earth?
No.
Oh, hold on. I'll try to find it.
Yeah, the moon as well. Remember the footage from what is it called? The freaking moon program they've got running. What was that called again? Artemis. The Artemis launch. And the footage from that showed the egg-shaped moon, pear-shaped moon.
Yeah, I posted in the side.
Isn't the Earth, like, don't they say it's not necessarily a globe? Don't they say, like, it's wider at the equator and, like, thinner at the poles?
The difference will see 11 miles. The difference between the polar radius and the equatorial radius will see 11 miles.
Whoa.
Hey, DJ, how is he sure that's his hand?
So, what about the Chicago skyline?
What about what, sorry? Saying it?
The Chicago skyline,
yeah,
from across the Lake of Michigan.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see it.
You shouldn't be able to, but I guess you can. See, like, the top parts of the skyscrapers or something of Chicago.
Yep. Not a mirage.
I just copy and pasted. I turned on AI in Google. AI's weird. I turned it on when it came out. Well, that's what it's telling me.
Well, that's not what we see in the photography of the Chicago skyline over Lake Michigan. You don't see that. You don't see the objects floating in the sky above the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't match any of the characteristics of a Fata Morgana at all. And we had a guy called Rob Skiba, right? They took a boat from one side of the lake all the way over to the city. And they kept the Chicago skyline in view the whole time, right, to prove it's not a mirage. And there's a whole video about it. So let me find it.
Where's the footage? Yeah, so where's the footage where they, you can see the tops or half of the buildings, right? And then you see them slowly sink down below the horizon. It's just always that much refraction there, is there? Just always the right amount of, conditions to be able to make that skyline visible. Never changes. That's the most reliable weather conditions I've ever fucking heard of. There you go, there's a video of Rob Skiba.
I'm watching it right now. I press pause real quick. I always watch The Diary of a CEO. Like, he always talks about conspiracies and stuff. I like watching that, but I see a video right here. It came out 6 hours ago. It said former CIA spies leave the USA before 2030. The CIA tried to ban this story. But they're always like 2 hours long, so I'm going to watch that later today.
Hey, Tito, what do you think about Mark Sargent?
What do you mean?
Just in general.
Yeah, his Flat Earth Clues series was intriguing and interesting, provocative. And then he did that ad, and I was like, what a clown. And but his interviews with people from different professions, military, Air Force, whatever, they're interesting.
Yeah, no, after listening to quite a lot of his shows and things like that, I think he's pretty good. I mean, he's under the impression that any publicity is good publicity because it brings more people, to look into the topic. While that may be true in some areas, but, he is made to look like a clown in some things, but he is a bit of a geek at the end of the day, right? So he's bound to look like a bit of a doofus sometimes, being the character that he is, but I think he's pretty well versed. I mean, yesterday I put on the, I think it's called Zetetic Cosmology. It's like a 3-hour video where they go over that. I think it might be the Thomas Winship or something like that, like some long video that goes, it's like a video book where it goes over the whole audio book and puts graphics with it and that kind of thing. But right at the start of it, Mark Sargent explained the 8-foot black swan. He explained it perfectly. Like, yeah, I think he's pretty good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he explained it perfect. I'm just trying to find it now. I'll play it because it's right at the start. He explains it better than a lot of the flat earthers explain it that we hear regularly. Just checking the home server because Jin always shares it, so I'll just check Jin's posts. Zetetic. Cetetic. Is that how you spell that? Okay, here it is.
Hey everyone, it's Mark Sargent, and you can thank Anthony Riley for sending me this video. He said, hey, you should really narrate this because there's only music. Yeah, this is really important. This is some footage that was shot about 2 years ago in Santa Barbara, California, off the beach. And let's just zoom right into it and take a quick look. So this is another version of the oil rig observation. So the camera is placed in the guard railing between cafe and restroom showers, and you're going to look here. When we look at the elevation, it is set at 8 feet. So Google Earth reads this as 8 feet off of the water, which is a little higher than the 1 foot camera stuff that we did earlier. And then we're going to draw a line to the first platform, which is called Platform C, which is directly out in front of it, and then another one a little bit off to the right, which is Platform Habitat. And when we pull back and look at the distances of these two, we will notice the curve calculator, just to pull that up real fast. And then remember, this was shot October 23rd, 2017, so over 2 years ago at sunrise. The first one is at a distance of 6.08 miles, Platform C. And then the second one off the distance Platform Habitat at 10.1 miles. Why are these two important? Well, because at 8 foot elevation, the globe Earth's horizon should be less than 3.5 miles, meaning the horizon should be in front of these things. 29 feet of habitat should be blocked by the curvature in front of these objects. And yet, all of the habitat is visible, even with some compression. And you'll notice, and we'll draw a line here in a second, that the horizon is clearly behind these objects. And what makes this footage and all footage like it so important is that these are static objects, meaning these are not boats. These are always in one place. They're not moving or floating anywhere. And we'll draw the green line on this, and you can see, it's not hard to see. Somewhere way off in the distance is the horizon, way further than 10.1 miles. And that should not be. There's no curvature. I mean, and that only happens on a flat world. You will not see this on a curved thing, because eventually these objects should be over the side of the hill. They should be behind the curve. And we just don't see that. These two oil platforms, again, one at 6 and one at 10, are right in front. So tell me optically how that happens. Tell me what atmospheric condition can put the horizon behind these objects. You want to say it's a mirage? Okay, well then if you do that, you can never say that a boat is being chopped in half by the horizon. Because you say, well, no, that's real. A boat being chopped in half by the horizon line, with heavy compression and refraction. Oh, no, that's real. But this right here, sunrise, couldn't be clear conditions. Not a cloud in the sky. Shooting off at oil platforms at 6 miles and 10 miles respectively, you can't tell me that this is a mirage. No way. And even if you do say it's a mirage, tell me how a mirage puts the horizon.
Yeah.
Right, go ahead.
Me.
Question.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So I was just going to say, why don't we see further than that if the Earth's flat?
Because of the weather conditions. Like if you check the weather report on most days, you'll have a visibility maximum distance that you can see.
Okay,
right here. If I check it where I'm at right now, like it looks like a beautiful clear day, but usually it's only about 15 kilometers.
So in a way, the Earth, our observations are always long enough to prove flat Earth, but never too far to disprove the globe Earth. That's just mighty convenient.
No. But there's also optical limitations in addition to weather conditions.
So they're long enough, right? So they're long enough to easily disprove the curvature, right? Sometimes we can see further than this distance. Okay, sometimes we could see 30, 40 miles right? Depending on what the location is and what the weather conditions are. But never do we detect any curvature, never do we detect the geometric horizon anywhere near where it should be on a globe. So I don't know what your argument is, right? So because you can't see longer distances, right, that's not possible just because of the, the physical obstruction of the air and the perspective convergence.
Do you see my contention in which you're essentially making a claim in which these observations are long enough to prove flat Earth, but not?
No, we're not showing these.
But
that's not what it should.
No, but
yeah,
this,
so we're not.
this is.
No,
this is
hold on a second, bro. No, this is not. Okay, so you're strawmanning us, right? That's why I'm cutting you off, right? We don't like being strawmanned. Okay, I didn't say this is flat Earth proof, right? We're not presenting these as flat Earth proof.
Well, I didn't say you said it was flat Earth.
No flat earthers are doing that. Okay, so what we're presenting this as is to test the globe geometric horizon.
Right.
Simple as that. Yeah.
So, certain images in which you can see a blatant curvature of, for example,
there aren't any. Yeah, there aren't any.
This, no, not
because of the steel man argument.
This is a guy from the other day.
Yeah.
No, fellas. I mean, you can kick me if you want. I'm just trying to have some honest conversations.
No. Okay. So listen. If I asked you what's said, this time you're going to know the answer, right? You're going to actually listen this time.
I was listening last time. I
listen. I muted you because I said, "Tell me what I just said," and you had no idea what I just said because you weren't paying attention.
I guarantee I was, but I'm all ears, brother.
But we recorded it. I guarantee you weren't.
Okay, well,
so we're gonna put that water under the bridge. That ship has sailed. So we're starting over. We're gonna start fresh. This observation is about the horizon distance. That's it. Nothing else. So claim is the sun sets behind the geometric curve of the Earth. Boats dip behind it. You can't see the bottom of cities, mountains, etc., because it's Earth blocking it. Well, how can it be Earth blocking it if the horizon moves around? That would mean that Earth itself would have to be changing in size for it to continue to be geometric. Okay, that's what the argument is. It's that, hey, the horizon's not physical because we've spent, 8 years arguing with people that the horizon's not physical, and they just keep claiming it is. And when I say not physical, I mean not a hill of water.
Yeah. So my contention with that would be the sunset, for example, and you look at the sun with a solar filter, you see that it doesn't change angular size. Now, maybe
that's not true.
By the way, wait, please, brother.
It's not true, though.
I was just about. You gotta let me speak. I know you're gonna pull up a bit.
Why move on? It's like I have to just go back to listen to me. If you start with a false premise, why move on? Because if the premise is false, then everything following it has to be false.
So I'm not denying that there's certain sort of atmospheric effects that change the size of the sun, but the sun, as we see it, doesn't really change size much. But the sun clearly goes, well, I mean, this is up for debate clearly, but it seems to go over some sort of curve. Now you can say it's perspective, but you know what it should look like if it's perspective, if it's gone further and further away, changing angular size, but it doesn't do that. And I think that's just like that's an
okay. I doubt. No, your interpretation of what's happening is not empirical. Okay, that's not empirical. The observation's the empiricism.
Can I send you a picture that you can put in the chat and let people decide for them?
Let people decide for themselves. Yeah, I'm going to put a picture in the chat too. And you're going to tell me what the sun's setting behind. Okay, when the sun's setting, 1 degree above the horizon when it's appearing to set, like you're going to tell me what it's setting behind.
Okay. Yeah. So we can. Again, there's a lot of. Are you able to
still
share
have
the screen?
problem? You still have the problem where you're saying that the horizon is the geometric edge of the Earth, dude?
I would say that. I don't know. Am I retard for saying?
And why does it move around? Then how can it move around?
Well, of course it moves around based on, for example, if you rise.
So the geometry changes.
No.
We're talking from the same observer height. We're not talking about moving around. Okay. So the image that was shown with those windmills, that was taken from like a 1 foot height. Okay. They see windmills, the bottoms, all the way into the ocean surface, 11 miles away. Now the horizon is supposed to be a mile away. Now, if someone saw the sunset there, they'd see the sunset behind an optical illusion, because that can't be the edge of the Earth, because it's 10 times too far. You understand that the horizon in that is 10 times too far.
Okay. I wouldn't say 10 times. I'd say the same.
It is 10 times, because we can do simple math. 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's supposed to be 1 mile away. It's 11 miles away. That's 10 times.
1 mile away? Is it not? It can't be 1 mile, can it?
Bro, you have to be the biggest pussy to think the Earth is flat.
Joe.
That guy doesn't want a conversation. Yeah, again, my contention is...
okay, I gave you the formula. 1.22 times miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The observer height is 1 foot. That puts the horizon 1.22 miles from the camera.
I can't really... I can't say much about that. I don't, like... Your claims apparently prove flat Earth.
Not my claim. It's your claim. If you believe in the globe, that's your claim.
Okay, so just if you wouldn't mind,
have you brought your own globe?
I've actually got a globe right behind me.
Have you brought your own that has its own size, that doesn't have a 3,959 mile radius? It has some different radius.
So with the measurements, as I said, I actually prefaced it by saying flat earthers make a pretty good argument. Like, when I was looking into this stuff, and I know you think I'm being disingenuous, I did look into this stuff, and the claims about seeing too far and corroborating it with the 8 inches per mile squared, I thought that was pretty airtight. But I looked into the other rebuttals to flat earth, and I realised there has to have been something wrong with the measurements. I can't right now tell you what's wrong with the measurements. I'm sure someone who understands this shit probably could, but I can give a lot more contentions with the flat
Are you talking about a particular? You talking about a particular test?
If you want to say it's a cop out, that's fair, and maybe.
Are you talking about a particular test that must be wrong?
I'm saying specifically what sold me was the observations.
No one cares. We're not here to talk about you, okay? And what convinced you and what didn't convince you. Save the rhetoric for something else. So we're here for evidence.
We're not here to talk about flat Earth.
We're not here to talk about flat earthers and what convinced people and narrative pushing bullshit that you're doing. It's very transparent.
Why are you so fucking aggressive?
Because
we're just having a cordial conversation.
Because no, we're not. Dude, I looked into flat Earth, and that 8 inches per mile square seemed pretty convincing, but it's really not, because I looked into it. I can't say specifically what changed my mind, but it was something. Shut up, bro.
Well, oh no, I see. I actually can. It's just
give me something specific then.
Yeah, right. The two celestial points of rotation.
Okay, that's not what we're talking about. The specific flat Earth observation that you have contention with. And we already covered your two celestial points of rotation. Nothing's rotating.
You asked me for my contention. I've given you my contention.
I can hear you freaking giggling, okay?
Giggling? Wait, brother, are you well? Are you feeling?
Fuck that shit.
I wanted to hear.
Not jumping rope with that guy again. Oh, you want to hear? You want to hear him give non-specific, not distinct generalities and bullshit? You want to hear that for fucking 4 hours? Never answer a question, never respond to anything. What do you say about the horizon? 1-800-CRIES. What do you say about the horizon? Is it physical or is it optical?
Indeed, I guarantee if I'm to have a conversation with someone else, we could probably have a cordial discussion on the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, because they'll put up with bullshit. I won't.
Well, you would say it's bullshit, wouldn't you?
It's a bullshit because I've asked you direct questions and you won't answer. To clarify your position. Okay? But you won't answer because you want to have an unfalsifiable position. One that's amorphous, that can change at any moment. Is the horizon physical?
Sorry, I'm not trying to ignore you, but who is Mez Dazza Oliver?
I don't care.
Just some guy in the chat. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can try and answer your questions.
The horizon, the thing that, okay, you said the horizon blocks the sun. Right? The Earth blocks the sun. That Earth, the end of it, is the horizon. That's the dividing line. Okay? That thing, that line, is not physical. So I can say, hey, the horizon blocks the sun, no problem. It's blocked by an optical effect, and that's all. Can't possibly be physical, as a matter of logic.
As I
by the law of non-contradiction.
Can you please share the video that I sent? I think it's really interesting, and I think it will provide a lot of utility in this debate. And
no,
it's actually
I'm not sharing it until you say specifically whether the horizon is physical or not.
Fucking yeah, the horizon's physical. I would say.
You're not going to win this, dude. Okay? You're going to capitulate or you're going to go.
You fucking boring bastard. I'm not trying to win, I'm just...
Okay, so then answer the question. Now for the 7th time.
I said it was physical, yeah, the horizon's physical.
So,
it would seem to be.
Can you explain how it moves around, how the physical edge of the Earth changes?
The atmosphere...
The geometry. No. The atmosphere is not the geometry of the Earth.
Wait,
the atmosphere is not the geometry.
So if you ask me a question...
The atmosphere is not the geometry of the Earth.
But
I asked you how the geometry of the Earth changes.
You're allowed to have your contention with my answer, but this will go a lot smoother if you just allow me to answer the question.
No, you need to answer the question I actually asked, not answer the one I didn't ask.
This is my answer, fella.
So your answer is not to answer. I want to know how the geometry changes, because you claimed it's geometry. So that means the geometry must change when we see the horizon. Oh, appears to change. So that thing that appears to change when it goes somewhere else, is that the geometry of the Earth?
Well, the eyes aren't necessarily a good indicator of what. But we understand that the atmosphere.
It's your own claim under the bus.
No, we understand the atmosphere bends light.
No, we don't understand that.
Well, maybe you don't understand it, but scientists understand it.
That's horseshit. You're just making that up.
So, refraction.
Yeah, chant it some more. Listen, I read every peer-reviewed paper on terrestrial refraction going back 150 fucking years. You don't know a goddamn thing about it. Nobody's claiming. Yeah, that's what I did.
And you're still a flat earther.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther because of refraction. You get it?
Okay.
He's going to want proof that your optical illusion, whatever you guys are just talking about, he's going to want proof that exists or that it's true.
I don't understand what you mean.
Not you. I'm talking to him. Like, whatever he's saying, the infraction of light, like, you don't believe that the infraction of light or whatever is true or something like that.
No, there's something called terrestrial refraction. Okay, refraction of light exists, certainly. Okay, but there's a hypothesis called terrestrial refraction, which claims that light bends around the curve of the Earth at any amount needed to make the Earth just look flat. Okay, this is the claim. Okay, but simultaneously, they also have the claim where there's a geometric horizon that blocks boats. I don't know how you tell the difference between which is the geometry and which is the true horizon, which is the geometric horizon and which is the apparent horizon. See, what this is just trying to make an unfalsifiable claim. So no observation of the horizon except for some the geometric claim could possibly be true, but then they disavow the geometric claim.
Can you please show the video that I sent?
Yeah, when you answer. You have to tell me how the geometry moves around.
So I'll say it again. If you deny my answer, that's fine. But the physical geometry doesn't move around. But what we perceive to be the horizon is purely just that, a perception. And it can be ambiguous, let's say.
Okay, fantastic. So the thing we perceive to be the horizon that blocks the sun, which is just our perception, is not the physical edge of the Earth.
I'm saying it is.
You just said it wasn't.
No, I'm saying there is a physical thing that blocks.
Yeah, but
let's say
the horizon. The horizon is the thing that blocks the sun, correct?
Based on our perception, that
is the horizon the thing that blocks the sun?
Of course.
But is the horizon the thing that blocks the sun?
Of course.
And you just said the horizon is just a non-physical thing that's just our perception.
Oh, didn't say that. Fucking tune your ears in.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Did I? Fucking clip it back and send it to me, you absolute sausage.
Yeah. Mad because you're getting cooked?
No, I'm so mad, buddy.
Please watch your language, please, Seneca. Please.
Wait, sausage? There's no way sausage is banned.
You keep dropping the F-bombs.
You don't have to worry.
So if I misquoted you, if I misquoted you, please tell us what the horizon is again.
So
it's not the geometry. What is it?
No, I would say there is a geometrical horizon, but it changes depending on our perception of it or our position or height.
Okay, we're talking about from a single height, you can see it move around.
Due to certain atmospheric effects.
But that's not the geometry moving around.
I'm saying it perceives... brother, of course I'm not saying the physical fucking geometry is moving around. I'm saying our perception...
Yeah, I know. What do you mean perception? What does that mean?
Do you want to just evolve into semantics? The way we perceive.
No, I just want to know exactly. No, I don't want you to be able to weasel out.
Yeah, I'm weaseling out, buddy. I'm shivering in my boots.
Oh God.
The perception is like you can be at point A and you're like 6 feet off the ground, or you can be at point B and you're like 100 feet off the ground.
Well, like perception implies that. Perception implies that there's actually not light hitting your eyes and that like you're just hallucinating.
Wait, what?
Like a psychological perception.
That's retarded.
No, just as well documented. There's the perception of something versus the empirical, just sensory. There's sensorial perception, but then there's mental perception. They're not necessarily the same thing.
Emil.
Do you mean perspective?
Wait. Okay. I mean, I said both of those things, by the way.
I know you said everything is both things at the same time for everything you say.
Yeah. So give me 30 seconds. Won't take long. So if you measure the sun, if you get a sort of machine or mechanism that follows the track of the sun, you will see that when it gets to the more dense, humid atmosphere, it will. The actual sun will set before our perceived sun, which shows the refraction with a refraction
cool
index.
Story, bro.
Brother, hold on. You think it's a story? I can send you videos of it if you think it's a fucking story.
You can send the videos of the sun setting before the sun sets.
Yeah, literally, I can do that. Fellas, I'm glad you got a fucking kick out of that. But anyway, so yeah, it shows that due to certain atmospheric effects, the sun can actually set before we perceive it to set. So, like,
how would you demonstrate that if it did it before you perceived it?
I'll send the video, and you'll look like right dickheads when you watch the video and realize you're a bunch of.
Is it like clairvoyance? Is it like clairvoyance?
Not clairvoyance. It's just basic fucking empirical observations.
Okay, no, it's not, because you said you don't see it.
No, hold on. I really don't. I know I'm going to get.
You said that the actual setting happens before. You said the actual setting happens before the visual setting.
Perceive it to set, yes, because of atmospheric refraction, the density.
How do you know it's set before your perception?
So listen. I fucking preface this by saying how we can see that it sets, but you didn't listen
before the perception. Well, Indy, if you see it set, that is perception.
Hold on.
Twice.
Hold on, Indio. I gave you an example of why we know that it sets before it does. So if you were listening, can you tell me what that example was? I gave you the example. All right, so you weren't listening, so you're stupid, right? So I'll say it again. One more time, you got to tune yourself.
Yeah.
So if we were to, so we know that the sun moves in a consistent velocity. So let's say we're to use again. I'll have to figure out what machine it is or whatever it is. But basically, or you can even use a camera to track the sun at its same velocity. This, if you line it up with a pinpoint, the sun will appear to be above what the camera tracks, which is showing that it's due to atmospheric effects. The sun appears to be above the actual sun. Thanks for playing,
bro.
So basically,
I'll try and find the video.
You think because you have because you have an equatorial mount and it's tracking the sun for some period of time. When it continues and it stops following the sun, it's actually still following the real sun, and the sun that you see is just an optical illusion.
That's what he's saying.
Is that your argument?
So are you unfamiliar with the concept of optical illusions?
I am, okay. But I'm also the concept of empirical evidence. Because your model breaks at the horizon isn't my problem. That's your problem. But you know what that means? That would follow a flat Earth, not a globe. Because if you presuppose you have a spinning globe and it's following the sun, right? Then when it loses the sun at the horizon, which is exactly where it would lose it, that's evidence against the globe.
Give me a sec.
He's saying there's like a fracture in the light that, like, even though it should be gone, we still
so much
see
for
it.
climbing the Burj Khalifa to be able to see the sunset again. So what you really see, you can climb the Burj Khalifa to watch the optical illusion again.
So, are you denying that the atmosphere bends light upwards?
It doesn't simply bend light. It's an oversimplification. It's a serious oversimplification.
I can literally
bordering on Dunning-Kruger.
Okay, so right, so if you want your whole if you want your whole flat Earth view annihilated, just stream the video I sent you. I dare you. I actually dare you.
Wolfie's video? Oh, like how old is that video? Don't you think we've seen it? Did Wolfie measure the size of the sun?
Wait. I just want you to look at that and just be intellectually honest with yourself.
I've already seen it 5 years ago.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
We'll have him DM it to you.
Can I ask you a question about that video, please? Please. So, does that sun look like it is traveling away from you?
I can't tell because you zoomed in too far.
Oh no, that's brother. So the short answer is no, because it's not getting any fucking smaller, is it?
Okay, you can't tell. Did he measure it? Did he measure the solar diameter?
So it's not getting any
that's
smaller,
what I thought.
Which
right?
no,
Hold on. It does,
hold on.
because if you measure the width of the sun, if you measure the solar diameter, it does get smaller. You're just making that up, and you know you're making it up. And he tries to show a clip that's right at the end, so that it's such a small period of time at the horizon, you're not going to notice it. But if you measure it from from when it marks solar noon to the time it's on the horizon, it does change in angular size.
Get your words out, darling. Listen, so
it does.
Here's an analogy.
Acknowledge that it does, dude.
So there's a very small discrepancy in the angular size. Nowhere near enough. Well, a few.
How much is enough? How much is enough?
Well, purely because you can look at something and know that it's not getting small enough to disappear.
Okay, that's not a quantity.
Law of perspective.
I want a quantity, dude.
Oh,
I want you to quantify it.
This is retarded.
Yeah. Again, you're whining because this is just rhetoric. Rhetoric don't rule the day in here. Evidence does. So if you're going to say the sun doesn't, if you're going to say the sun doesn't change in angular size, you're going to need to measure it and quantify it.
Not much. Okay, so I've just given you an example in which it doesn't seem to change in angular size. It has the same angular size in which.
What was the measurements?
You're to throw a fucking basketball.
What were the measurements, dude?
And whoever this guy is in this chat.
You're getting boring, Seneca.
All right, well, I'll leave.
No, you'll just shut up. Look, dude. We deal with evidence here, not stories. If you're going to say the sun doesn't change in angular size, you need to bring in the measurements. Of course, he bounced. Oh, no, he's still here. Okay, so you're going to need to bring in the measurements. Right? Just like they would do in any peer-reviewed paper, you got to have data. So without data, we can't evaluate your claim. It's just a claim. So please find some data. Okay? Wolfie doesn't measure the angular size of the sun. Plenty of people have, right? And it always changes size. It gets smaller. Okay? You're just bringing in fucking anti-flat earther on the internet talking points. Even in the peer-reviewed literature, it says it changes angular size.
Which type of anti-flat earther would you categorize this one as, Indio? It's definitely a particular type that I've noticed. Very similar to like the Danny Turner type of anti-flat earther. It's these really like low IQ guys, usually pommies, which is interesting. And they want to become anti-flat earthers, but they absolutely suck at it. Seneca is absolutely one of these Danny Turner type anti-flat earthers. Just like the weakest arguments.
Yeah, he's got nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Just like that Danny Turner guy, bro. You know who I'm talking about? That guy does the Rumble streams. He comes in and he just like he's watched some Simon Dan and some Professor Dave, and he comes in every single time. He just gets schooled, right? But he's too dumb to actually take in the responses, right? So it kind of goes in one ear and out the other. So he just kind of continues on with the same argument. Doesn't matter what you say to him. He doesn't understand it, but he's too proud to admit any of that. So he'll just kind of continue on his little merry way, spouting his nonsense. Yeah, very similar to this guy.
Yeah, and boring.
Oh my god, so boring. Even he was boring himself. He kept yawning.
Right. I mean, is that what they're going to say? Like, we get people come in and say, well, you can climb the Burj Khalifa and watch the sunset again, you know?
Oh man, they say like this, yeah. That.
So what are you to see the illusion again that Seneca's claiming?
Yeah. Yeah, so someone find me one sunset that's setting over the actual horizon at the right distance. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Show me the. Let's go down to 1 foot and watch the sun set over the 1.2 mile horizon.
Right.
See the sunset in front of the oil platforms.
The actual sun over the actual horizon.
Yeah.
In your dreams.
Hey, over fences. Hello.
Hello, welcome in.
Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
I wouldn't say I believe it. I'd say I observe it, and you can measure it, and that's how it's used.
I see. And what about space? Is it real? Is space real?
There's space between things, right? So there's like length and width and depth and volume.
No. I'm talking about outer space.
No, I don't believe in outer space. Used to.
Where's the sun and moon located? Where's the sun and moon located, man?
In the sky.
The sky. So how is sky different than outer space?
Above us.
So how is sky different than outer space? What's the difference
space?
Paradox, what part of this are you failing to understand? Because C-Dub's already answered your question.
Why don't you people believe in space, man? Why don't you people believe in space?
Why would we just blindly believe in something that can't be validated? Right? You think that you're on a big spinning ball that's covered in water inside a vacuum, like the most powerful vacuum chamber to exist, essentially. Right? That's ridiculous. But it's also... Well, it's not ridiculous. It is ridiculous, right? Scientifically, logically, it's absolutely ridiculous, but it's not ridiculous and you're not silly for believing it, right? Because that's what everyone's taught from a young age, right? So I don't think less of you for believing in that, but once you actually look into it and try to test it and think about it, the idea of it is ridiculous, but I don't hold it against you because you believe in it.
Do you believe this? Do you used to believe the same before?
Of course, absolutely, bro. Everyone did.
How did you change?
Well, I did a hell of a lot of research into long distance observations and laser tests and all sorts of things that are impossible on a globe. And then I went and actually, I had the good fortune of living on the biggest saltwater lake in Australia back in 2016 to 2018. And, I had a boat and I bought a super zoom camera and I had a 20 kilometer stretch across the lake. And I was able to go and test for Earth curvature all the time, right? And I could validate that it cannot possibly be a globe, right? I could set up my camera on one side of the 20-kilometer stretch of water, right, on a nice clear day, and I could zoom in and I could see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, 20 kilometers away, right, just from a few feet above the surface of the water. I could zoom all the way across the lake. Now, if the Earth was a globe, there should be around 100 feet of curvature over that distance.
And what about NASA, Cosmos, and other space agencies telling us that the Earth is globe?
Yeah, well, I mean, NASA's been caught faking all sorts of things, right? So, I mean, I can't trust NASA, right? Everyone knows. I mean, anyone that's looked into NASA knows that we can't really just blindly trust NASA because they've been caught lying so many times. Also, right, if the Earth tests as flat here on the surface, obviously what they're showing us has to be false. You know, most of the stuff NASA shows you is admitted to be CGI and that kind of thing anyway. So, yeah. And also, right, without saying it's fake, we can't validate it. You know, we can validate whether there's curvature here on the Earth, right? Anyone can go and do these long distance observation that has the means, but we can't validate what NASA's giving us. It's faith-based.
I see. And what do you think? What universe is? Is Earth is the universe?
Well, no, it's I'm not sure. You know, it's not something that we can easily validate. You know, people can speculate about that kind of thing, but we're not really claiming to know everything. We're not claiming to know things that we can't possibly test. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Flat's not a shape. Flat's the description of a surface area. You know, we can test the surface area and it's flat, right? That's what flat Earth means. So we don't know how the entire sky works, right? It's amazing. It's a mystery, right? It's kind of like a big clock where everything moves in cycles. And then the Earth, you could kind of think of as the foundation of the system that we live in, right? Which is like a flat topographical plane. Mountains, hills and valleys, you know, and a lot of water covering the surface that's flat. And yeah, we have like the celestial bodies in the sky moving like a big clock.
What are your thoughts on Antarctica?
Antarctica is
Oh, yeah. You can go first, Paradox.
You go ahead, man.
I was asking the one just talking.
Yeah, so Antarctica, I'm not sure, man. I've never been there. I can't confirm what the entirety of Antarctica is. You know, it could be a landmass, you know, or it could be something more. There's a lot of mysteries, a lot of interesting mysteries about it. You know what's interesting? If you go on Google Earth, right, or Google Maps,
it's all blocked off on the very center South Pole.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you can do on Google Earth, right? You can see Antarctica if you zoom out. But if you try to do a distance, you use the distance markation tool, right? You can draw a distance around any continent, any island, any country, and it will tell you the distance around that, right? You do the same thing on Antarctica, it won't tell you, right? It comes up with an error. It's really weird. You know, and there's no like claimed satellite imagery that shows the entirety of Antarctica or anything like that. There's so many mysteries surrounding exactly what Antarctica is. So, you know, it's not something that people can freely, without a strict permit, go and explore. Right? Same with the sky, right? There's actually a legal limit that civilians are allowed to actually go up to in the sky, right? There's a treaty for that. And there's also a treaty called the Antarctic Treaty, which stops free exploration beyond 60 degrees south as well. So you need to get a crazy permit that has these crazy rules attached to it.
Wait a minute. Did you say that you can trace all 6 continents and they'll give you a distance, but the 7th one, Antarctica, you do the same exact thing? It doesn't do that? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Well, didn't know that. That's interesting too.
Yeah, I'll try to find the video on that. There's a whole bunch of people demonstrating it. It comes up with a weird error. I'll need to check exactly what the error is. But yeah.
Also, the North Pole DJ shows that the North Pole is just ocean.
Yeah, that's interesting as well. You know, when you start looking at the old any maps before the 1700s, that's not the case.
Oh yeah.
It's not the case in old maps and also in their claim, because they claim that people went to the center of the North Pole. And it wasn't just water. I'm not assuming that those people really went to the North Pole, to the center. They claim that, so they have to just adjust their maps.
So if you had just a hypothesis of what Antarctica is, with the best of your ability, just guess. Like, what do you think it is? Do you think there is some type of hidden center, the South Pole we don't know about? Like, if it is just the surrounding of our map when they try to make it look like a globe, or is it just like a big ice wall type of thing? Or anything? What do you think?
You need to go and verify. You can't just assume things.
Well, you don't have to state it as a fact. It's just, what are your assumptions? What are you more leaning towards?
I don't really have specific assumptions. I don't really know, so.
I understand what you're saying. For a reason you want us to imagine and speculate. You ever imagine something that you've never had an idea for? Like, imagine something brand new. See how impossible it is.
Like imagining a new color that no one's ever seen?
Or a new shape, or a new anything. You're just going to think of something you've already experienced. And you could put a chair and a horse in your mind together, but again, you're not gonna imagine something out of nothing. Not possible. Now you can take ideas, you can put them together and all that, But as far as asking what you're asking, so imagine this place you've never been. What I could just describe you what Oregon looks like. Because I wouldn't have any other reference. Thank you.
So it's just an unknown type of thing. Like, you just don't really know what to think about it.
That's why you said yes. But I'm proposing to you that you can't imagine something that you've never experienced.
So if you want to assume something, you can assume it
imagine doesn't exist that you don't have any information about. All you're going to do is imagine something you have experienced. So I'm just saying that's dumb. There's a better question, right? Surely, can pull out of our ass.
That's true, Eli. But I'm not against assuming things. If you want to imagine, if you want to have a speculation, be for yourself. It won't be. You won't be sharing that with others as being a fact.
Stop acting like I'm telling you what to do. I said I find it impossible. Now, how about you go ahead and describe Antarctica from your imagination? Don't use Google Earth. Don't use the fact that we think it's an ice. Don't think anything other than something new. And you answer his question. And if you can't, just concede to me that I'm kind of right. But don't argue against me something that I haven't said. I'm not telling you how to think. I'm telling you it's impossible.
Isn't a hypothesis not necessarily a fact? Isn't it just a hypothesis? like, can't someone create a hypothesis about something they haven't truly seen yet, based off of the?
This is built based off of an observation in the first place.
Like, let's say.
Think about that. You just asked us if we could have a hypothesis without observing, and observing is the first step.
All right, so like, let's say there's something hidden inside of a room, and you cannot see it, and you cannot hear it, but you're able to see what goes in and what comes out, and you're able to find out what it wants and what it doesn't want. You know, like, you can have a hypothesis about what that is. It doesn't say the hypothesis is true.
Yeah, but you have an observation. To coming in and out of the room. To coming in and out of the room, that's your observation.
That is your observation, yes. So, like, we can have those type of observations about Antarctica. Like, just even though we can't see it, like, we haven't seen it, similar to let's say there's something hidden in a room, you cannot see it, but you're able to see what goes in it, and you're able to see what goes out of it.
So, going back into so make that point with Antarctica. Somebody's supposed to be coming from and to, but still we have nothing. Like, what's your point in that?
I'm just asking, what is your personal, like, guess, your hypothesis?
Guess was, I told you what I told you. You then came up with this room thing. I'm asking you, what the fuck did that mean? That's where we're at in the conversation.
Okay, so I'm just telling you, because you said that you cannot guess about something that you haven't seen. Like, you can guess about it based off of the evidence surrounding it.
Okay, so what's surrounding Antarctica that we're trying to guess to?
You're like reflecting, you're mirroring my question that I gave to you at me now. So instead of you answering like, what is your hypothesis about Antarctica, you're just asking me, okay, well, what's your hypothesis, without giving me yours.
It's not a hypothesis.
Yeah, okay, your guess. What word do you want me to use?
Listen, stop being rude. You're prompting me to do something that I just told you is impossible. Then you gave an example of, well, we can't do the thing I'm telling you is impossible, but surely you can see somebody enter and leave a room. I'm like, okay, so how do you relate that to what you're trying to get me to understand so that I can properly respond to you when it comes to Antarctica? What did you mean? And you're like, and you're like, thing is, I'm asking you what your this is, and you're no, you more information. I can answer your question, but right.
You keep breaking in and out of the. So you're asking me, like, for my hypothesis, my assumption of what Antarctica is?
No, not really. You don't have a hypothesis. That's a lot. Yeah, I mean, you're not. It's not a hypothesis.
I'm gonna look up the definition of hypothesis to even figure out if my grammar is correct or not.
That's not really gonna help you, because Google says a whole bunch of shit. You gotta understand what the doesn't matter.
You can use the word speculation instead of hypothesis. That would be more accurate.
A supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. That's like the same way.
What limited? Okay, if that's what you mean, that's fine. That's not a hypothesis in science, but I understand what you mean now. What limited information do we have about Antarctica?
Of what?
What limited information do we have about so that we can? That's what the fuck I asked you in the beginning. Okay, so somebody coming in and out of the room is not going to say much because that's all you said. So I was like, okay, how am I going to be guessing based off of what with the Antarctica? Guess what?
You don't. I'm not asking you what's right or wrong. I'm not asking you fact that I'm going to say, oh, no, that's wrong, or oh, yeah, that's right. That's not what I'm asking. Like, even if it was someone or something we couldn't see in a room, but we seen this type of person come in.
Do, but you're saying it is possible. So I'm saying, okay, give me a little something. Prove that it is possible. And you're not even doing it.
Wait, you're not even in and out a lot. What did you say?
You're not even doing it. So at the end of the day.
Okay, so you're mirroring my question that I gave to you at me. So you want to know what my hypothesis is.
It's not a mirror. It's not a mirror. I told you that's impossible. How the fuck can I tell you or guess about a place that I've not experienced? I don't have any information about it. What? It's snowy. Okay. What's my guess? It's cold. What else can I determine?
If that's it, that's okay. If that's all you got, that's okay. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, it's cold.
It's just a snowy cold place. Okay, boom. There it is. That's your answer. That's all I wanted.
Didn't you already know that?
It doesn't matter if I knew it or not, or if that was my guess or not. I was just asking, what is yours? That's all I was asking.
Yeah, question that has something to do with the topic, like something.
What was it? What was it about? What did you say?
To ask something actually relevant.
Relevant to what? Flat Earth?
Yeah, do you have anything other than, can you imagine something you've never experienced before? Do you have anything better than that to do with your time to ask us?
Are you like degrading my question of just what do you think of Antarctica?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, your question will only get you at best someone's best guess at something they've never experienced or thought about. Okay, we did that. Now, do you have a better question? Something that we can actually test, know, observe, actually?
I feel like you're like coming at me negatively or something like the whole time. You break in and out a lot.
Do you think I'm mean because I tried to peacefully tell you, well, I can't really imagine what I haven't experienced. And you basically, just like a guy presses a girl to go on a date, you basically pressed me to answer. So we got to an answer that you were finally satisfied with. Now I'm asking you, do you have any better questions other than something that has to do with imagination only? And you're like, you feel like I'm coming at you away. Like, that's weird. You see what I'm saying? Like, these people control how you feel and what you do and what you say. And the moment you have your own brain and you're like, well, I don't think I can imagine something I've never experienced, really. And what good would that do? And he's acting like I'm mad at him.
I mean, I'm keeping it cordial. I'm not calling you any names. You know what I mean? I'm not like trying to degrade.
Did I call you any names? See what I'm saying?
Fuck. I guess you're hitting me with that. Yeah, I guess you haven't.
Right.
But I don't know shit. I mean, I was just asking, what do you think about Antarctica? That's all I was asking.
All right, you got your answer. If that's all you're asking, that was a little empty for me. I wish I had a better conversation. That's just the honest truth.
It's empty. You think it's just a cold, snowy place?
Well, that's what they say. I've never been there, so I don't have an experience.
Okay. So if things are like released on the news saying like Antarctica is really like one big ice wall and we don't know what's at the South Pole, since it's also like hidden from Google Earth and stuff like that, like we can't really see the exact center of the South Pole, and it's released on the news saying like it is an ice wall and there's something else out there that is being hidden from us, would you believe that, or would you say like I haven't been there, so I just don't know?
I don't appeal to authority, especially in matters that can be known. I just, if I had a thought that I don't know, Brooklyn didn't exist, and I live in Queens, I just go there. I wouldn't sit there, watch the news, do nothing, and then use my brain to give it any credence. No, I wouldn't do that. I mean,
so
why would I have to appeal? Why would I have to? Now, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Why would anyone, you yourself, have to appeal to an authority for truth that you can't yourself validate?
Why should I appeal? Like, give in, kind of, you're saying?
Give me a good reason.
I mean,
and keep in mind, governments lie, and that's not even.
I know that. I know that.
So that's not even in question. That doesn't even have to do with flat Earth. That just has to do with in general. So now I'm asking you again, why? Why? Especially from a known lying source, because you said
yes. Yes.
Why watch TV and then just because they're an authority, just accept what they say? No, I'm not.
I never said you had to. I was just asking if you would.
I told you my answer. Then my question to you was, why would you?
Why would I? I mean, I never said I would, but if you're asking why would I?
Well, if you wouldn't, then give the same answer I gave, and then my response would be, why the hell did you ask the question then?
I just wanted to see where your mind was. What I just wanted to get to know the person I'm talking to.
Yeah, I don't appeal to authority. I kind of try not to commit any fallacies. You know what fallacies a glober must commit in order to believe in a globe?
Huh.
Begging the question, affirming the consequence, and reification. They'll never, ever, ever give you any tidbit of information about the globe without those fallacies. Ever. I don't have to commit those fallacies talking about flat Earth.
What were the fallacies? I'm sorry if I have you repeat. It's just you breaking it out.
Begging the question, affirming the consequence, and reification.
Begging the question. I'm fucking slow, dude. I'm sorry.
That's fine. They got a YouTube of Star Trek Mr. Spock. He goes over all of the logical fallacies. It blows my mind that the people don't actually work out with the tools that'll actually help them. Like there's so much poverty, but people don't actually read the books and put into practice the things that would make you financially stable.
Yeah.
They don't. I mean, people don't do shit, to be honest. A lot of the time, it's sad. You know what's worse? A person who knows what to do and still doesn't do it. I'm one of the laziest people I know.
Yeah. What's your stance on the Earth?
What do you mean? What's my stance on it?
Like, what's your hypothesis?
Hypothesis are reserved for cause and effect relationships, not shapes.
It's what? I just heard hypothesis and shapes.
Reserved for natural physics, not determining what shapes are. So when you ask me what's my hypothesis about a place, I'm going to tell you that's not the proper category. Oh, fuck. So just ask it in a better way. Drop the hypothesis word. Stop trying to sound.
Huh?
Looking for this, but in 24.
You break in and out a lot.
Yeah, this isn't it.
French fries. It's flat. The Earth is flat, not a globe.
Okay. So if I was asking you, what's your hypothesis about Earth? Maybe I should have said like the shape of Earth or something.
Yeah. What are the shapes? Yeah. Well, we're not claiming shapes. That's not what we're doing here. Flat isn't a shape. You understand?
It's not.
No, flat isn't a shape.
I'm trying to see if they have this one.
Let me ask you this: is your table flat?
In the question, affirming the consequence, and reification. They'll never, ever, ever give you any tidbit of information about the globe without those fallacies. Ever. I don't have to commit those fallacies talking about flat Earth.
What were the fallacies? I'm sorry if I have you repeat. It's just you break in and out.
Begging the question, affirming the consequence, and reification.
Begging the question. I'm fucking slow, dude. I'm sorry.
That's fine. They got a YouTube of Star Trek Mr. Spock. He goes over all of the logical fallacies. It blows my mind that the people don't actually work out with the tools that'll actually help them. Like there's so much poverty, but people don't actually read the books and put into practice the things that would make you financially stable.
Yeah.
They don't. I mean, people don't do shit, to be honest. A lot of the time, it's sad. You know what's worse? A person who knows what to do and still doesn't do it. I'm one of the laziest people I know.
Yeah. What's your stance on the Earth?
What do you mean? What's my stance on it?
Like, what's your hypothesis?
Hypothesis of reserve are cause and effect relationships, not shapes.
It's what? I just heard hypothesis and shapes.
Reserved for natural physics, not determining what shapes are. So when you ask me what's my hypothesis about a place, I'm going to tell you that's not the proper category. Oh, fuck. So just ask it in a better way. Drop the hypothesis word. Stop trying to sound.
Huh?
Looking for this, but in 24.
You break in and out a lot.
Yeah, this isn't it.
French fries. It's flat. The Earth is flat, not a globe.
Okay. So if I was asking you, what's your hypothesis about Earth? Maybe I should have said like the shape of Earth or something.
Yeah, what is the shape?
Yeah, well, we're not claiming shapes. That's not what we're doing here. Flat isn't a shape. You understand?
It's not.
No, flat isn't a shape.
I'm trying to see if they have this one.
Let me ask you this: is your table flat?
The top surface is flat.
Right, but the whole table is. It's not a shape. A flat isn't a shape, right? It's just
I guess so. It's not.
Yeah, it's a surface description. So your table's flat. The Earth is flat. It's not a shape.
Thank you. True.
Do you think it's a globe?
I mean, shit, I've been taught that.
Yeah, we were taught that too, but what evidence did they give you?
Telescopes and mathematics about the curvature.
Mathematics? Did they show you any measurement of the curvature or just the theoretical math?
If they did, I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, they didn't, because you can't measure something that doesn't exist.
Let me ask y'all something, because I do remember science. I went outside. We did stuff when it came to photosynthesis. Like we looked at leaves and stuff. Y'all did that? We did everything other than validate the curvature of the Earth. I swear to God, that's what.
Yeah, that was never in the curriculum. Other than they just told you gravity.
Yeah, I just remember them rattling on about the solar system and everything more than the actual Earth itself.
Yeah.
And you brought in telescopes. And does the telescope like go out and come back in to show you the whole thing of Earth, or the telescope just shows you what the sky and the stars are, or what you can see from it?
Yeah, they're pretty much telling you that. Yeah, they're trying to make people think that if there are balls of light or whatever in the sky, then you can assume that the ground is a ball. When in reality, you can't even confirm that the lights in the sky are balls, to then beg the question that the ground must be a ball. It's kind of crazy. Think about it.
Do you believe that the North Pole is like open to public and it's just a flat kind of?
What do you mean? The North Pole is supposedly not open to the public. You can't go 60 degrees. You can't go 60 degrees south, nor can you get 500 miles within the north.
Really?
Google it. Google it. You know.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there's a bunch of restrictions on your travel. You can't just go wherever you want, especially north and south. We're pretty much stuck in the middle of things, it seems.
I looked it up and it says, yes, you can go to the North Pole by joining a specialized expedition.
Ooh, join a specialized expedition, which typically involves getting all permits, permissions, spending millions of dollars. So basically what they mean is, no, you random guy on Google cannot go to the North Pole.
So if I
mean, that wouldn't tell you the Earth's a globe either. I mean, that wouldn't tell you the Earth's a globe either way, regardless.
If you were able to go to the North Pole and you're able to go to the South Pole, and you did,
still wouldn't tell you the Earth's a globe.
It wouldn't?
No, because the Earth still measures flat, not curved. For it to be a ball, what you really need is curvature, not poles. Because the poles, I mean, you can assume it's a globe with that, but it doesn't have to be. And for it to actually be a ball, it does necessitate curvature, which we don't have.
So if you're able to get to the exact center of the North Pole and you're able to get to the exact center of the South Pole, let's say there was no restrictions.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Finish
the Earth would still be flat.
Correct. Because it measures flat, right?
Well,
so you measure it flat and you travel somewhere. It doesn't matter where you travel. That's not going to change the measurement.
Yeah, if you watch a really good movie,
Is it just me breaking up, or is it him?
No, Elijah, you broke up there. I don't know if you finished off what you were saying. It's maybe got cut off. But yeah, it's like if you measure your table flat, it doesn't matter if there's an ant on it that moves from one side of the table to the other. The table still measures flat, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, unless you get to the different, I don't know if it's called axis or whatever.
Well, but the table still measures flat. So it doesn't matter where you go on it. It's still flat. I mean, people try similar arguments for, like, the sun in the sky and the stars. They'll say, oh, well, if the stars are doing this, then it must be a globe. But then we remind them, no, because it still measures flat. So whatever the stars are doing, whatever the sun is doing, whatever the moon is doing, it's doing it above a flat Earth.
Is there, like, a border to our entire Earth? Like,
well, there's a container. It has to be contained physically in some way, or we wouldn't have gas pressure to breathe, wouldn't have air. So we're not in a vacuum, we know that. We're not in space flying around, like they say. But what that is, I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
So if you're able to walk indefinitely, if you're Superman, you can fly.
Yeah, Superman. Yeah,
let's say
theoretically, I would say it's likely that you'd reach a limit, a confines to the environment. How far that is, how far it goes, I don't think anyone knows. We certainly don't. If anyone's found it, they ain't telling us.
So, do you like? Yeah, I mean, I guess I could say just a guess. Would you guess that that's like near the equator, or like North or South Pole, or do you have anyone in mind where that might be?
Like the equator is like between what we would call North and South. North and South is total speculation. I've never been, and there's so many restrictions, legal and practical, that means very few people have been. So even the accounts are pretty slim. And that's if you're going to trust them, which you can't necessarily. So that's all speculation. Got no idea, really. It's a big mystery. Which is pretty cool, right? Because everyone thinks, oh, I know everything about the Earth. I know how big it is. I know how far it goes. I know what's over here. I know what's over there. In reality, we don't. I mean, you pretty much just know where you've been. That's really all you can reliably say. And obviously places that loads of people go to and get documented very heavily. You can have a pretty good idea about those places, but that's really it.
I mean, I never left California, so, I could be living in a Truman Show.
Well, you might be closer than you think. Why do you think the Truman Show is called the Truman Show? The Truman Show. True man. That's kind of our situation.
Yeah.
We're in a contained system. Not that we're on TV being streamed to someone necessarily, but the idea that we're in a created environment and that we're contained and restricted.
Hello.
That's pretty much it.
Is the Earth is flat?
Correct.
Why?
I don't know. You'd have to ask whoever made it that way.
Okay.
But
Actually, is it
flat,
important?
so
Actually, is it important to know if it's flat or not?
I would say so. I would say it's important to know if you believe you live on a giant spinning ball in a vacuum. I would say it's important to know whether or not that's true. If you're going to base your whole worldview on that.
Let me ask you a question beyond that. If people you love or you knew, your people were being oppressed, that was the truth. Do you think the people being oppressed, knowing the truth would be important or irrelevant?
I don't know.
Because we have examples in Hollywood, we have examples in sports, we have examples in entertainment. It's like musicians. When they talk about being blackballed, when they talk about their words being strawman and not having a platform to speak the truth, like that's what's happening here.
I understand you.
Yeah, we're interested in what's true here. So we're talking about what's true, and we all understand the value of that.
But I have a question.
Maybe it'll take you time to figure out why truth is valuable, but rest assured it is.
I have a question. Like, why they want to hide that the Earth is flat?
Well, we could speculate on that. We're not them, but there's a bunch of different potential motives. I mean, they take a lot of money for it. NASA get $80 million a day just for pumping out Photoshop cartoons of a globe Earth. So would some people lie for a chunk of $80 million a day? Sure, I'd say they would. But in my view, the bigger reason is that they don't want people to know that we're in a created environment and that there's obviously a creator of this place, and therefore maybe the creator's rules. Because they want you thinking that like Donald Trump and Joe Biden are the ultimate authority on Earth, But I think what they're trying to do is basically hide a higher authority who created the place.
Whether or not it's flat or globe, I still think there's a creator.
Well, that's fine and that's fair, but what they've done with the globe story is they've created the possibility of no creator. Whereas on the flat Earth, there's no possibility, right? A motionless, contained, dynamic system that works like a perfect clock and has done for thousands of years cannot accidentally come into being. But the globe, with their stories of the Big Bang, evolution, gravity, and all this, that's the potential for no creator, accidental creation. And that's what they've got a lot of people believe in, especially in the Western world. And look, it's going well. Look outside. Look how society's doing. It's going very well. people don't even know what they are anymore. Some people think they're cats. So it's basically a big effort in making you not understand where you are, how you got here, what you are, what your potential purpose might be. They basically want you thinking you're a meaningless speck of dust that's appeared for no reason. And you might as well just do what you can to make your life easy, which means just do whatever the government says. So it's basically power and control over your mind, body, and soul. No big deal. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
All right, sweet.
I looked up costs to go to the poles. For the North Pole, they said like it can be cheap from like 10,000 to 20,000, but it can be more expensive to have like the luxury. No matter what, it said it's really fucking hard. But it said it
you're
can
not
cost
going
you
to the
around.
North Pole for 10K. No way.
And then for the South Pole, it said 60 to over 100,000.
Yeah, but see, when they say that, what they mean is that you can go on a guided tour where people will take you to specific areas. Like, not like you can just go and travel there yourself and explore.
Yeah, you definitely need someone to guide you.
Yeah, well, these companies, well, you can't go without one. Like, people who try and do this without being chaperoned, essentially, get arrested, thrown in jail, fined.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not something you can just get up and be like, I'm going to do an expedition to the North or South Pole. It's like not easy to do at all.
Yeah, you pick the world's best navigator, like your own private, personal navigator, and go do it. Because what would they not know that a person who has the qualifications to be on a guided tour knows?
Yeah, I mean, especially in the South and that, they've got all these environmental annexes to the Antarctic Treaty, which says you need to get an environmental study done if you even want to step foot there. You know how much it's going to cost to send some guy to go before you to do an entire environmental assessment and draw that up? I mean, like, you're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars just to do that. That's before they'll even consider letting you go, and then they can just reject it, and you ain't getting the money back. So it's like, yeah, it's essentially prohibitive for any normal person to be going. But they do have to protect the penguins, you know? There's a lot of ice out there and some penguins that need looked after, so it makes sense that no one can go. Gotta save those penguins. I mean, the Russians, the Chinese, they all agree, you know, how famous the Russians and the Chinese are for their care for animal welfare. Yeah, they really love the penguins too. So if anyone ever tells you, hey, our government and the corporations that they support don't care about animal welfare, you say no. They've locked us off from going to Antarctica since the 60s because they love the penguins and the animals so much.
That might be true.
Our government love us after all. At least they love the penguins. They love them so much that if you go unauthorized in some kind of ship, they'll threaten to blow you up with a Navy ship if there's one near enough by. They'll say, listen, sir, we love these penguins so much that if you don't turn around right now, we are literally going to wipe you out with a missile. That's how much they love the penguins. Can you believe it? I never knew that the US government loved the penguins that much until I got into Flat Earth.
You guys keep saying you can see beyond the horizon, but you guys always ignore the refraction that caused by the cold air.
Well, you guys always ignore that a globe is supposed to have physical Earth curvature, and you don't have any.
Well, we do.
They don't. What are you talking about?
Is it hidden behind?
When you say refraction, sorry, Elijah, when you say refraction, you admit you see past the physical geometric Earth curvature.
Yeah, that's that curve you need for the globe that you don't have.
It's because of refraction. And why do you guys keep ignoring that? Are there any reasons for that?
No, is curvature hidden behind the refraction? I guess so. I want to, because everybody was here. I don't want to get into the rigmarole. Just answer the question: is it behind the refraction or something? Is that what the curve is?
Or the curve is the refraction?
It's not behind the refraction. It's refraction what causing you guys can see beyond the horizon.
Right, but where's the curve? That's what we need. We don't care about your refraction code. Where's the curve?
The curve is not a geometric horizon. Then continuing from that point, what do we do to determine the curvature of the surface? That's the point.
Watch TV.
Look at the moon. Oh no, let's keep it going. I thought you was gonna be just as snappy.
Jump.
That's a good one. Jump. Open your eyes.
Come on, guy. What do we do for the curve? Where's the curve?
Why are you guys laughing when you say open your eyes? Are you trying to say something?
Yeah, because there's no curve.
Oh, okay.
Like, why would you come in here on refraction without even having curvature considered? Like, you can't just jump to refraction. That's just a cope about why there isn't any curve. You need to get substantiating some curve. So we've given you a number of options that the Globers normally like to go for curve. You can look at the moon. You can jump. You could, open your eyes, like Elijah said. Which one do you go for to prove the curve?
Oh, north.
What?
That's it.
I don't know. It's mumbling.
I'm trying to go on mute. It's not letting me.
Oh. So who was the guy who was talking about refraction? Is he still here? Did he leave?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, so who's measured this curvature that you're claiming is made invisible by refraction?
It's not a claim, it's a formula. You can search up. You know, you guys always like to show the video where you guys.
Right, what measurements is it based on, though? Because the formula is going to assume curvature.
Remember, you guys always show us a video about the Great Salt Lake that done a laser test, right?
Well, there's hundreds of examples of no curvature. Doesn't really matter which one.
Right. Well, I do.
Have you got one that shows the curve?
You can't let people finish, do you?
So it's taken a while. Because I asked the original question about getting evidence for the curve, but you're not going on to that.
No, you're purposefully cutting me off just to route back to the topic on no curvature. I'm not talking about curvature here, right?
You are, though, because you said refraction. So you're assuming curvature.
I'm going to play you how, buddy. Can you let me finish?
Go on, then.
So in that video, it shows that with 33 kilometers, 21 miles, to be exact, and you're not supposed to see what lies across the lake, because of the curvature of the Earth, 230 feet will be obstructed. But here's the thing. According to refraction, which you can input this data in the formula, it shows, because of refraction, it shows exactly how much it has obstruct. So
no, that's post hoc theoretical math. That's not anything to do with reality.
Exactly. You got to prove your curvature exists in order for you to be able to see around it.
Yeah, because this is what the Globers are doing. Like, it doesn't matter what distance is seen. They're not putting a formula out beforehand. They're just doing a formula afterwards and saying, this is how much refraction would need to be present for us to see this distance. Therefore, that's what's happening. That's totally fallacious. It's not logical. It's not scientific. It's not empirical. It's fantasy cope. So we're not really looking for fantasy cope here. We're looking for measurements and proof.
Yep. No excuses.
So, got any of that?
Nope.
Because so far your argument basically just boils down to we don't detect any curvature, but we've got an excuse as to why we don't detect any curvature.
How are you going to defend when I'm making a claim that you can see beyond the horizon due to refraction?
Well, your claim assumes curvature. That was the whole point.
I provide there is a formula for you to calculate that, but you failed to.
What's the proof of your curve, Leif? What's the proof that the curve
you
exists?
failed me to provide me any counter argument.
What is the proof the curve exists?
Okay, so you said you've got no curvature. We already know that. So you said you got a formula. So for a 1 foot observation height, using your formula with refraction, how far should the horizon be? Let's say on generally normal conditions. What's your formula? Do you not have one?
You can search it up.
Someone gave us. I pressed somebody the other day for it, Cyclone. They gave us 12.4 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But we shot that down with the observation from Canada. Yeah, it didn't matter. 3 inches above the water. Canada shot across the lake. Yeah, you see way well beyond that.
Yeah, this is why they won't. This is why they refuse or try not to desperately put any actual hard numbers or claims to the claim, because they know it'll just be debunked instantly. So they have to keep it super vague. Okay, let's go back to French fries. He was having a coherent conversation.
What's up?
The claim that is geometric in the first, but even let's say, we dumped my experience and knowledge out of my head and we just went to Normie Town. I just gotta Google the furthest distance to the horizon possible, including all atmospheric effects, including extreme atmospheric effects. What would the maximum distance to the horizon be? Guess what?
Yeah,
Google
what does it give you?
Guess what? Google gives you an answer. And guess what else? A Glober will always reject it regardless. They'll never give you a number. They'll be like, well, no, you got it. Okay, what number? Give me a number. Give me a distance, any distance that can be tested. They won't do it.
What was your question?
There's no such thing as the distance to the horizon. So if you Google it, Google says that there's a distance, but if you cut the Glober by showing him, hey, look, this claim is false, they will then say there's no way to get, they won't say it, but they will never give you a formula or any distance to the horizon, ever.
Yeah. Can't do it.
So
there's no curve, so there's no globe, so there's no globe in space. It's all a fantasy.
And your claim's unfalsifiable.
So I don't even like telling them that, because to them that means good, great. And it's definitely a globe.
Yeah. Well, it actually
so
is
it's flat or
falsifiable.
not?
Yeah, it's flat.
No,
just like you observe when you go to the beach and you see the horizon, flat horizon, no spinning ground. You're not spinning around in a ball, flying through a vacuum of space. It's just a flat, motionless Earth, like we all experience. What you see is what you get. Crazy. Whoa, you crazy flat earthers. How dare you say we can trust our senses and what every human being has always experienced about Earth? Haven't you seen the space cartoons?
Weird thing about like calculating the curvature. Maybe from going to the east and west is different, but I don't know actually. But like they say the globe, they say the globe is like wider at the equator and thinner at the poles. So it's like if there's
like
if there's some type of calculation, like wouldn't it be?
No, it doesn't affect it at all. It's so minuscule.
Yeah,
No,
0.3.
Even that claim is so minuscule.
Yeah, the number 0.3%.
That is funny.
But describe to him what the claim. Describe to him what it actually is. Like, percentages is blah. But it's like when you say, well, from east to west or from the equator, it's chubbier. All they're talking about is like a couple feet over, the diameter of the Earth. That's it. It's not anything perceivable. It's just a mathematical know-how.
Yeah, that's just more. It's just more lore to make people think. Well, it's so multifaceted. It's so complicated. There's so many nuances. It must be true. No, it's just like very detailed Dungeons and Dragons, Warhammer 40k fantasies. But no, it's I mean, you can type into Google curvature calculator or distance to horizon calculator. All the numbers for the globe are well established. Like they're not really up for debate. And then we go and test those numbers in reality, using long distance observation, laser tests, all this kind of stuff. And it's not there. The curvature does not make itself detectable in any way and never has been in all of human history. It's never been detected. So now all we're dealing with 24/7 is a load of cope about why we don't detect it, but it's still there. That's literally all the globe arguments now. Oh, well, yeah, you can't see it, you can't measure it, it's never been measured technically, but it's there because, look, the moon looks like a ball to me. That kind of shit. Gravity, I drop my phone falls down, so it must be a ball. It's a good way to learn about all the logical fallacies, actually, because you can pretty much go through all the logical fallacies and you can match them up to what the globe argument is, because they're all logical fallacies. But if there's any globe believers and you think they do have good scientific empirical evidence, observation, measurement for the globe, let's hear it.
Hey, Cyclone, are they really still saying that the Earth is a ball because of gravity, and because there's gravity, the Earth is a ball?
100%.
What do you think about that?
I think that's silly.
I think that's silly. You have to prove one thing in order for anything else to happen. Like,
well, because
calculations are a real thing, but you have to have at least one measurement.
Well, speaking specifically to the gravity thing, though, the way they've got people confused about it is technically what we're talking about when we're saying gravity is that we observe an object to fall to the ground. That's generally what people mean. But then they've built up a story around this phenomena where they say the thing is falling to the ground because the Earth is a giant ball and everything's being pulled into its center. Whereas in reality, you just have the observation of the thing falling to the ground on a flat surface, as far as you can tell. So you need to separate the observation of the phenomena, which can be generally explained through relative density, Archimedes' principle, specific gravity, which is just objects ordering themselves higher or lower, raising or lowering in the medium that they're in based on their density relative to that medium. So if they're more dense than the medium they're in, they'll go to the ground, go down. If they're less dense, they'll go up. That's what's observed.
And what about this, Cyclone? Like not to get way off into the weeds, but they say, and this is going to be a bad example, but bear with me. So they say mass attracts mass, right? And then there are observations that seem to show like a dynamic that's occurring there. But that doesn't mean that necessarily that the Earth's a ball. The Earth could be a cube, it could be a pyramid, it could be anything. And a pyramid and a cube, they all have flat surfaces. So again, you still have to prove the curvature in order to get your sphere.
I'm confused on like if the world is flat, but if you had access to the South Pole and you had access to the North Pole, and we have access to the equator, how could it be flat?
Because it's measured that way.
Yeah, because all that space between the poles and the equator is a flat surface, not a curved one. So how could it be a ball?
They say the North Pole is an arbitrary place, and they say the South Pole is an arbitrary place, and they say the equator is an imaginary line between arbitrary places.
Yeah, I think you're confused because you're still thinking about the Earth in the way that you were educated to think about it, which is that they make you think about it from like a conceptual God's eye view of like the whole thing at once, right? You're trying to think about the Earth in that way. But if you want to actually understand the reality of the Earth, you need to think about it from a perspective of reality, which is what can be observed, what can be measured, what can be tested in practical reality, right? Don't be trying to work it out from this concept of a 3D model in your head, right? That's how you stay in fantasy land. You need to go with
even if I'm looking at it, even if I'm imagining it in a flat, if I'm not even, because I wasn't even imagining it in 3D when I was asking that question. Like, are you supposing that it's like a circular flat land or something?
No, we're not really supposing any shape. No, we're not claiming a shape. We're just talking about the surface.
So if it's all flat, but you're able to travel everywhere on it,
how do you know you're able to travel everywhere on it though?
Yeah, see, this is where you're getting into the conceptual, like I was saying.
So, if you can go to the North Pole, you can go to the South Pole.
So
do you believe that the equator, like everyone has already been around the equator? Do you believe them when they said that they had been to the equator?
What's an equator?
The equator is the very center area between North and South.
Okay, what are North and South?
Well, I mean, I guess our magnetic field, the North, that if moves. You just follow it north, if you follow it south.
That's not an exact location on the Earth, though, because North and South magnetic poles, they move, don't they? Where do you think we actually get geographic North and geographic South from?
Where?
The stars. Also get the equator from the stars as well. So these points these things that you're talking about on the Earth, they're in the sky, and you're talking about traveling everywhere on the Earth, like going to the North Pole, which is underneath a point in the sky, and going to the South Pole, which is underneath a point in the sky, and the midpoint between these 2 points in the sky, the celestial equator, right? They're all celestial things, dude.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point to bring up, because that alone can be such a shift for the way you think about the Earth, because in school they don't really explain to us that these things are coming from study of the celestials, right? Rather than anything pointed on the ground. When we're thinking about the equator and things, we're imagining a ball Earth with a big line around it, right? Because that's how we're all kind of taught about it. But when you get into it, and you start to realize that all these, latitude and longitude and things like this, they're based on the stars, not the ground. I mean, well, the ground relative to the stars. So the stars is our reference point, the celestial sphere. So the whole way we've been taught to think about the Earth is like upside down, backwards. So it's totally different when you start really looking into it.
So are you saying that we're living in a convex instead of a concave Earth?
No.
You still need to prove curvature.
Everything we taught us is upside down. So you're saying that we
no, not like in the geometric sense, just in a backward sense. Like, to prove the Earth is a ball, look in the sky, put your equator in that, look on the ground when it's the other way around. But anyway, that's a bit higher level. If you're new to this, you should really just be focusing on curvature, motion, and space.
Well, I know that you guys just keep ignoring about refraction and fail to provide
what?
No, remember, you tapped out. No, he tapped out because we asked him for his equation that he said he has to explain why there's no curvature. Because we were pointing out that there's no curvature of the Earth, and Leaf said, "Oh, but I have an equation that explains why there's no curvature, which says there is curvature." Yeah, well, you couldn't define what that is, and then when we asked you what your formula was for it, you just went silent. So don't start again.
No, I meant
unless you got that formula.
Check it up in the internet. It's not that hard to search up the formula.
Okay. Well, then you should be able to tell us, shouldn't you? So what is it?
You can search it up by yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Shut up.
Oh my God.
Put yourself on mute. Yeah, put yourself on mute. He's just trying to get in the way of a potential conversation with his weak coping. Will melt.
So you basically just keep denying.
Hey, leave. Bye. Wow, I can actually just straight up disconnect folk. That's nice.
That's brilliant, isn't it? I like that.
I didn't realize I could do that. Sweet, that's going to be fun.
I'll see if I can do it as well.
I actually just meant to mute him, but it's even better. I get a satisfying ba-dong.
It's a nice disconnection sound.
If only they could replace it with like a wah wah, that'd be fine. Anyway, French fries. Keep going. What you're thinking? Are you trying to find some evidence for a globe at this point, or are you kind of over the globe already?
I was going P, so I mean, I guess it was BRB.
All right.
Use a fork. It's definitely going to pay off.
How's it going, Jedi? You all good?
Morning, Jedi.
Yeah, man. I'm all good, thank you. What's up, Sheepdog, man? Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing. Yeah, no, it's funny when they talk about the North Pole and the South Pole. I'm like, what pole? You know?
It's the one that you stick in the ground underneath the things in the sky. That's what it is.
Exactly. Like, oh, compasses point to the north and the south. No, they just point to magnetic field. They don't look south. Well, what do you mean they point to the North Pole? Yeah, when they're pointing to the North Pole. except for they have magnetic declination to some weird arbitrary other North Pole in the southern hemisphere, but like in the middle of the ocean.
Like what, Bermuda's Triangle or something?
South of Australia. It's a magnetic field convergence point.
Really?
Yeah, it's off of the west coast of Australia.
Magnetic fields is probably a bit down the line, though. We're still trying to find some curvature here.
You'll find them in the magnetic field lines. If you know, you know.
True.
Sorry.
So what are you thinking, French fries? Where you at?
I just looked up. I know things online are always crazy. Like, you don't know. I looked up on Google.
You can know. You can know.
Okay. I looked up on Google equation for Earth curvature. It says the equation of Earth's curvature can be simplified for practical purposes to approximate the drop of the Earth's surface. C roughly equals 0.0785 degrees squared.
Hello. Oh, I love how they've tried to change it into degrees, so it's like seems really small.
I think D stands for degree. I don't know. It says D squared.
But you're not measuring curvature in degrees in terms of the drop over a distance. What is it in feet or inches?
Yeah, I think it's the distance squared.
It is, yeah. It says C is the curvature in meters and D is the distance in kilometers.
Yeah. 7.98 inches per mile squared.
Hello. Can I
hold on, dude? No.
We know you're here, Rusher. We know you're here.
We're actually getting somewhere. This is the meat of the whole topic. This is the crux of the whole issue. Okay, so
it has more to it.
They're giving you a curve formula. They say it's about 8 inches per mile squared. So over 10 miles, how much curvature do you think there should be over 10 miles according to the globe theory? I'll give you a better idea. So from point A to point B on the surface, over 10 miles, or kilometers, 16 kilometers, whatever you work in. How much curve is that, French fries? In terms of a drop over distance.
What was it again?
10 miles, point A to point B. There's going to be a certain drop between the two due to the curve. Or is there over 10 miles? What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know what equation.
Yeah, I don't expect you to know. That's fine. But have a guess. So 10 miles, what do you think? Curvature? Well, before we go to the math, just have a guess, because this would be a good way for you to gauge, have I been prepared adequately in life to just kind of roughly know what this globe is that they're claiming that I live on? So 10 miles, what do you think? A centimeter, 10 centimeters, a meter, 10 meters, less, more? 10 miles, what do you think?
I don't really know. I mean,
just have a guess. That's why. It's called a guess. Let's say we've got a 10-mile lake. Yeah, let's say we've got a 10-mile lake, and you're on one side, and your friend is on the other side of this 10-mile lake. How many feet of drop is there going to be between you and your?
I don't know.
Is there going to be any drop?
I don't know, and my guess would be just have no evidence or anything. It'd just be a straight up whimsical guess.
Yeah, we like whimsical guesses. Let's hear
0, 50 feet, 100 feet. Like, just take a guess, man.
1 foot.
1 foot. Okay, that's a fair guess.
It was on a completely flat land, like absolutely flat.
Well, it's on a lake. It's over a lake, so you don't have to worry about elevation changes. It's just water.
If it was still water and had no current in it,
yeah, a lake.
Then I don't know.
Just a still
1
lake.
foot.
1 foot. Okay. 6 inches. Okay, so half a foot to a foot. Okay, well, actually, what the globe model is saying is that there should be over 66 feet of drop. Like a 6-story building. Right?
What?
Yeah, what?
Yeah. Exactly.
What the fuck? And over 20 miles, how much do you think it says over 20 miles?
140 feet?
It's more like 250 or something.
What?
Yeah, because it's exponential as a curve. It's getting more curvy as you go. But so you can look this up. Just go on to like Google curve calculator. I'm sure in the side chat people can post the curve table for like over 1 mile it's this, 5 miles it's this, 10 miles it's this. And you should learn that because that's how you're going to figure out if this whole thing is just a theoretical mathematical religion, which it is. So if you're on one side of a 10-mile lake and your friend is on the other side of that 10-mile lake, you're just standing on the shore, so you're both, say, 5-6 feet. If you took out a pair of binoculars, would you be able to see your friend on the other side?
I mean,
if there's 60 feet of drop between you?
According to the math, no.
No, your friend would be hidden by 50-odd feet of curved water, apparently. But when you go and do this, in reality, you can see your friend. You can shoot a laser at your friend. So, what would that make you think? If you went down and then you could shoot your friend in the face with a laser from there.
Just prove the equation?
Well, yeah, strictly speaking, it would mean that there is no curvature obstruction as defined by the globe Earth and its math. That's strictly what that means. So that 10-mile lake isn't curved. Now, you could say, oh, well, maybe they're just wrong about the size and it's much bigger. But then that ruins the whole story and the entire thing anyway, because everything is based on the specific radius value, around 4,000 miles. And everything like this, the distances to the sun, moon, and stars, their sizes, gravity, all of this stuff, it's all based on this number. So if this is wrong, then it's all wrong. And think about this, right? We've got observations of the horizon from a 1-foot observer height, and just a guy putting the camera on the ground. Now, from a 1-foot observer height, they're saying, according to the globe, the horizon, which is supposed to be the curve of this ball, yeah? They're saying that should be maximum 1.2 miles away from a 1-foot observer height. But we'd see it over 10 miles away. So if you take that 10-mile horizon for a 1-foot observer and you assume, okay, that's the curve of the Earth, then that increases the radius value from less than 4,000 miles, like they tell us, to over 250,000 miles as a radius, right? So you double that to get the diameter. That means we have 500,000-mile diameter globe Earth, which means the 8,000-mile diameter they're telling us about the current globe, that's like 1%. So whichever way you slice it, we've been massively lied to about this Earth. Because either it's just flat as it's observing and measuring, or it's a much bigger ball, and the known area that we know about, that you were talking about with the north and the south and the equator, that's 1%. Right? So imagine taking a Mercator map and then adding an extra 99 of them and laying them out side by side. And that would be like more like what it's telling you. So either way you slice it, we've been fucked over. They've told us some bullshit. And they're telling it to the kids today. Yeah, go for it.
I just wanted to add, if you don't think that the radius is and the circumference that they tell us is important, then what are the satellites that they put up in the sky doing? because they have to go in a bigger circle around the smaller circle, which is the circumference of the Earth. So if the satellites aren't in the locations that they're telling you, then that means the distance to the moon isn't the location they're telling you. It means the distance to the sun isn't the location to tell you. That means whatever is going on in the sky, even if the Earth is a bigger ball, whatever is going on in the sky, it looks like everything's moving around the Earth and that we're not moving around the sun.
I just said a lot. We just said a lot to you there, French fries. Why don't you take a minute to digest it and give us your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll digest it a little bit while I'm digesting food at the same time.
Yeah, no worries. Is that another Glober in pain, I heard?
It just comes stumbling through the door already in pain.
They're clutching their heart. Ah! He said no curve.
Another Glober understands a flat earther. Ah!
I'm a girther.
Oh, God.
We'll let that slide.
That's the gayest thing I've heard today.
All right, well, floor is open. Other new people, if you want questions or you want to keep going.
I'm a flober.
That's not even a word.
You're getting creative. That's all right. I'm glad you're having fun with it. A lot of people freak out when they realize they've been lied to about the spinning space ball.
You ever seen the movie Spaceballs?
Yeah. I like the bit at the end where they get the big lady with the vacuum cleaner and get the vacuum cleaner to suck off the atmosphere of the Earth. Because, vacuums suck. It's brilliant. Just in that one understanding destroys the idea that there's a vacuum of space out there, because it was satire, right? Spaceballs, and they took a vacuum cleaner and they broke the container around the Earth to suck all the gas out. Because we understand that if the Earth didn't have a container around it, we wouldn't have existing gas pressure, because the gas would expand into the space. Yeah, I love Spaceballs.
That's a container.
Destroys the idea we're in a vacuum.
Yeah, see, that's another cool thing you can start to notice is all the, in pop culture, this whole idea, this whole debate is still very much alive in pop culture, and it's referenced quite a lot, but you don't really think about it when you're just believing in the globe. So yeah, the globe in space is a joke. So that's funny. But does anyone have any proof of the globe? That's important. No? All right then. Flat it is.
I'm reading.
We're glad you're all in agreement.
I'm reading the AI overview of equation for Earth curvature.
Cool. When we've all agreed upon the equations and what it should be, do you think we're going to be able to measure it?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're going to tell you that no, we can't measure it. What we actually measure is a horizontal Earth. I mean, shock horror, right? Water, when contained and at rest, is horizontal on the surface. We actually use water as a leveling tool. So it's no surprise that the water over, 70% of the surface of the Earth is practically used as a horizontal reference datum. So the Earth can only be horizontal.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Just your glass of water debunks globe. I don't know if you're eating or whatever, dude, but you really gotta not be eating into your mic. That's too much.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
That's real globe behavior. Yeah, that's...
Actually, dude, I've been a flatterer this whole time, dude. I'm just like disguising.
You're playing your best clueless glober.
What's the radius of the Earth then?
Dude, the radius of the Earth is unknown.
You're Google.
I am.
And it's correct because all the flat earthers that I know the radius of the Earth. So you're lying.
Damn it. Well, I said I'm just disguise.
Just stop.
Yeah, this is that's how we a lot of globers do try and pretend to be flat earthers though, because they realize they can't actually argue for the globe, so they just say, I'm a flat earther. But then we ask basic questions about the globe and they don't know it. So we know they're globers. Because really only the globers don't know the basics about the globe.
How can you know something without knowing something? Well, how can I know the Earth is flat if I don't know what the globe is? Well, the answer is you can, because the globe has nothing to do with flat Earth. But I'm saying all of the presuppositions I had looking onto the Earth and upon the Earth, I'd be like, I experience it as not moving, but in my mind, I know I'm moving. That is nonsensical. Nonsense means there is not one of your five senses you can detect the truthfulness of what someone is saying. Because they say something in reality is happening. You can't smell, touch, taste. You can't in any way observe with any of your five senses the claim. That's what nonsense is. Not when someone's talking bullshit, because at the pit of that, what nonsense means is what you're saying has no tether to reality.
Yeah, this is why they don't even know if they have hands.
That's what I'm saying. Like, dudes, physicist said, or PhD said, prove you have hands. He said that to the flat earther. And then Miggy said, I can walk up to you, I can put my hand on your shoulder, I can shove you. And he said, that's not a demonstration.
Should have slapped him. Dumb bitch.
I said exactly that. I said, so if I slap the shit out of a bitch ass dude, not I'm not saying that. If I slap some dude, like, is that not a demonstration that I have slapped him with my hands? So just like, all due respect, just like you tried to do, you think that PhDs are more equipped because they spent, tens of thousands of dollars for school? No, they do the same tactics you do, and they don't have an answer to a question because that's what they were taught to do.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
But the point is salient to the wider audience as well. And this is one of the amazing things about Flat Earth. It's really exposing this notion that everyone who spends tens of thousands of dollars to avoid getting a real job isn't necessarily a genius or even an intellectual. Like these guys, these PhDs that we're talking to are like basement dwelling autists with like no connection to the real world. They can't even have an adult conversation. They speak like they are typing on 4chan. It's crazy. But anyway, yeah, this PhD that there was a debate last week on this channel, and this PhD guy, he's such a rat as well. He came in like, I want to debate you guys. So we were like, okay, well, we're here 24/7, so whenever you want to debate. And then he turned around and said, actually, I don't want it to be debate. I want it just to be a conversation. We're like, fine, doesn't have to be a debate, just have a conversation. And then he goes and puts it on his YouTube and calls it a debate. like titles it Flat Earth, Globe Earth debate. It's like, dude, you just pussied out of the debate before it even started. And then he spent 3 hours not providing one evidence or even a claim about the globe and just saying that he doesn't know if he's hands. It was insane. But anyway, that won't mean much to you at this stage. I was going to ask you, French fries, if you're still there. Have you ever considered about the motion? I mean, we've spoken about the curvature. There's no curvature. What about the motion? You know, they tell you that the ground, you're on a big spinning ball. It's not just a ball, it's spinning around.
Oh, yeah.
You ever thought about that? How... Let's see if you know. List all the ways... Well, let's ask you this. Do you think the ground is moving?
I mean, according to the science in school, I was taught.
Yeah, that's an evasive answer. That's an evasive answer. Yes. Okay, so you're supposed to believe it, but do you? That's my question.
Shit. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Fuck.
All right. Well, if you think you believe it, do you think you understand what they're claiming? In terms of how is it moving? How fast is it moving?
No, actually, I don't know why. I don't know why it moves. Why the Earth? If it was a globe, I don't know why it spins.
Well, it's not just spinning. I mean, they're saying it's tilted, it's wobbling.
Oh yeah,
it's flying in like 7 different vectors at different speeds. So I think you're saying, well, I mean, it sounds like you're kind of unsure at this point because you're probably now thinking, what do I actually experience the Earth to do? And unless you're in an earthquake or something, you've never experienced the ground to move in any way, right?
No, other than earthquake, no.
Yeah. So how fast do you think they're saying the Earth spins? If you could put like a miles per hour on it.
Some type of 1,000 miles per hour.
There you go. Spot on. You'll be a glober yet. We'll make a glober out of you. Right. So 1,000 miles an hour. That sounds quite fast, doesn't it?
Real fast, yeah.
I mean, what's the fastest you think you've ever traveled?
1,000 miles per hour. Not just kidding. Somewhere in the hundreds. I jumped off an airplane before.
All right, so there you go. Yeah, you're going to be a few hundred miles an hour, and I'm sure you were pretty aware that you were traveling at a few hundred miles an hour.
Yeah, like 120 or something.
So 1,000 miles an hour. That's like what? It's like quicker than a bullet. So they're saying the ground is moving at that speed, and yet you have no detection of it. And that's the slowest speed they claim. Right? So not only have you got that 1,000 mile an hour axial rotation, they're saying you're zipping around the sun at over 66,000 miles an hour. Right?
Damn.
And then they say we're chasing the sun, which is going at like 500,000 miles an hour through the galaxy. And those are in like different vectors, right? Not all in, they're like different vectors, incomprehensible speeds. And then the whole galaxy is moving through the universe at like millions of miles an hour.
Let me stop you there, because this is not something anyone ever points out. How many people have smoked a smokable product? Or have seen a locomotive train? Smoke anything. Okay.
I mean, like I smoked weed.
All right. Now, when you walk, does the smoke walk with you?
No.
Okay. So, if the ball that we live on is an object and it's moving, and there's air all around this ball, don't you think we would experience differences in the air between the front of the movement and the back of the movement? Because if you think about gravity, how would that address my question?
I mean, with my
It would
own
be like
mind,
a tail of the atmosphere, like a tail from, like a
But you'd
comet
be able
has
to
like a tail on.
you'd be able to measure a difference between the front of the path and the back of the path, at least. With is the air stuck to the globe like Velcro? Because I mean, it can pull, but it can't push and pull to the point that it keeps gas around the ball. If it's going in a direction, it can't both push and pull at the same time.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Because traveling in, yeah,
It's just an object. Just think about an object. Just throw a ball through smoke. Just think about this. Or you could think about a comet if you want, with a tail behind it. Again,
for it to preserve the sphere of gas around it, it would have to be pushing it away on the side that it's going into it and pulling it back towards it on the side that it's going away from. I think what you're saying. Yeah, that's
and
right.
there's no way around thinking that.
I don't know how the gas, our atmosphere, reacts like the farther you go from the surface of the Earth.
No, it has nothing to do with that. You're thinking in too small of terms. Just think of the Earth as an object, a globe, if you will, and think of air like just air that we have. Now, we can go through air. That's understandable. Somebody may even think, okay, well, because of gravity, the air is traveling with the Earth. Okay, fine. Still, you have the forward motion of the Earth going around the sun. So there should be a difference between the front and the back with respect to the air. Objects typically just blow through air, don't it? But if the air is going with the Earth, gravity, how does that explain the front and the back path at all? As a matter of fact, do you know that even though there are all of these different vectors, because they say the reason that we don't feel the Earth's rotation is because it's a constant velocity, which is dumb because all rotating bodies are accelerating and not going at a constant velocity. It's just how it's defined and understood. But on top of that, it's going in a circle around the sun. Going in a circle around something at the middle of the galaxy, which is also traveling to fucking who knows where, they believe.
There's the Great Attractor that we don't really know what it is.
Yeah, but my point is, when we have gravity and all of these vectors, they say, oh, we don't have to. In other words, there's no answer for that, and they don't think about it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point I was trying to get to you, French fries, was that, like, think about when you actually think about and look into the specifics of what they're claiming in terms of the speeds and the vectors that they're talking about. I mean, it's like incomprehensible to the human mind. And they're saying they're essentially saying there's not a single thing that tells us this is happening in our observable reality. Like, gas isn't moving in a certain way due to the motion of the Earth, right? The planes, the helicopters, the hot air balloons, nothing is acting as if the ground is moving. Right? The air itself is not acting as if we're moving.
It's actually acting as if we're not moving, and then they explain to you why your experience is that it's not moving.
Yeah, exactly. They just explain to you why you experience a flat, motionless Earth in every single way, and then they just tell you at the end, but it's a globe spinning through a vacuum. Do you think that's weird? So yeah, you need to go and reevaluate the Earth, like go outside into a park or something and sit down and just think about it. And we have another good argument for the Atmo, the gas, and how it debunks space if you want to complete your flat smack.
I don't know. I just looked it up, and it has 4 points of how the atmosphere is also bound to Earth's surface. But
Like, how really bound the gas to a surface? That's kind of the next point that we can go on to.
Wait, hold on, because I know where you're going with this. But didn't I just explain to you what you read? I just explained that, didn't I?
I didn't read anything.
Well, you just said you looked it up.
Right now, I just looked it up, and there's 4 points it gave me.
That's what I'm saying.
What happened?
Like, you read something.
Just right now, yes, but I said it after you talked.
He's discombobulated, Elijah.
All right, yeah, you're right. You said you looked something up, and I said, okay, so you read something, and then you said, no, I didn't.
Okay,
yeah, this is what Globe Brain does. It's all right.
I thought you were saying like I read something before you started talking. That's what I thought you were saying. You call me a Glober all you want. I don't care. Like,
no,
I thought that's what you meant.
Earlier, I told you what you just read. What you just started to tell us, I already told you. And then my response after telling you that was, how does that explain just the mechanics of an object moving and air from the front and the back?
You lost.
Okay,
me.
you can. What do you mean I lost you?
So before.
Hold on.
Okay.
You're telling me you don't understand. Oh, my bad. I didn't say it this way. Wind resistance. You know what that is?
No.
You don't know what wind resistance is?
No. Is it when I stick my hand out of a car, I feel the wind pushing my hand back?
Yes.
Good for you, French fries. I appreciate you not pretending to know shit you don't actually know. That's very refreshing.
That was my assumption. I mean, if you had a... I was
no, be honest,
right
keep
now.
Keep that up. That's a good way to be, because usually we're dealing with people who don't have any idea what we're talking about, and they're like, yes, I do know, and I know better than you, whereas you're being honest. That's good. Keep it up.
Okay.
So you do. So you do know what it is. When you stick your hand out of a moving car window, you can feel the air. That's the air in the way of your path moving forward.
Yes.
So a person gets wind resistance, a car gets wind resistance, a plane gets wind resistance because of the air. What's the difference between those moving things and the biggest moving thing they claim there is? The Earth moving towards the air because it's surrounded by air, right?
Yeah, I have 2 things to say. One, I don't know what these 4 things on here are saying because I haven't read it. And 2, this is just an assumption.
No.
Like, when
accepting everything that they said.
Huh?
How did accepting everything that they said? Still,
I haven't read it yet.
Well, reading it or not, is it anything in there that explains the motion of an object, like a person who experienced wind drag, or a plane that experienced wind drag? As a matter of fact, that's how planes fly.
Yeah, I do not know. There probably is something in there that is similar surrounding that area. But before I read that stuff, because I haven't read it yet, it's like 4 paragraphs, short paragraphs. It's right here. I have it on Google. It's like 4 short paragraphs.
No, what I'm saying is the thing that you don't know that they would be touching on that I just talked to you about. I'm telling you, it's not in there.
It's what?
It's not in there. Whether you look or not, I'm telling you, it's not in there. I know it's not in there.
All right. Let's say you're right. You know, I wasn't even going to touch those 4 topics yet until I read it because I want to understand it.
Yeah, that's fine. Go and read it, and then we can move on.
I'll do that after. I wanted to say my own assumption. Before I read those 4 parts, I wanted to have my own assumption.
Okay.
Can I just state my own assumption?
Yeah. State your assumption.
Okay. When I'm on a train and it's going 80 miles per hour and I jump on the train, the floor, like inside the train doesn't move past me. I don't get smacked against the wall. I'm moving with the train because I'm on its surface.
No, you're inside of it. You're inside the train.
I'm inside of it. If I was above it, it'd be different because there would be wind, whatever you said it was called.
Yeah, if you were the walls of the train, then you experience wind drag because the train is still experiencing wind drag because it's going through air. Are you going through air sitting in an enclosed area?
No.
So you understand that then. Well, when the Earth is moving, so when the Earth is moving through space and there's air around it, there are gases around it. Let's say forget about the Earth's air. Let's say that there was like a gaseous asteroid belt. We would be in trouble. Why? Because they would say, damn, the Earth's path is in the way of that asteroid belt. Full of debris, hence molecules that are sometimes called air. Air is no different than anything else. If you have an object moving in the direction of the air's path or a gas's path, there's going to be an effect between that object and the air. So what I'm telling you is there's no such effect to experience the Earth moving, doing anything. You're just about to read an article that's about to explain to you why you don't have to think about any of those things, which is basically the first thing that Cyclone told you. It's about to explain to you why you don't experience wind drag or anything else.
Yeah, because we understand the story that they're telling about it.
Obviously, the train is moving. You're inside the train, not doing anything. It's the train moving. So, if the is the Earth the train, or is the Earth like you sitting in something doing nothing? Which one is the Earth like in your brain?
Like comparing it to the Earth and the air, I'm thinking the Earth is the train and the air is like the person inside of the train. And then you'd ask like, okay, where's the walls at though? Like what's like when you're in a train?
Maybe more think about it. It's more like you're on the surface of Earth, so get on the top of the train, and then you're going to feel it.
It's that simple. So it's
like if I'm not surrounded by train walls, I will feel the wind resistance.
Yeah, like you're not surrounded by Earth walls on the globe. You're on the surface of a moving object on the globe. That's,
Exactly. And I know it's hard to think about because they want to tell you that something that makes absolute sense makes no sense because we live on a globe and we shouldn't experience what we're telling you you should experience. You're like, I don't know if that makes sense. And that's what it does to the mind. You asked why would they lie earlier? That's why. Because if you don't know that simple truth, I can sell you anything. You become a consumer of literal things, including things that don't exist. You're a consumer of. So if you're a consumer of a product, I can get you to spend your time. And if you're spending your time, you're a product that I can get resource from. That's why they would lie. You don't even, you can't even I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Whatever. I'll stop. Go ahead, Attack Bomb.
I mean, I see what you're saying about lies. Like, I'm not oblivious to that there are lies. I'm not like I do have assumptions that maybe there is some weird secret society, maybe there is some spiritual or some type of energy that they're siphoning from us. You know what I mean? Like, I have thoughts about that. It's not that I disbelieve that. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm not unaware that there are lies. I do like looking into science and like math and stuff like that, and that can prove some things. Like, you may have never drinking bleach before, but if you drink bleach, it's scientifically proven that it will kill you if you drink the right amount of it.
Thank God for science.
Yeah, you know, science will prove that. And even though you haven't done it yourself, like others have had it done and died.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, we love science and engineering and reality here. So if you like that kind of stuff, you like critical thinking, philosophy, logic, pretty much everything interesting, then you'll enjoy it here. So you should definitely hang out. But
it's pretty fun.
Before we move away,
if you like talking about science, unfortunately, there's no actually scientific anything about the globe.
But we still talk about science.
But we still talk about actual science, yes.
Yeah, this will give you a much better understanding of science. Like, most people, myself included, who come into this are not necessarily in deep on scientific topics, but this topic, I think, makes it much more interesting and accessible and understandable in a way that school doesn't really give you. This is a much more practical approach to science and reality generally. So if you're that way inclined, you'll enjoy the topic. But I was going to, before we move on from the Atmo air, I mean, we've kind of went around the motion. So we went through curvature. We don't have any curvature. No one's ever measured any curvature. We did some of the motion. No one's ever measured any of those millions of miles an hour or vectors, wobbling, spinning, tilting. No one's ever measured any of that. So the next one you want to focus on is, are we in space? What do you think? Do you think we're in space?
I was going to say before we move on, did you guys want to hear the 4 short paragraphs?
Sure. Have you read them? You understand them?
I mean, I was trying to read it while you guys were talking, so I'm like kind of
Well, read it to the point that you understand it and can talk about it. We don't just want to hear it read and then we can't ask any follow-up questions. I want to know that you understand what it's claiming. So give it a read before you present it.
If that's how you want it, it'd have to be paragraph by paragraph instead of all paragraphs.
Yeah, well, that's how we'll do. Yeah, we'll do paragraph by paragraph, because otherwise it's too much at once.
Okay, so I'll start with one and I'll read it out loud. It's really short.
Wait, just preface again what these paragraphs are talking about.
The atmosphere is bound to the Earth's surface through these 4 things.
Right. Okay.
So number 1, gravity. This is the primary force holding the atmosphere. Gravity creates a constant pull on the gas molecules in the atmosphere, preventing them from escaping into space. A weaker gravitational pull, such as on smaller planets, wouldn't be strong enough to hold a significant atmosphere. So that's just revolving around gravity. You know, if you'd have to feel.
Yeah. So that's the primary baseless claim of the globe. Yes.
Is finding the proof of gravity existing.
Well, defining gravity, most of them can't even do. But then, yes, proving that exists, and then further showing that can somehow keep air being pulled to the ground adjacent to a low pressure space like a vacuum, because we know that high pressure flows to low pressure generally.
Yeah,
right? Always. That's just what happens in reality. It's natural law. Well, they're telling us that that's not happening. Right? But the only way that you could stop a high-pressure gas from flowing into a low-pressure space would be to contain the gas, to physically separate the two, right? Put a valve between them.
I know that helium rises above our oxygen, so it does reach our stratosphere or something like that.
Right. So gravity's not pulling that down.
It is, but it's just.
It is.
It's just.
So how do we know it's being pulled down when it's going up?
It's okay. So like, there's certain type of liquids. If you pour it into water, it'll sink down. There's certain type of liquids that if like you bring it 10 feet underwater,
oil will float on it. Yeah.
It'll float. Yeah, that's like the same
That's
thing.
density. That's density again. Remember we spoke about the density earlier?
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, well, no, and it's not exactly the same, no, because gas and liquids are different states. Gas, the movement, the kinetic movement of gas is that it moves in all directions and it fills an available volume.
Well, right? I mean, hot gas rises and then cold gas goes down, you know, or like a
right. But they're saying that the air is maintaining pressure within a vacuum. They're basically saying there's a sphere of air in a vacuum when we know that gas in a vacuum expands to fill the available volume. Gas in any place expands to fill the available volume. It doesn't form balls in vacuums.
Something like that would make me think like, you know, this is all hypothetical or whatever. If all the gas did happen to get sucked out into the vacuum of space, wouldn't it still be attracted to some form of gravity if we did prove gravity is real?
Nah. Because, well, do you know what gas pressure, do you know what that means? And it's like how it's defined?
Not really, even though I'm a plumber and I work with gas and water.
Okay, so this is good because you will understand intrinsically how gas pressure and how pressure generally works. You might not know the dictionary definition, but this is how they define gas pressure. So it's the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container.
Yeah.
Right? That makes sense? So the gas is exerting, it's pressing against the walls of the container. That's why it's called pressure. And for that, there has to be physical containment. Right? You can't press against nothing. Yeah? It has to be a surface for it to collide with. So the air we breathe is a pressurized gas, about 14.7 psi at sea level.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the air is a pressurized gas. So we're in a pressurized system. So that's how we know we're in a contained system, like a closed system. We're not floating around in a vacuum in a massive space. It's more like we're in a giant building or a giant construct with walls in the ceiling.
Could that container be non-visible and more like just be forces?
Nah. Oh, unless you can find me a non-physical container for gas and create pressure from it in reality, then no, that's just make-believe. Because every example of gas pressure that you're going to find is going to require physical containment of some kind.
Like, wouldn't gravity, if something was massive enough, wouldn't it attract
that's just a story. See, there you go. See, this is what you're going to find when you're looking into the globe. You're going to say, okay, reality is telling me this one thing, but then the globe side is telling me that with some intervening factor, so the lake is observably flat, but a scale that I can't achieve or observe or measure, it does something other than natural law would tell me. And now they do the same for the gas. Yes, gas behaves in such a way that it's obvious that it needs physical containment and that it flows from high pressure to low pressure. But at some different scale with a suitable enough mass, that doesn't happen. So that's the claim, and it's never proven, never demonstrated. And when we say, okay, well, show us that, show us gravity holding air in place when it's adjacent to a vacuum, we say, no, I can't demonstrate it because I would need a mass as big as the Earth. And now that's not a rebuttal or evidence, that's simply an excuse. for not having the evidence, for not being able to contradict natural law like they claim. Right? So yeah, they'll say that. They'll say gravity, we need a mass as big as the Earth to demonstrate it. Nah, they just can't demonstrate it. And even then, we can let them set up a vacuum chamber on the surface of Earth. Right? So we'll set up a vacuum chamber, we'll get a container of air, we'll put it in the vacuum chamber. So the vacuum chamber, I mean, technically it's on the Earth. All the Earth's gravity is still present, and then we'll open the container of air in the vacuum. And what's the air going to do? Is it going to remain in the container because Earth's gravity is keeping it down? No. It's going to flow into the available space. It's going to totally fill the vacuum almost instantaneously.
Yeah.
That's what happens. Equilibrium will occur. So if the Earth was a globe spinning around in a vacuum, we would all be dead. So that's one way to know that you're not in a crazy, horrific globe in space. You're breathing air.
I'm still unsettled right there. Like, I'm still a crazy partway globalist. Like, I'm a flover, dude. So I'm
okay. That's fine. Well, it sounds like you're pretty new to it, so I wouldn't expect you to understand or comprehend this in one conversation. This takes time to digest and think about.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the movie Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Dude, I seen that years ago. I don't remember. So young when I watched that.
If you watch that again, remember they go to Mars, right?
Yeah.
And Mars has some sort of dome because without it, they can't breathe. If they go outside, remember the glass broke and everybody just got sucked out.
Oh shit! Really?
Everybody knows what gas does. It expands. And if you have an extremely high pressure next to low pressure, what happens? Kaboom. I mean, you're a plumber. You know this, right?
The high pressure will fill the low pressure.
And if it's really quickly, and usually it's instantaneously, right? If you have a high pressure and a low pressure and there's too much pressure when you open a valve, boom, right?
Yeah, people will lose their life sometimes.
There you go. That's reality versus them saying at a larger scale, gas won't do that. But again, on Total Recall, even they understanding how air works here on Earth or just how they experience it, they're like, well, if we go to Mars in space, how are we going to breathe? We need something to contain the air. Duh.
Isn't in Aliens? It's either it's the second one. Aliens. They get rid of the alien by opening the cargo bay doors into the vacuum of space, and what happens? The gas rushes out into the vacuum along with the alien. I think they did it in Endgame as well with the Avengers. Right?
Yeah.
Always have to open the container, and the gas is always going to rush out.
Yeah, that was a super funny moment when I saw it in Avengers 2. And guess what? It doesn't happen in ISS because they just have to have roller stick and put the ribbon stick on that hole. For them, it doesn't work. There is no gas pressure. It doesn't work like that. So the gas won't rush at the speed of sound to the low pressure. They don't have that shit. Or they forgot it. Who knows?
But this is it. So French fries, are you understanding that what we're talking about is as common sense and intuitive as entropy, right? Like the reason a hot cup of coffee will go cold. That's how sure what we are talking about is. High pressure flows to low pressure. So we're not talking anything crazy here. We are pointing out what every single person instinctively knows. So on the globe side, they're making a claim that entropy is not occurring. And entropy is like the most undeniable thing there is. Like that is reality. But they're saying in this case, nope, not happening. And then when we say, oh, excuse me, oh, masters at NASA and the universities, could you please just show us some evidence that you're breaking this natural law that always occurs? No, you stupid flat earther. How dare you? Get out of here. You should be arrested. Think about that. We're pointing out the most common sense aspects of reality, and they're treating us like we're science-denying mental cases, which shows you that this is just all propaganda and bullshit. They won't even debate it. And when they do try and debate it, they all of a sudden don't know that they have hands.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. We were.
People don't really think about these things. Like, but say the moon landing and all that. Like, obviously, if you're imagining gravity, everybody loves Dragon Ball Z. You know, they change the gravity so that they can train in a higher gravity place so that they can be stronger and faster where there is less gravity. So you would expect there to be some overcompensation because people are stronger and faster on the moon. But that's not what they showed us. But they can never show us what we would expect. They only have to tell us why we're not seeing what we would expect. I don't even know what they would describe to that.
John Carter, right?
More so, why do you think, hold on, this is my real point. Why do you think that they wear spacesuits? So they can breathe?
What?
Why do you think they wear spacesuits?
The gas inside of them will get sucked out.
I'm glad you thought that. What the hell would a thin layer piece of the suit do to... Think about this. What kind of a suit could you put on to protect yourself from the pressure of the bottom of the ocean?
I don't know.
So likewise, in even less pressure in the other direction, 10 to the negative 17 torr, I don't know what it was, quote unquote, on the moon. What kind of suit do you think you would need to protect you out there from your body exploding? Like, why doesn't anybody ever think about that? It's like, well, obviously to go underwater, like before we damn near get anywhere, we need a submarine and shit.
Yeah.
How you gonna put your body in the polar opposite of that and not address how your body would explode, or the every gas in your body would just forcefully let itself out. All the moisture in you would forcefully let itself out.
My only
Like nobody even
assumption.
thinks.
My only assumption is that if you were to wear a suit, it just has to be completely sealed off from the exterior, low pressure space.
There would have to be a degree of strength to that container.
The thing is, just like the deeper you go in the ocean, because the pressure is increasing, with the pressure decreasing that exponentially, you can't put a paper towel around your body. You can't tell me you believe, now that I've given you that thought, that a spacesuit could possibly protect them from that. It's not enough. You can't put a spacesuit of the same sort of, maybe a different material, but the same kind of mass, right? And then put somebody at the bottom of the ocean. No, you couldn't. So what the fuck could you do to protect your the gas in your body from violently leaving under the lack of pressure, including with the spacesuit isn't a pressure suit. It's there.
Correct. I started pulling you up on the things that you were saying were incorrect, and for the last hour and a half, you've been crying about it in the side chat.
Example.
If you got a problem with your memory, go and watch the live stream.
Tell me what was wrong. Tell me what was wrong in it. What was
science associated with gravity and astronomy? I pointed out to you that astronomy doesn't follow the scientific method. You can find citation in the side chat if you scroll up. I also made the claim, and you were talking, so you probably don't fucking remember, that gravity doesn't follow the scientific method, i.e., you won't be able to prove it to me using science.
He says he's done speaking to you, Jedi. You're big meanie, Jedi.
Good. Thank fuck for that.
He says you don't understand basic physics, bro.
Uh-huh.
Like you're not incorporating Stephen Hawking, bro. Like you really gotta like get up to date on Stephen Hawking. It's
Too much Carl Sagan's probably what it is. Yeah. Need more Stephen Hawking.
Like, yeah, I kind of lost it. I lost it when he said, Newton, Einstein, Stephen Hawking. Like, what? That's got to be a first, dude.
You mean Newton, that genius that couldn't solve the longitude problem?
All I'm saying is no multinational, multi-generational conspiracy out to debunk you. There's nobody doing that. There's no evil scientists that are like, coming to like we must hide the truth from these people. Like,
the fuck is he gibbering on about now? Why have we let him talk?
Apparently he's never heard of the Freemasons.
About the general consensus.
Multi-generational group trying to hold us back.
Scientists have been lying to you for ages. For example, the chemical industry and the medical industry. But hey ho.
So even I can reference different cultures that have contradicted.
I don't think anyone cares, dude.
The archaic European understanding of Earth and the sun and
That's
moon.
nice.
Earth, like different cultures have different things of this, and in the Islamic age, they were able to advance astronomy farther than primitive idea in Europe.
Question: Is astronomy the study of the Earth?
It's the study of the universe.
Okay, so not the study of the Earth.
The Earth is a part of the universe. So
okay,
yes.
So the study of astronomy, does that beg the question that the Earth is in the sky with the other things that we look at?
Yes. Wait, what?
Okay. What evidence is there that the Islamics used to prove the Earth was a sphere?
Why? What? That's not what I said.
I know, this is what I said. It's like you can't follow conversation. You thought that you could stand on a soapbox and start preaching to us for some reason. Again, I've decided to hold you up on what you fucking said to see if you understand what you say or could even give evidence for anything you're about to say. I'm starting to think you can't.
Never got to. I didn't even make a claim besides telling you what you
I know, I'm trying to get you there. Are you not following again?
Dude, I've done nothing. I haven't made a
stand on a soapbox and make bullshit claims.
I haven't even told you what I think of the Earth. I haven't made a claim. You're arguing with nobody.
I'm arguing with you, ancient Muslims.
Arguing with you, dude. I don't care. Like you're just when you make a false claim, I'm gonna tell you where and when you're wrong. Just
really?
like
You're the person who thinks that you could educate me. Really?
I did because dude, they backed me.
Dude, everybody in this room sat back and laughed at you.
You're right. You're right.
Everybody laughed at you, dude.
I don't care who your Discord buddies who are fully as uneducated, bud. Like,
dude, are you just going to ad hominem your way through this conversation?
No, sir. But you've been
stop it. You came into the conversation saying that we were stupid, that the flat Earth was an archaic idea, and we only believed in it because we were fundamentalist Christians.
When I was
John, your time here has run out.
We were speaking about Vikings. We were speaking about Vikings, not just Christianity. We were speaking on different cultures, not just Christianity. No, you don't even know what we were talking.
I was here the entire time, dude.
Jedi, you're disrespecting his Viking heritage, bro. That's not very nice, man.
I love these advances in astronomy, even though we couldn't build a decent telescope until the 20th century.
The most intelligent thing that boy said was that they double charged him at McDonald's.
Well, so may I ask a question?
Please save us. Yes.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically that the Earth was proven to be round. Would you believe it then? Like they made an observation that you could actually go and test out. Would you believe them then?
Easy. You're talking about hypotheticals when we already measured it. It's not curving. So why are you asking silly questions? You've been in here long enough to know that it's not curving. Bring us some measurements of surface curvature instead of coming in here asking hypothetical questions about things that we already know are not going to happen. You understand? The Earth is a ball. If the Earth is a ball, it would be obvious after all of the people looking for the curvature didn't find it. You understand? Come on, buddy. Don't come in here with these hypotheticals.
Let's check for double standards. Easy. If it was proven that it was flat, would you be okay with that?
If it was proven, like, and everybody knows it, then sure.
No, not everyone knows it. It's just if it was proven. You're on board?
Well, it depends on if the majority is on board. Like, if it's actually like proven and tested and like verified by other scientists, then sure.
That's not what I mean. That's like a weird double standard. It doesn't require everyone to believe it along with you if it's proven. Like there's still going to be people who believe in whatever they want to believe, regardless of the proof. But I mean, John makes a good point though. It's already been proven. That's why we're flat earthers.
Okay, sir. Sorry for the stupid question.
It's not necessarily stupid unless you have like a double standard where you expect flat earthers to like switch their position, but you wouldn't switch your position in the face of proof. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we're really that
The reason
dedicated.
why it isn't a good question, CB, only because he's been in here for days and he's asked every single question under the sun. He's been presented with every long distance observation, laser test, and he's still going to come in here asking silly hypotheticals. It's ridiculous. It's not like he hasn't been presented with the data.
Well, I still have more pages in my textbook I haven't read, but I have to get that tomorrow. It's in my locker at school, but I'll get it and I'll read it out. So yeah.
Oh, great. More lore. That should be fun.
Because see, I could post a photo of my bedside where my books are usually are, and they're not there.
I would say the answers are not in the books. They're outside. Like it's the behavior of the earth is where you'll find the answers. Any man can put anything in a book and say whatever they want. But the earth is truly where the answers lie.
That's a very sweet message. Thank you. I'll look more into that.
Aww.
But yeah, I started school. Like I'm learning stuff in school now, so I might have more info to use apart from just sticking to some stupid books.
Like in regards to the everyone else must believe it thing, my parents taught me when I was growing up that if everyone jumps off a bridge, that doesn't mean you have to. So just be mindful of that. If every book or everything in the book is saying oceans are curving, then you go into reality and they're not curving. You might have this peer pressure to think that it's curving because everyone else does. But again, you don't have to jump off that bridge just because everyone else is.
Okay, sir. John says he needs to concede, so he needs to be unmuted so he can concede. Oh, he conceded there in the text chat, so that's good enough. What does concede mean? To admit, to basically be like, okay, yeah, you were right.
Yeah, I was extremely wrong. I'm just following what the books are saying and what my professors taught me. And now
No, you're not. No, you're not.
No, I'm believing you
keep,
now.
You keep arguing for both Newton and Einstein. Einstein superseded Newton, and you keep denying that. So you're not even following your own lore, like you say you are.
Don't forget Stephen Hawking.
I take it back, dude. I was wrong. So I just want to understand now. Does Earth have a core or no?
Probably not.
Probably not. So, how does it look? Is there how do volcanoes happen? Where is the where the pressure? How does no core or any of that? I'm just trying to understand because I know I'm wrong. I can be wrong, okay? But with your idea and understanding of flat Earth, how does it look like in space? If I were to look.
Okay, so nobody here has a God's eye view, right? We can only go up so high, e.g., high altitude weather balloons, right? And when we go up there, it just looks like a flat horizon, right? There's no curve anywhere. So that's as far as God's eye view we can get.
John, hold on, dude. The Earth is not in outer space. So let's rip that Band-Aid off. Number two, there's no such thing as seeing the whole Earth in one shot. It's for the same reason you can't tell me what the universe looks like. Why? Because you're inside of it. You can't leave it and say, oh, okay, well, it looks like this giant egg or whatever. You're never going to be able to say what reality looks like as a whole. So no flat earther, nobody is ever going to be able to tell you what it all looks like. And so your next question was, well, what's under it? You're thinking of like a flat object in space where there's an edge, there's a bottom side, it's floating around in the galaxy. This is not flat Earth. That's a really terrible idea that you probably came up with. So the Earth is not in outer space. That's the key point here, and you can't know what the shape of it is.
Oh, I was just confused because I understand your analogy with understanding the universe, but what the books taught me was that we were able to determine that the universe was expanding and how the universe was by observing the light from distant from galaxies far away. And
that's cool, bro. But that doesn't mean you're going to be able to know what shape it is. Even if you had let's say you had a balloon and it was expanding, it has a shape. It's just expanding. But you can't know the shape of reality, whether it's expanding or not, which I don't agree with. But
so time dilation. Where is Earth if it's not in space?
Earth is the. That's like asking where is the universe. That is the where. That is the place. So that's what I typically say. For you, the globe is a thing or an object within a place, the universe. Flat Earth is not like that. Flat Earth is not a thing in a place. It is the place. So, yeah.
Okay. So like I kind of thought that they figured out the shape by like seeing the cosmic radiation from like they can go back and like the farther you look into space, the farther in time, like, you know, there's this time dilation, which sounds completely fucking stupid if I'm being honest. That makes a lot more sense, and I'm not being sarcastic. Y'all have more logic than this. But what I was taught is that there's this microwave background radiation that's coming from the beginning of the universe, and we can observe it somehow through some kind of telescope. And I'm not really sure how any of that works. But I digress. So, my question was, how do volcanoes work?
I think the chat said lava go burr.
Why can't we have a explanation of things that like? Why can we not? Is it just not possible to understand what's on the other side of Earth, or like if it's not possible to understand these things because you're kind of telling me that?
Wait, what do you mean the other side?
They're just like when I ask you some of these questions, you're like pretty much telling me that, you know, like it kind of, so your ideas contradict everything that I've been taught in academia, right? Everything, like the very, very fundamentals of this. Like when you make this claim, it changes the idea of even archaeology, like everything.
Give a solid example.
All right. So with the understanding of the core of the Earth and tectonic plates and gravity, like it correlates. But if gravity isn't the way we think it is, and Earth isn't in space, and like, what about the sun? Is the sun in space? And is the sun in outer space? Like these are questions that are being risen by the claims that y'all are making. And I'm not disrespectful to ask these questions.
There is no outer space. And
the sun.
Yeah, but see, no one knows what the sun is. Like, you don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. No one knows what it is. So, you know, what you can't do is take your current understanding of the sun and then implant it into an idea of a flat Earth, because then they're not compatible. They don't go together. So
we don't have understandings of chemistry and stuff. We can't observe chemistry like through experimentation and say, look, this is hydrogen, this is what hydrogen does. We can observe the things on the periodic table, and we can use that to understand, you know, the sun and like its mass and the vacuum of space. So is whatever they call space, like the above, is it a vacuum?
No.
It's not a vacuum. Oh, okay. Because, dude, I feel so stupid because I don't know physics. I don't understand science. For like, I didn't even understand like social constructs. I was just looking into it, and I went on to jw.org, and I figured it out a little bit, like the perspective that I align with, and personally I think the Bible says the earth is flat too. I think it says there's a circle. It's just a circle in the Bible.
I mean, I don't think anybody's going to use the Bible as like globe or flat Earth proof in here necessarily. But look, man, it's pretty simple. We've got like 3 core, no pun intended, tenets here. Basically, the first thing is the surface is flat. So this doesn't say anything about the shape or the boundaries or anything like that. We're just describing the surface.
There's a lot of water on the Earth.
Around their surface.
All right, bro.
But this, like, so there's no core. Then how is gravity a constant? Wouldn't it mean the farther and farther out you go, the less gravity you experience? Like, I'm trying to, like, because this is debunking like all science. Like, no, it's debunking archaeology.
Gravity being a constant either.
What's that?
You say that one more time, Jetta? One more time, Elijah?
You don't experience gravity being a constant either.
I can say that I do, because in my experience, it feels I'm the same weight. Like, I mean, my body itself changes, but the same force is I'm being pushed down. Like our bodies were designed like through evolution to like for example, for instance, our hearts can't function. With a human being upside down, there's a reason why we would, like our hearts would stop working when we're consistently upside down.
It makes a problem for being weightless in space.
Excuse me?
That's a problem for being weightless in space.
Oh yeah, it does create issues with the human body.
Hey guys, how are you?
They're astronauts in the International Station. They're in orbit. Like, they're not in outer space. Like, they're not.
How does the liquid in that inner ear know which way to go?
Excuse me?
The vestibular system inside the inner ear that shows a person their balance, it knows your orientation, it helps you fucking figure out where you are and orientated in the world. That's a liquid. Now, being as you're in zero gravity in, the International Space Station, how does the liquid know which way to go?
I mean, they've done this experiment with cats because they brought cats up into space to see how they react. Because they have kind of a similar system, but how they always land on their feet. I can't reference it off the top of my head, but the scientists who are the liars, they've explained this somewhat, but that's why I'm trying to understand your perspective. Like, I think I only think the Earth is flat, but it's like,
yeah, it's measured that way.
Is it like forever? Does it go on forever?
Me being a finite being, I wouldn't be able to experience eternity.
What about Antarctica? Is it all around us? Is are we just like,
No.
what's our border look like?
Pardon?
Our border, the border of Earth.
Never experienced it.
Oh, okay. What about people that sail sail from one part of the world to the other part? Like, how do they do that? Like,
sail from one part to the other part?
How do they go from Europe around Africa and to the Americas again? And then how can they go around the Americas back to Europe?
It's a circle.
Wait. So you don't believe in the map that we're...
There's lots of different maps, dude. You were asking, how the hell do people navigate the seas and then where they started from if they go in one direction? So east and west are circles around poles, so they went in a circle.
But they're like... Whoa. Because if it's flat, they would have to turn around to get to the other side.
The other side? No, we ended up where we started from. Remember your example about sailing around Africa and then coming back again? That's a circle. I'm pointing out that, for example, in this example, they travelled east. So east would be a circle around a pole. You can draw a circle on a flat piece of bloody paper. You're asking how this works on a flat Earth. It's a circle.
All right. So let me ask this one. I don't quite understand. So if they go in one direction, and let's say they go one direction. So just straight east, right?
Mm-hmm. Straight east. No, east isn't straight.
They were at by going straight.
The east isn't straight.
I mean, from where they're at, I know it's subjective to where the person's at. So if they went direction, can they get to the same place? Because that's the spherical art. Like,
Well, if you
that's
travel in a circle, can you end up where you started from if you travel in a circle? Yeah.
yeah, but that's not what I'm asking you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's
that means
east.
like because on the flat Earth, like from what I've talked to other flat earthers, they say that it's a plane, and that would suggest that that there's
Well,
a
you can't
border.
travel in circles on a plane.
Yeah, but I'm saying one direction. Can you get to the other side? How do they get to the other side? Going
What do
in
you mean,
one.
other side, dude? Other side of what?
So let's say for a European, right? Let's say you in the UK, right? If you get a ship and you go west, and you get to China.
Yeah.
How? If
you went west.
No.
West, like east, is a circular direction around a pole.
I mean,
do you know what compasses are? Do you know what a compass is?
I do, but that's not really.
Awesome. Do you know what both types of compass are? The one that draws a circle and the one that orientates you to cardinal directions.
Asking about your interpretation on.
No, I'm trying to explain to you what directions are for some reason. Because you're asking the question, how can I travel west and end up where I started from? I'm trying to explain to you that this direction of west is a circle around a pole.
Around?
Oh my God.
I'm trying to
you go to university and you've done physics 1 and 2. Fuck me.
Listen, I'm only a sophomore. I'm not smart. I'm kind of stupid, all right?
No shit.
I got you. But I'm trying to understand. Because
what a circle is.
Round, like they're moving around something.
Yeah, around. Right? Can I go around a flat surface? For example, if I put a pole in the floor and I say, this one is north, and I point to it and I travel in a circle around it, that direction will either be east or west. Because I've gone in a circle around the pole, I can end up where I started from.
So the poles are in the middle.
The poles, too, are in the middle. What?
So you're suggesting that the poles are in the middle of the flat Earth?
No, I'm saying that when you travel around using cardinal directions like east and west, don't be surprised if you end up where you started, because it's a circular direction.
So that's not really what I mean by.
Well, you were talking about navigating the fucking seas, and now the hell on a flat Earth do you end up where you started from? Because you think you can only travel in circles on spheres.
I'm trying to understand the depiction of Earth that y'all are giving.
At the moment, I'm not trying to give you a depiction of Earth. I'm trying to tell you what fucking cardinal directions are.
Someone else told me that there's a border, and if you like, there's Antarctica is the border, so you can't just keep going. You can't
You shouldn't listen to fucking people on the internet, dude. What the hell?
Listening to you. But all right. Okay, so
I mean, don't argue with me if you're going to bring up points that other people that I'm not associated with bring up.
The directions are. I know it has something to do with the North and South Pole, but that's with the spherical theory of Earth.
No, that just cardinal directions, dude. Poles? What's a pole?
On the opposite side of each other.
What is a pole?
Like that's how, bro. The continent, Earth, and there's a South Pole and polar opposite.
Now.
How does that work on the flat Earth model? With the way you're explaining it, how does that work?
Because we get north and south from celestial rotations in the sky.
Yeah, rotate. What do you? So it's a disc spinning around.
No. I mean, how did you get that from when I said
You said
that moving in the sky?
and then you keep saying, I'm honestly like, I'm coming in an open mind, and I'm like,
Not really.
But
no, but you're mixing the globe and the flat Earth together, right? You're trying to like you're stuck on your current like religion, and then you're coming. Okay, well, how does the globe work on the flat Earth? Right? It doesn't work like that.
Can we get like somebody to draw it out or something like on video? Like I'm trying.
Like we said, we don't have a God's eye view. We can only see what we can see and how far we can see due to perspective. Would you agree?
The maps are the maps lies too.
No, the maps are maps. Maps are like based off like geography, right? Based on like you have elevations and stuff like that.
Yeah, but so on flat Earth, does it end somewhere? Does Earth end? Like
Okay, that's been answered already. And do you remember the answer?
not it wasn't directly answered. Yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no answer. It's we don't know. So I can say no definitively. Okay, how do we know? We haven't been that far. We haven't seen it, right? We haven't seen an edge.
Okay. Well, we've had people that have have sailed around the Earth. That's what they say. Just like he said, around. So when he's the way he's describing it, it leads me to believe not a spherical Earth. I don't think that's what he's saying. What it leads me to believe is that the poles are in the direct center, and that there's a circle around these poles, and that when you look at a map from the North Pole being in the center, and you put this map
Okay. I'm gonna stop you there. But he said the poles were in the sky, right? The stars, Polaris, right, and the Southern Cross.
So I'm gonna show this. So like this is like how like he's like I'm gonna copy and paste this in this source real quick. It's off. It's just a picture. And I want to say, is this like how you go around? Is this how you go around? Like so in that map, you see that map? All right, I'm gonna ask a question. So is that the way he goes around from the U.S. back to the U.S.? Like, because they're going around it. So is it like that? Is that what he's describing?
So if you're at like, let's say, California, all right, and you go around, and then I don't know, I'm not sure if you can go through South America. I'm not sure if there's like an inlet there. I'm not sure if it's all land.
There's canals stuff.
Okay, so let's just go through a canal there. Let's just skip the South America. Let's just go through that little like part, and then we'll go back to Boston. There we go.
But if you can't travel in a straight line though, hypothetically, like in the same direction, you're telling me that these directions it changes depending on where you're at. To like that doesn't make sense because what Jedi's depiction of the compass and what north, south, east, and west, it doesn't really. It's subjective to where you're at. And like I know y'all don't believe in the hemispheres, and I don't believe in them either. So my question is, like, do they have to literally change direction though, like to move around it, or else it's not a perfect flat Earth? Because if it's a flat Earth and they're going, they'll literally have to change direction to move around it. Like.
I'm getting it. You're confusing me. Anyone else want to take this up? I'm gonna go work on my bike.
I don't know.
It's in the word. They call it circumnavigation. Maybe you should look up what it means to circumnavigate. It means to go around in a circle. It's in the word.
All right, so I'm gonna send a picture of the map. Okay, this map. And I'm just using a picture off Google Images, okay? Just to reference. I'm going to be looking at the same map, okay? Okay, there's the map, right? That Plumbot put down. So let's say I'm at California, right? He's telling me if I because of some kind of rotation when it comes to north, south, east, and west, that if I travel solely, I can't just travel west. That's pretty much what he's saying. Like it's, I
No,
don't.
that's not what he said. You didn't listen to anything. East and west, doesn't matter which one you pick, is a circle around north. East and west are not straight lines. They are circles.
Oh, Adam, he's walking in circles though. Like it's
Yeah, like even on a globe, they're circles, dude. On flat, they're circles. On a globe, they're circles. East and west are circles, dude. Period.
but it's how is
Okay, John, let's scale this way back. John, let's scale this way back. You're at, imagine that you're at the North Pole, and let's pretend that there's an actual pole there, okay? And that's where your compass points. It'll point to that. It's north. And if you're going to go around west, you're going to put your hand on the pole and swing yourself around the pole and make a circle around the pole. That's west. Now put your other hand on the pole and walk the other way. That would be east. And you walk around the pole. That's circumnavigating. Now let's move back a little further so that we can't touch the pole and go in a circle around the pole. You still go in a circle around the pole, the place where your compass is pointing, and you go east or west. I don't know why you can't figure this out. This is common stuff.
They can't go straight, like, because even in this picture that Adam sent, it's literally a man. But we can move on to another thing, because I just don't think I can understand that, because
you can understand circles.
South are in
reference for you, dude. I'm so embarrassed for you that you can't understand circles, man. This is like, ooh boy.
I think he's putting us on now.
Understand what's north,
gone
east,
way
south,
too far.
west.
This is nonsense.
It's in reference to, like, oh my god. All right, I'm gonna just cite my source when it comes to it. There's like, this isn't. It has nothing to do with astronomy. Whatever. What exactly are you telling me? North, south, east, and west are like? Are they direct?
Navigation, your cardinal directions. Oh my gosh.
It's in reference to where you're at. How is it a circle?
No,
Like-
it's an sorry, north like south is an absolute direction, because that is a definite geographical position on the Earth. That geographical position is underneath a celestial rotation in the sky. For example, celestial north. Directly underneath celestial north, we can affix a pole. East and west will be circles around that pole.
So you just told me there were no poles, because like.
Oh my god, he's fucking retarded.
So
my brain just broke.
Model, there's polar opposites on the axis of how Earth revolves. Like there's the North Pole and South Pole. They're not literal poles. It's just based on.
Dude. All right. We understand that they're not literal poles, even though you can go to the South Pole and see a nice fucking pole. But we understand that these are geographical and celestial positions, absolute directions for cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. North and south being poles, east and west being circles around them. You're asking us how we can travel in circles on a flat surface. It's a circle.
So they're really going straight, right? They're really going. Is that what they're doing? Even though they're going down the North Pole.
Wow. No, they're actually going in a circle. Actually going in a circle. Do I need to say it again? They are actually going in a circle.
How does that side with the flat Earth theory? That makes more sense.
This is dumb. What's a circle?
You're saying that is some kind of like flat. I don't.
A circle's a two-dimensional what shape?
Understanding what you're depicting.
You asking that how you could go in circles?
Two-dimensional plane,
on flat
actually.
surfaces.
North and south has been we use it to navigate, but
That's what we're doing. Yeah.
The North Pole and South Pole when it comes.
It's not gonna. Hold on a second. I gotta unlock my card.
Something that's like meant for the north, like that we use. You told me that North Pole is the star.
I'll be right back. I gotta unlock my card.
Like.
Yeah, I told you, Celestial North. The clue's in the fucking name. Celestial is in the sky.
What are you talking about? Like the North Star or something?
Oh, has it got North in the name?
Okay, so what else can we use besides to navigate? Like because we cannot use North and
All we
South.
can use to navigate is the stars. The stars is how you navigate.
Stars. What the fuck? We can use also magnetic field lines.
All right. Okay.
We can use the terrain.
It's not that hard. You go in a circle around a star, dude. That's it.
Some flat Earth depiction. My idea of a flat Earth was that like the literal archaic depiction of a flat Earth.
Oh yeah, that's a straw man.
No,
it's not. That the Earth is a disc where the center is the north and the circumference is the south.
No,
yeah, that's a straw man.
How's that a straw man?
Because we're not making a claim to that. That's a claim that other people are making on our behalf. This is the archaic model that they think that we're talking about. We're not talking about that, so it's a straw man.
So explain your depiction because you're not.
You haven't asked me to. At the moment, you've asked me how do we go around in circles when we navigate the Earth.
You're just saying we don't
know the dimensions of the Earth. I did say that earlier.
So you can't tell me how the Earth looks because
I'm not God, for example.
You have to be God to see that?
Sorry, do I need to step back from the Earth to see what it looks like in its entirety? Isn't that what you had to do when you went to the moon?
Experiments, like you brought up.
Start saying words you don't understand again, please.
Dude, I haven't made any claims. So if you don't
experiments,
I haven't made any claims.
Experiments.
Yeah, you claim that there's experiments. So, what's an experiment? Can you go ahead and define what an experiment is in science?
That's a straw man. Like, no, he said
it's
that
not a straw man.
That I can do to see the curvature of the Earth with
you apparently don't know what an experiment is.
That's what I'm talking about. So now I'm trying to understand his depiction of the Earth.
I don't have one.
It has none. So
I don't have one. I don't know what the entirety of reality looks like.
Then how are you making claims on
because the surface of water measures horizontal.
What was I about to ask you, sir?
I don't care. I'm telling you why.
Why are you making a claim about the flat Earth? If the Earth is flat, why are you making a claim about that? That's what you're going to ask.
So
why is the first rodeo?
Lying so much to scientists?
Do
what?
God.
Why are they lying about it?
Oh, we don't know.
Did you know science has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth?
What literature is like? Where's your supporting literature? Where's anything that's on your side?
Would you like some?
Would you like some supporting literature?
A doctor.
We've offered you so many citations, but you haven't read them.
What?
Do you require supporting literature for the water's horizontal on the surface?
Sure. I would like to.
Perhaps you'd like how airplanes fly over a flat and motionless plane. Perhaps you'd like that one.
He just made a claim that you would only know from a God-eyed view. He just said that it's a flat and motionless plane. So,
dude, no, don't strawman me.
Other person is saying,
asshole, don't do it. Don't strawman me. That is not what I said.
That's
I was
what he
answering
said.
your
That's
question,
what he said,
but
not
you asked me. Don't talk. Look, my friends, right? I'm going to be honest with you. I could remove you from the channel. You've been here long enough and you've tried everybody's patience. Now, barefaced to everyone, you're going to try and build a straw man. I'm not going to fucking hold for it, Sunshine, because that's not what I fucking said. I was answering your question. Oh, he's going to talk again. What an intolerable man.
Dude, I was talking to the other guy. I wasn't saying nothing to you. I didn't say nothing.
A flying fuck, dude, and I do apologise for swearing, but my goodness, you've tried our patience.
Well, somebody else said something about not having a depiction. You haven't made a claim. I'm not talking about your claims. Someone else said that the Earth is a motionless place. I'm not talking about you. And you can ban me, but that's just intellectually dishonest. You're a miserable, single, fat old man, dude.
Dude, John, if you
shut
feel
up, dude.
hard done by, instead of complaining, you can reiterate your point if you feel hard done by.
Way too much time on
So here's the problem, John, right? Here's the problem, John. Here's the problem, right? I'm not giving you a God's eye view. There's flight manuals out there that tell you that when you're flying a plane, you treat the surface of the Earth as if it's flat and motionless. Everything that we do is based off of a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's the way the mechanics work out. You know why they say that? To simplify it, because it would be over. You would have to overthink everything. Oh, what's the tangential spin of the Earth based off the angle that I'm flying? How do I maintain this? You'd have to do all this extra unnecessary math because the Earth is flat and motionless. That's why they treat it as such.
I kind of came in here thinking that flat earthers were skeptics and they were challenging the status quo. But I come in here and I face like suppression, like insults. Like I came in with an open mind. I haven't said nothing just because I don't understand your ideology, and I'm cross-referencing other areas.
It's not an ideology. Can I explain how? Listen to this, okay? If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
I mean, it's not a perfect sphere.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
How do you know it's not
then?
Because of what you can see from the horizon from your 6-foot perspective? No, when you go up in a plane, you can see the curvature.
No, stop trying to defend it. He's just asking you a good faith question. Just answer the question. Stop getting so defensive. Just answer what he's asking you.
If it's it would be flat, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the only alternative. If I put a TV screen in front of you and it said that TV screen is curving and you said no, it's flat, what would we do to determine whether or not that TV screen was a flat screen TV or
not? By looking at it?
No. Yeah. By definition, lines, straight ones and curved ones, they can't be the same thing.
But you argued that there was a 2D, like this is like almost like a flat Earth. And like
no, it's not 2D. It's a surface description.
So how do you move around something then like that in that way?
Well, how do you move around a flat surface?
You said the pole is in reference. What exactly is the North Pole?
Exactly, it's the North Pole. It's a point of celestial rotation in the sky.
Yeah, everything's based off the stars. The only thing that's not based off the stars is the surface of the Earth.
So, where do these ideas originate from? Like, are you guys on atheists?
Somebody decided one day to go out and look at the surface of the Earth because they said the Earth was 24,901 miles. They said the horizon was 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer. and someone was looking out one day and said, well, holy, that island might be 30, 40, 50 miles away. I shouldn't be seeing that island. I thought the horizon was only 3 miles away. And so they decided to go and do some geometry and some calculations, and they find out there's no way that they could see that island from 30 miles away or 20 miles away. And so they doing other observations, and they start finding out that the horizon is actually in the wrong place. It's not anywhere near where it's supposed to be based off of the what the globe says it.
It depends how high up you are. Of course, when you're like literally, if you
That's
put
why he
this
said 6 foot.
Right.
I was trying
So
to
when you're 1 foot, when you're 1 foot observer height, how far away is the horizon?
I don't know the mathematics off the top of my head.
We do.
We do, and you should look into it.
That's
so you're right. I mean, well done for pointing out that the height of the observer is going to change the distance to the geometric horizon. The mathematical formula to figure that out is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's eye height in feet. So that's why Sheepdog just said, if you're a 6 foot observer, if you're on a sphere, then the horizon's 3 miles away. If you're 1 foot, square root of 1 is 1, times that by 1.225, and that gives you a distance to the horizon of 1.225 miles. Conversely, 8 foot above sea level, that's a horizon of 3.46 miles. Increasing or decreasing the eye height of the observer would change the geometric distance to the horizon. You understand this? Well done. Sorry, Sheepdog, carry on, mate.
Oh yeah, just we all agree that like based off of the geometry of the Earth, the supposed geometry, as you get closer to the Earth, the horizon would get closer to you. We're not disagreeing with that at all. What happened was somebody showed us some things, and I don't know Jedi's entire story, but for me, when I saw people doing long distance observations, I was like, I've seen things that look like I shouldn't see them, but really the horizon's that close? No, there's no way, man. Let me go look for myself. And that's when I started down my own little path, and I went from believing the Earth was a ball to knowing that the Earth was flat because of long distance observations. All these things are done over water because water, when at rest, always seeks horizontal equilibrium. We can observe this with a cup of water, the surface is flat. Observe this with a puddle of water when it rains, the surface is flat. We can observe this with a bathtub, a swimming pool, a pond, a lake, a river. Whatever you want to call the surface, any body of water, the surface of the water is flat. So then it's like, well, now we're going to beg the question. We're going to go out and test this over longer distances. So we're going to use large lakes that we can't see the beach on the other side, or maybe we'll go out to the ocean and we'll find things that are demarcated out in the middle of the ocean at a set distance and see where the horizon ends up along that observation. So we don't disagree with you at all. The difference between you and I is I was skeptical, but at the same time, I'm like, that can't be true. Let me go look for myself. So I was skeptical both for flat and globe. And I just decided, you know what? I've been lied to before in the past. I've been gaslit before in the past. Let me go check for myself. I bet you've never done that for yourself.
I'm not skeptic, but I wanted to ask y'all about your worldviews because is there any other ideas in your worldviews that like reinforce these?
No.
That's the main point.
It's math and science, bro. I don't need the idea of a creator. I don't need the Bible. I don't need scripture to confirm my worldview. All I needed was geometry and science. Knowing the difference between the two, that you don't need geometry to do science, and you don't need science to do geometry. When it comes to the shape, whether it's a cube, a pyramid, cone, a triangle, a square, whatever the shape is, that is not a science question. That's a geometry question. And the way that you go test those things is you look at the lines that are involved with it, you look at the angles that are involved with it, and you compare it with what Euclidean set out for us, right?
Is the sphere?
Huh?
Is the sun a sphere? And furthermore, we can
I have no
also.
idea.
Oh
I
God,
see the sun in
he's
the
not
sky.
listening to Sheepdog.
I know. I see the sun in the
He's talking
sky.
about the sun.
It looks like a circle. It could be a sphere, right? But I can't go there and check for myself.
Okay, so
Whack-a-mole.
To a flat Earth astronaut.
Y'all need empirical evidence. All right, I get that. So, okay.
Let me ask you something, John. When you look in the sky, do you see the sun moving or do you feel the earth moving?
I don't feel the earth moving. I feel gravity upon me, but
You
don't
feel gravity upon you. Okay, that's a good one. Explain that.
Gravity, our weight is determined by
If you're just standing there, you don't feel gravity upon you. So, like saying you feel gravity upon you, that's the most ridiculous thing. Bro, when you look in the sky, do you see the sun moving?
Gravity.
Do you see the sun moving, or do you see the earth moving? When you look into the sky.
The sun moves.
Okay. All right. We experience the same thing then. We see the sun move. We don't see the earth move.
John, sit down. Somebody else needs to talk.
Contradicting the ideas of
Oh,
the
no, he's
solar.
off again. He's going to start preaching now.
Thank you, John. We appreciate your question and little honesty, but next.
Yeah,
we'll come back to you later, John. I think you need to think about some things. Maybe do a little research.
John, take a break. Take some coffee.
Understand, like, dude, you just.
It's not your invitation to keep talking, John.
This is a toxic server, dude.
All right, what's your close? We'll give you 5 seconds. What's your closing statements?
Stay in school, kids.
Okay, bye.
All right, that's John, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, John.
John seemed like a vibe. He was pretty cool.
I mean, overall, like he seems like a nice guy. It's just this conversation will trigger people because they can't fathom anything but the globe. And
Mr. Tide,
you figure after you
Sorry,
told
this
them.
is brilliant. John's passing remark in the side chat is Jedi is a virgin. I mean, this is the standard that we're dealing with, guys.
I know, right?
It seemed like a real cool. Yeah, you still think he seemed like a cool guy. I mean, he just heard that there's no measurable surface curvature, and he went on to ask, "What about the sun?" So he didn't want to learn how anybody is making that claim or why anybody's making that claim. He didn't want to ask about long distance observations and how would we know any of this stuff. He just went on to ask about the sun and what do we know about the sun.
And here's the weird thing, right? Like, here's the weird thing. We were all taught the Earth is too big to see the curvature of the Earth, right? So we know it's flat, but somebody else has to tell us that it's curved. So there you go, John. If you're listening, like, you know the Earth is flat. You knew it was flat all along. You just chose to ignore your senses and go with what somebody else was telling you. You got fooled like we all got fooled.
Well, please, I'm banned from these side chats by someone. I don't remember who, but I was banned to watch a video. So I did watch most of the video. Yeah, so I'm here to provide the conclusion or summary of what I watched for Mr. Adam Unsalted.
Go for it.
Just so you know, Mr. Tides, you were hot miking, so just be careful.
Okay, so in the beginning of the video, he showed from what I remember, I'm not looking at the video right now. He showed something like a flat Earth map with Greenland in the middle, and then he was talking about, is it 16th or 60th, like ring of the Earth, and then like we can't go past the south part of that. I know I'm not putting the words clearly, but like you get what I mean. Yeah, so we're not allowed to travel down there without like heavily guidance and stuff. And then animals aren't allowed to travel there. And then yeah.
Right. So does that make the claims verifiable necessarily?
Well, it does make the claim that Antarctica might be an ice wall a little verified, yeah.
Verifiable, like how verifiable are claims from Antarctica, particularly inner Antarctica?
Well, I don't think any claims in Antarctica will be verifiable since, Antarctica is this place and then we aren't allowed to see most of it. We're only allowed to see the tippy tip.
Yo, pause.
Hey, just FYI, y'all, I muted Mr. Tides because he was hot mic. If y'all want to talk to him, just unmute.
Oh, by the way, could I get unmuted from side chat?
So, like, Antarctica may as well be like outer space, right?
Yeah. And then in the video, they compared Earth to like a ring magnet, and they were showing how stuff can stick onto it and stuff.
Is that all? Or do you have other things to add? I don't even know. What did Adam and Salted, can you summarize what he presented to you so that way we have a little more clarity on what you're specifically interacting with?
It's not here. I think it was Antarctica's Closed, that YouTube video, I think.
Also, over fences for like 3 months now or something, he's been calling me a troll. And I'm not a troll. I'm a real person. I have my own thoughts and stuff, so I'm not a troll.
Trolls are real people that have their own thoughts and stuff.
Damn, over fences, you're gonna sit there and take that?
Guess so.
Damn. No.
So yeah, just to clarify, if I'm acting like a troll, I'm very sorry. I'm just here to provide my insights on these topics.
What do you think about geometry?
Real quick, before you answer that question, I want to respond to you about what you just said about being a troll. Like, so just so you know, some people have concerns with you changing your voice. And so we're very honest people here. So if you're changing your voice, like the best thing you can do is just use your real voice. That's more important than anything else.
Okay, so you're saying my voice is getting on your nerves, right? So should I just like deepen it or what?
No, your voice is not getting on our nerves. We just want you to be yourself, not try to be somebody else's voice. Don't change your voice. Don't change the sound of your voice just because you want to do it for humor. That's something that trolls do. Trolls do things to mess with other people's minds, and it's a very dishonest thing. So if you're going to be honest with us and you want us to be honest with you, it's best to establish yourself as yourself and not try to pretend to be something else.
Okay, I'm gonna be 100% honest here. Number one, I'm not using a voice changer, but I am putting on a voice. Like, it's kind of stressful to do this voice, you know? It's kind of hard.
Why do you do this voice? Why don't you do your regular voice? Be yourself.
My regular voice is like, since I'm in Africa, I have to speak pretty deep to people, so my regular voice is a little deep, so I don't think it will help.
Go
in the
ahead, give it a shot.
Oh, really?
Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
They're really deep, bro.
But Anyway, so what were you talking about again? Somebody asked me what is geometry, right?
Dude,
No,
you sound perfectly clear.
I ask you, what do you think about geometry?
Geometry. I only know the basics of geometry. Probably a little more advanced than basics, but like you get the gist.
Okay, if we have a pyramid and pyramid is 700 meters, how we will know that that pyramid is 700 meters?
You ask the person that built it.
I'm asking simple question.
Yes, and we ask the person that built it what the height is.
How you will know that that height is real, 700 meters?
Because he built it. He built it.
He built it. I can build now house, and I can ask you, how tall is my house?
How the hell would I know? How tall is your house?
Okay, great. How we will find out how tall is my house?
I ask you, go take a ruler and measure.
Okay, but how you will find out?
How I will find out? Why would I need to know the height of your house?
Okay, can we do the same thing with the Earth?
No,
Why?
because we are not like 1/3 the size of our house. Earth is gigantic.
Okay, how gigantic Earth is?
Okay, Earth is very gigantic. Like very gigantic.
Is it there a number or is it 2 million miles?
Oh my god, I'm never going to say it's 2 million miles. It's
Okay, it's not.
it's a set measurement, but I
Okay,
have to Google search that measurement right now because I do
okay,
not
but
know at the
did
moment.
you know that all of us did that years ago?
You're saying years ago, like I'm a kid. Like
Okay, you're a kid. You
like
can
I'm
watch.
on a lower level than you.
Okay, you're a kid. You can look it now. You can look it now and see how big Earth is.
Okay, but which side do you want? The radius from the horizontal axis or the radius from
Okay,
the vertical axis?
radius. Okay, radius.
Which radius? From horizontal or vertical axis?
Radius is one.
Radius is not one because the Earth is not a perfect sphere. So the
Okay,
vertical.
I'll say this.
Okay.
I'll say this, Sasha. There is a polar radius and an equatorial radius based off of what NASA presents.
Okay.
But the 3959 is an average of all the radii.
Okay. If he has some another number, he can say, okay, it's not 3959, it's 3958.
That wouldn't matter much at all.
Yeah.
No, I think the polar radius is 3950 and the equatorial radius is 3963 miles.
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
Yeah. What will give
it's a 13-mile difference. 13 miles out of 3,959 miles or whatever, like a difference of 13 miles it might as well be a sphere. It's 13 miles ain't nothing in the big scheme of all that.
Yeah, but with that given number, will give us that with our height, how much we can see in distance with that given radius.
Like, I'll give you an example, easy. Draw a circle or draw an oblate spheroid where the equatorial radius is 13 millimeters shorter. Like, do a 3,000 or 24,901 millimeter circumference circle with the polar radius 13 miles or 13 millimeters shorter than the equatorial radius. I guarantee you it's going to look like a
all my
sphere.
books at home. I can't draw.
But it's going to look like a sphere. It's not going to look like a.
Yeah, it's going to be like almost
oblate.
a perfect sphere.
Sorry, go ahead, Sasha. My bad. I just wanted to clarify that. people get all nuanced about an oblate spheroid, and it's very close to a perfect.
But it is good to say that Earth is an oblate spheroid instead of a spherical plane.
Why?
Because the reason is are you hot micing, Jedi, or are you gonna
Sorry,
say
I do
something?
apologise. Yeah, no, yeah.
Okay. Well, what I was saying is that it's very good to say that Earth is an oblate spheroid, because even though it may be just a few miles, it's really how do you put this? It's really important to how measurements are made and discussed, because if it was a perfect sphere, does a perfect sphere even exist? Like, does a perfect
No.
circle even exist?
No. But how do you know it's not a perfect sphere?
Well, how do we know it's not a perfect sphere?
Yeah.
Well, you don't really, according to NASA, this I've not conducted it myself. Why am I stuttering so much today? Anyway, according to NASA, the Earth is an oblate spheroid because it's too tiny to be an actual sphere. Like Jupiter is more of a sphere than Earth because it's gigantic and its gravity is bigger. And then because its gravity is bigger, it pulls the stuff closer to core.
Okay, I mean, that's a lovely story, but that's not telling me how we know the story's true. I'm asking you, you understand the difference between a perfect sphere and an oblate spheroid. The surface would still curve, but on the oblate spheroid, there'd be a change of the rate of curvature, but there would still be curvature. I'm asking you how that change was measured. So we know that it's an oblate spheroid because when we measure the surface of the Earth, it's not always curved the same amount.
Okay, so the reason we know, like, we don't really know it. We don't know anything in life, but yeah, we don't know if we have hands or not. But like, apart from that,
what
we don't really know if the exact dimensions of it. But
Really?
we do
We don't know
know
its
the
radius,
approximate
diameter, or
measurement.
circumference?
What?
Radius, diameter, and circumference, the values that go along with the Earth, its size and dimensions. We don't know these things?
No, we know them. You're you're confusing it. Like, it's a normal measurement, but like,
What measurement? What?
Okay, we have the measurement because
Do you?
everybody on Earth took a ruler, put it down, and then attached some string to it.
Okay.
Of course not. That's not how life works.
Sorry,
You see
that's
what?
not how we. Sorry, I appreciate your what vague analogy of using a ruler, but that would be just using a straight edge to measure a deviation from horizontal or an
Do you
elevation
know how to
above eye.
calculate a curve on a map? Do you know
It's
how
like,
to do that?
excuse me, we've let you talk and talk and talk, and we've been very patient with you and really have tried not to interrupt what you're saying. Why are you talking through me?
Sorry, sir.
I appreciate the ruler idea, but we can survey the world, right? The land upon which we build upon, the level of the building, your floor is level, right? The building is fucking straight and true. We understand these things because we survey the world around us. We build, for example, upon a level. A level is a straight line from left to right. Its orientation in this instance is horizontal. That's perpendicular to vertical, up and down.
Yeah, up and down.
Yeah, we
Vertical.
can measure these things on the surface of the Earth. That's how we build upon the surface of the Earth. Like, for example, the tunnel underneath the English Channel that connects England to the rest of Europe. We can measure the Earth. When we measure the Earth to lay horizontally over distance, not curving.
Well, yeah, that's true. But speaking about levels, that just gave me an idea. Thank you for the idea, sir. But couldn't we just use a leveler to find out the curvature of an Earth?
Yeah, we use things like laser levels.
But
So a
still,
laser
it could
level will be
provide
a laser level will be a transit of a spectrum of light hitting a receiver, most commonly an optic or a reflector. This is how we survey the land, for example. When I brought up the English Channel Tunnel, that was using laser spectrum analysis across the English Channel from one coast to another. That's a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. So when we survey the land, it's flat, shock horror.
Yeah, I understand, sir. I'm gonna keep quiet and recollect my ideas because I'm having a brain fart.
No problem. It's just because you seem to think it was impossible to measure the Earth, but we do it every day.
I never said it was impossible to measure the Earth.
But yeah, you started bringing up the analogy of the ruler, and like, oh yeah, I'm going to get my ruler out again. Like, kind of like pouring fun of the idea that we measured the Earth. We obviously measure the Earth, dude. This is how we like live on it. This is how we navigate. This is how we construct like engineering projects on and under the surface of the Earth at huge distances. We even have to make the water flow. Now, understanding how water flows, you'd most definitely come to the understanding that the Earth can only be a horizontal plane.
Well, that is not really true because according to what I learned in physics class, wait, I'm coming to change your voice. According to what I learned in physics class, my teacher, Miss Juliet, that doesn't matter. Anyways, she said that gravity, it depends on how big the object is. So if we have an object and another object next to you, let's say you have it, like take anything, it's an experiment right now. You have any two objects, sir?
Yeah, my head and my phone.
Okay, your
Are you going
head
to tell
and
me
your phone.
that? Are you going to tell me if my head was big enough and my phone was big enough, my phone would orbit my head?
No, not at all, sir. It will actually crash into each other. But that's
shit.
besides the point. That's besides the point.
I mean, that's interesting and all, but we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal. You seem to be coming up with an idea that creates curved surfaces. If your gravitational story was true, then the surface of the Earth would be curved. Something we would observe, something we would measure, something we would actually practically have to take account for. But we don't do that. The surface of the Earth is observed, measured, and practically taken account as a horizontal plane. So I don't know why you're bringing up a story that creates curved surfaces. The Earth isn't a curved surface.
Sir, you, wait, how do I say this? Okay, you didn't allow me to finish my analogy. So, may I
I
continue?
do apologise. If you feel hard done by, I'll stick myself on mute and you can continue.
Okay, sir, thank you. So your head and your phone, right? Both of them are attracting each other at a set mass, like at a set gravity, like they're attracting each other with gravity. But that gravity is so insignificant that you do not count it when you're measuring force. Now, if we were to get a slightly bigger object and another slightly bigger object, and we were to put them next to each other, they'll also have a force of gravity connecting to them, but it will still be insignificant. This is because gravity is the weakest force known to man. That's why we can jump and fall down.
That's nice. What's this got to do with the surface of the Earth, though?
Sounds like you're reading from a script.
Breaking up. What did you say?
What's this got to do with the surface of the Earth? I was talking to you about how we measure the surface of the Earth, and now you've gone out into this realm of, big things being attracted to other things very weakly. I don't understand unless you're going to tell me that eventually, if the things become big enough, then the things that they will create will be curved surfaces, like spheres and the vacuum of space. I mean, that's the only reason why you can be talking about what you are at the moment. If you're
Okay, so
trying
I
to
should
address what I
explain.
said, I hope.
I should explain how gravity makes things spherical, right?
Okay, so that would
Okay.
mean the surface of the Earth would be curved.
Yes.
We don't
Now,
measure that.
may I do another analogy?
Yeah, if that one wasn't good enough, I'll give you another go.
No, like on top of that analogy.
Oh, on top of that one. All right then.
Yeah.
You want to, mate?
Do you have any flat objects in your room, like a bunch
Yeah.
of soap?
Yeah. Yeah.
So take two soaps, flat soaps, and then put them next to each other.
Okay.
Okay. Now that they're next to each other, find the center of the soaps.
Okay.
You see the center?
I mean, yeah.
Now, according to physics, that's where gravity acts upon. So, when the thing gets bigger, the gravity is not only pulling to another object, it's also pulling to the center. That's why we have center of gravity. Now, because of this center of gravity, when the flat slope becomes bigger, it all gets, since the center is where the gravity is getting attracted to. Why are you laughing? Anyway, so all of the soap stuff come into the middle, and then like they become round because that's how gravity.
They become round. That means the surface will be curved?
Yes, the surface might be curved.
That's not
depending on
what
the
we
size.
measure on the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth measures to lay horizontal over distance. Horizontal is not a rate of change of slope.
Yeah, what does that have to do with my analogy?
What does that have to do with it? Mate, you're giving me a creation story of spheres. Like a ball, you said. The consequent on the surface of a ball is that surface is curved. I assume, and forgive me if I am incorrect, you're trying to make this analogous to the Earth, meaning that the surface of the Earth would also be curved. Curvature is a rate of change of slope. When we measure the surface of the Earth, we measure zero slope. That's horizontally. So the Earth is measured flat. Why are you bringing up creation narratives for a sphere which the Earth most definitely is not measured to be?
Okay, now you're saying the Earth isn't measured to be a sphere, but that's not what I'm getting at. I'm not talking about this specific measurement. I am talking about the fact that if you get something, there will always be a center, like a center that it will like gravitate upon on.
Guys, I don't get it.
You might
What
have
is
to
this
repeat
all
what you
about?
said. At the moment, this guy's trying to tell me that curved lines are straight lines.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're
What
saying
I'm
that
saying is that
gravity forms balls. That's a curved line. I'm telling
Are
you, the
you
Earth measures
debating?
flat. That's a
Wait,
straight line. Are you trying to tell me that straight lines are curved?
I am not telling you
Yeah, I
straight
think we
lines
should
are curved.
move.
You know what you're doing?
Should
You're
move on.
bringing up like let me use another like analogy. You're bringing up the horizon when I'm talking about space.
Easy.
I didn't say
Hey,
anything
easy.
about the
Can you hear
fucking
me?
horizon.
Yes, sir, I can
Easy.
hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Again, you've heard all of these arguments plenty of times. I don't think we should be wasting time on somebody who's heard every single long distance observation, been given countless stuff to go and research, and then you still coming back in here playing stupid. It's ridiculous.
I'm
So
not
if
playing
somebody else
stupid.
has any questions, hey, listen, I'm over it, man. So is a lot of the people that have been listening to you for I don't know how many weeks you were in here before, but I know if DJ was here, he would not be wanting to listen to this junk. So if anybody else has any questions, that'd be great. We can move on.
Is anyone here a flat earther?
Yes.
So you're basically debating on whether Earth is like flat or spherical.
Yeah, if you want to debate an objective subject, yeah, I guess.
Well, but we need an opposing like side, because I guess I'll take the side I believe in. So the Earth is spherical.
Okay. So why do you say the Earth is spherical?
Okay, there are actually like lots of reasons, even the ones you can prove to yourself.
Should we start with those ones? Those sound interesting, things that I can verify for myself.
Like if you have like a basic telescope, you can see Saturn, Jupiter. You can see Mercury, especially Mercury. If you know it, it makes lots of revelations around Sun per year. So Earth, it takes Earth to go one time around a Sun, 365 days, right? For Mercury, it's so it's closer to the Sun, so it's rotating faster. And from the moment on the sky, you can actually like draw on the map, but it will be like a 3D model, like on paper, that it's moving around object and it goes behind the Sun.
So when you get your telescope and you look at spheres that move like Jupiter and Mars, how do you also know that the Earth is a sphere that moves?
Look, starting from the orbits.
Okay. How do you know the Earth is like those things that move in orbits in the sky? For example, you're claiming that they move. When I stand on the Earth, I don't feel any motion of the Earth. I just see the things in the sky moving. So how do you know that we're moving also?
No, you don't feel that you move, because it's the same as in the train. You don't feel like you move unless you accelerate.
Or go around the corner.
But Earth is not accelerating.
Excuse me. Or go around a corner. Like in a circular path, you feel that. That would be analogous to your idea that the Earth is in orbit, a circular path around the Sun. The Earth's not going straight in your model. So why are you talking about a train that's going straight? To make the analogy fit, the train would have to go in a circular path, and you'd feel that.
No, actually, we're not going with analogies here. Actually, I don't like the ideas of analogies when it comes to like materialistic things.
Okay, I'm still trying to ask you how you prove the Earth is like those things in the sky.
We have satellites.
Okay, can you prove that they rotate around a sphere?
Look, actually,
yes.
If you look at the sky, have you ever noticed like little stars that move?
Yeah, things in the sky that move.
Have you noticed that it became more like frequent than it used to be like 5-6 years ago? Because actually, look, 4 years ago, or 5 in 2020. On the sky, it was 4,000 satellites, and right now, at the moment, it's above 13,000.
More things in the sky. Okay, there's more things in the sky that move. Okay, and
so if Earth is pulling it down, why is it not falling down?
Sorry, wait, what?
why are they not falling down?
I don't know. Why are you saying the Earth is pulling them down?
Because of gravity. The
Oh,
same reason.
what's that?
The same reason when you jump and then you fall back.
The same reason that when I let gas go, it comes back, right?
Gas, look, gas has less density than air. Air has
less density.
pressure.
Gas, sorry, hold on. Gas has less density than air. Air is made
is a
of
mixture,
gas.
mixture of different gases. Yeah,
Yeah, mixture of different gases. The air is mixture of different gases. Oxygen, nitrogen. Yeah, they expand,
it's
don't
different, but look, you can even prove that it's pulling down just because of the pressure. Difference in pressure at different heights. Look,
Sorry.
you go to mountains. There is less. There is
What's
less
the cause
air.
of pressure?
It's harder to breathe.
Excuse me. What's the cause of pressure?
Density?
No, not density. Density doesn't cause pressure. What causes pressure, gas pressure?
Force over area.
Force over area. The force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. To have gas pressure, you require a container. If you don't have a container and there's more available volume to fill, the gas will fill it.
So why is it not leaking out?
Because we're contained.
How are we contained?
By a container.
What container?
I don't know. The one that causes gas pressure.
Why is it different at different heights? Then?
Because there's gas production that takes place primarily on and within the surface of the Earth. Oxygen cycles, nitrogen cycles, the absorption, reabsorption, dissolution of gases and liquids on the surface. There's more of it down here where it's produced and circulated.
That's a solid point. I don't even know what to say. not because it's not something I really agree, because I mean what you said.
I mean, you didn't think science was that simple, did you?
Oh my gosh! No, I know.
It's not that you don't agree. It's not an agree or disagree general of what he told you. It's not like politics. The gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. That's not an agree or disagree thing. That's the way it is.
No, about what he said, that the reason why it's different, the pressure is different at different heights, is because the production of gases or circulation of gases takes place closer to us, where all the grass, trees.
We don't disagree.
Makes total sense. Silence.
Where's the density of the gas the greatest?
Sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear.
Where is the density of gas the greatest? Do you want the answer? Where it's produced?
No. The metal things, aquanauts, like the people who go underwater, swim underwater, they have these bottles with pressurized gas. There is a lot of gas contained in the.
Yes.
This is where.
What happens when the diver breathes and opens the valve inside the container? Does the gas come out?
Hold on, I don't understand this.
The answer is yes, because that's how the diver breathes. Right, he opens the valves by the inhalation, and the gas comes out and fills his lungs. Right, that's the high pressure in the container on his back, moving into the lower pressure environment of his lungs. High pressure fills low pressure
we
environment.
know, high pressure fills low pressure. So
good.
If there is no gravity.
Oh my God, he's going to bring up gravity again. There's no gravity in the second law of thermodynamics. There's no gravity in PV equals nRT. There's no gravity in gas behavior.
Okay, fair enough. Wait, Jedi, I have a very a straightforward question for you. That if really Earth is flat, then this is unexplainable.
It really is flat, though. That's the thing.
Huh?
It really is flat. That's the problem.
After his convincing argument, so yes.
I mean, the Earth is too big to see curves, so you already know it's flat, right? I mean, the Earth is too big to feel any motion, so you already know that it's not moving. And then you know that you can't have gas pressure next to an open system because all the air would go and fill the available space. There's not a single force in the world or in the universe that could keep gases glued to a ball next to the vacuum of space. And when I say vacuum, it's not a sucking power that's going on in outer space. It's just a void of matter. And the void of matter makes it easy for gases to go and fill those available spaces. So gas should have really just gone away from the Earth 4.6 billion years ago.
But from the other point, if you look at Mars, so scientists believe that Mars used to have a lot of gas in its atmosphere, but because unlike Earth, it doesn't have magnetic field, strong magnetic field. It actually does have magnetic field, but way weaker than.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
So the sun winds of ionic, we actually get it.
Have you tested this before?
I saw the lines on the sky, green lines from that's when ionic that's I don't know if it's matter, if it's particles, but this is what comes from sun.
Are you talking about You're talking about the Northern Lights? The
No. You know when you go to
Aurora Borealis?
polar lights. Or I'm not sure.
Yeah, the Aurora Borealis, the green lights of the north.
Yeah. And why are they seen only like in northern area?
I don't know. It's a crazy phenomenon, right?
Mm-hmm. And another thing, why
it doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball.
Look! Why is so? I've actually been to Australia myself. I saw moon being upside down. I swear.
Yeah, that's because you're looking at it from the south, not from the north.
So the moon is not moving. Like
so the moon moves between the tropics, right? Just like the sun does.
So that it can be seen from any point of the Earth, like at the same time. If
I'll give you an example, right? If we're standing in your living room, and I draw a number 6 on your ceiling, and I stand at one end of your living room, and you stand at the other end of your living room, and I label my end north and your end is south, and I look at the 6 and I say, "Oh, it's a 6," and you look at me and say, "No, it's a 9. You drew a 9, dude. You didn't draw a 6." It's the same thing.
But hey, okay. Even if this works, but why from one side of the Earth and from another you don't see moon like together? Like if you know that you are at the opposite
side. How far away is the moon? How far away is the moon?
It's 3. It's always different number, but about 384,000 kilometers.
How do you know that?
We can send signal to moon and receive it back. So it's the same way.
How much signal do we send to the moon, and how much do we receive?
We are communicating right now because we have this radio technology. So Wi-Fi, it's all electromagnetic waves.
Yeah, it's done with cellular towers.
And we can send those radio waves to the moon. And we
never
receive it back.
You've done this before. I can tell you've never done this before.
So you didn't.
So when they send these photons to the moon, right? They send trillions.
It's not photons. Right? It's
do you know what the number trillion looks like?
Look,
how
it's
many zeros are in a trillion?
Wave. It's not a particle.
How many zeros are in a trillion?
Bro, that's not the question.
No. I need you to understand how small of a number of photons you get back versus how many photons are sent out. So how many zeros are in a trillion?
12. Oh, wait.
All right, it's a very big number. Do you think you could count to a trillion in your lifetime?
What do you mean?
Do a Google search for me real quick.
Yeah.
All right. Search. How long would it take a person to count to a trillion 1 second at a time?
No, that's
or
obvious.
How long is a trillion seconds?
No, look.
How long is a trillion seconds?
What about your camera, your phone that you are holding? You taking picture of millions of photons. Yeah, it comes.
Why are you avoiding
on
my
the
question?
matrix. It's on the matrix because it's not a person who's taking the photons. Yeah, it's not that I'm counting 1 by 1 per second, 1 photon per second.
You don't understand what I'm trying to say. You just cut me off because you're trying to make an excuse. You don't know what I'm trying to tell you. You want me to just tell you what I'm trying to tell you?
I don't know because you're giving me.
So when you shoot a laser at the moon, right? When you're bouncing sound waves off the moon, whatever you're bouncing at the moon,
not sound waves.
Bounces back to you. Whatever it is that you're bouncing off the moon, sound waves, light waves, whatever. You're sending trillions of photons, trillions, not just 1 trillion, several trillion of photons to the moon.
How is it trillions?
Listen to me. You're sending trillions of them to the moon, and what bounces off the moon and comes back is like 2 to 4 photons out of trillions. So how do you even know that those photons are the photons that you sent up?
It's not how it works. Like light it's not a particle. Like it can be wave. It's electromagnetic wave with intensity.
What does one photon look like when someone flashes a light at you? How do I flash? How do I flash? If I was to flash a light at you, I want to flash 4 photons at you.
Look,
How would I do that?
usually you cannot produce.
Would you be able to perceive 4 photons?
I think our eye in the night at night can perceive 3 photons.
So now we're way off on the weeds on this one, man. So you don't know how any of it works. You're just trying to reason with yourself. So when it comes to the curvature of the Earth,
what's your point?
You can't prove that this was ever done, and you've never done it yourself.
What exactly wasn't done?
Bouncing radio waves off the moon.
Okay, fair. But the argument about no, I'm saying that you cannot prove as a person who doesn't have a simple radio. Like if you have a radio station or communications, I used to have a ratio like a policeman's. They have. I had a toy one, so it doesn't work at long distances. But
right, I've had those too. I mean, do you have a ham radio?
What?
Do you have a ham radio?
Not radio, no.
Yeah. So again, like you're just talking about something that somebody else has done that you think they've done it, but you can't verify what they've done because you've never done it.
But isn't that how like the humanity and the knowledge is? Like one person cannot learn and do everything in their timeline, lifetime.
But I've got a bridge to sell you in Wyoming, man. You know what I mean?
It's like gathering of knowledge.
I'll sell it to you for $100.
Like if you have people who do psychology.
You do realize that people will gaslight you and say things just to mess with you, right? Just because they know something you don't, and so they're just gonna like tease you about it. So I don't. You ever heard the term trust but verify?
No.
So let's say you're running a business, right? And you go something, and someone says, "Oh yeah, but your business." You're sure that it got and check to make sure that they.
I'm sorry, it might be my internet connection or it's just.
He is speaking 3 photons.
What?
We couldn't hear you for like 10 seconds.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
You're coming through.
So.
So, and then silence. I don't know if you're still speaking, but we don't hear anything after that.
How about now?
We currently hear you. Speak more than one sentence.
So speaking one word right now, I'm just going to speak until I get cut off. But yeah, trust but verify, man. Like you can believe them. That's fine. Like some people will believe some people, other people, and they won't even go behind them and check them, right? Like if a plumber comes and fixes the plumbing in your house, sure, yeah, most people are going to trust that the plumbing is fixed until another problem comes up. But if you know a little bit about something, you might go in and just double check to make sure they didn't do a quick job on you, right? And So, some of us, we've made a hobby out of like learning how things work in this world. And we like to go in and check what we can behind people that are saying one thing. And we call bullshit on each other, excuse my language. We call BS on each other all the time. It's not just the globe that we're calling BS on each other. We keep each other in check. And that's what good people do to each other. They make sure that we're all walking the straight and narrow together and we're all on the right path. So trust but verify, right? Go. You can trust what they're saying, but if you can verify it, go verify it. If you can't, just say that you can't and that it's pure belief and that's all it is. But when it comes to flat Earth, like we don't believe the Earth is flat. We went out and verified it ourselves. So we know the Earth is flat. You're like, oh, that's a bold statement to say. But there's so much science and evidence to support the globe Earth, and it's like they're wrong. I don't know what to tell you. They're wrong.
But what evidence you actually find in that proves that Earth is flat? You actually deny
the lack of curvature. The lack of curvature.
What of curvature? What is it?
Yeah, if I hand you a bowling ball and told you your bowling ball is flat, how would you know that the bowling ball was flat or curved?
I don't get this analogy. Sorry.
You would look at the surface of the bowling ball, right?
No. What do you mean about curvature? Like, from what perspective? Being on the surface, or like?
Well, I mean, if you're just a little ant on the top of a beach ball, there's still a rate of curvature going on the ball.
Because it's kind of small comparing to the.
It's not as big as you think it is.
Like the
24,900 miles is really not that big.
But that's around the Earth.
Your eyes are better than you think they are. They're not perfect.
So.
But they're better than you think they are.
So
we use our eyes all the time.
What is about
we build things all the time by eyeballing things.
So what about the curvature?
Yeah, so if the surface of anything is not curving, then the surface of that thing must be what?
But isn't Earth curving? Like when ships go behind, like
I'm not even talking about the Earth. I'm just asking a basic question so that you understand logic. If I give you something and it has a surface and I tell you that it's curving and you want to know whether or not it's curving, what are you going to do? You're going to measure it, right?
No, you're going
to look for curvature on the surface.
Actually, it's a simple geometrical question. You just build a triangle. Because on the
you don't even have to build a triangle. You just got to draw a straight line. You just got to draw a tangent over the surface.
If the Earth is flat, yeah, any given 3 points on the planet, you can join them together and measure angle, right?
Yeah.
And the sum of those angles will be 180 degrees, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. If it's spherical, and you do like on purpose 90 degrees,
no,
90 degrees.
No,
you can't do 90 degrees on a circle.
Look, so I mean, like you
already said it. A triangle has 3 straight lines.
90 degrees. Sorry, 90 degrees is the intersection of 2 straight sides. You can't have straight sides on a sphere.
90 degrees. It's not straight.
That's 2 straight sides.
Yeah, he wants to do 390 degree.
No,
he wants to do 390-degree turns and say that he's got a triangle with 270-degree internal angles. What the heck, bro?
No, that's actually what it is. Like 90 degrees angles from 3 points, and they all join.
That won't make a triangle. That will not make a triangle.
But that's on a sphere.
Yeah. If, for example, you have one vertex at the North Pole, one side following down a line of latitude, meeting the equator, and that circumference along the equator being a quarter of the circle, and the line back up from the end of that quarter back up to that. Yeah, that's spherical geometry.
But yeah, I can agree that to build it such a triangle on Earth and do the proper angles. I mean, for a single human being, it's like a very.
Has anyone done that? Has anyone done it?
For a single human being?
No, like how you imagine it's not gonna work on like near your house in your garden. It's like a big triangle you need to build.
Yeah, it has to be a massive triangle. For example, two sides have to be the distance from the North Pole to the equator. One side has to be a quarter of the circumference. It's the only way you can do it.
Yeah.
Has anyone done it?
You would still need the radius value to know that you're doing it correctly.
In theory, actually, you can do this. So using radio again, I mean it's basic, but you can send signal to one of your friends like that way, and so horizon is 360 degrees, and you just know he's like there, and then you measure like roughly 90 degrees like to the left. So
that's a circle of equal altitude.
One friend is directly in front of you, and contact another friend that is like left to you, and so this will be 90 degrees.
Yeah, these are azimuthal angles. We can replace the four people with north, south, east, and west around you at the center of the circle.
Yeah. It's not proving the shape of the ground because Marconi sent a signal from England to Australia, and they're opposite sides of a sphere, which we could also say that it was just a line of sight because it was being projected over horizontal plane.
So we have England.
You're just assuming that the assumptions you're making are true, and you're not validating that the assumption you're making is true.
No, but look, England. So in this case, England, then Australia, and maybe South Africa, and then it's not gonna be 90 degrees, but it's gonna be more than 180 degrees. So it's the surface is curved in the geometry.
Yeah, we measure Euclidean geometry on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, I guess maybe another argument why it's not even an argument.
That's a hypothetical.
It's more like a question to those who I don't know have alternative way of explaining things. How shadow on the moon, like from the Earth, like how
doesn't work.
Gosh, Marianne.
Yeah,
Bro, let me explain something to you, okay? Whatever is happening in the sky, if the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth, right? So what you really need to do is you need to draw a tangent over the ball of the Earth, and then you need to measure the deviation from the tangent over distance.
When the moon is getting completely
occurring here on Earth.
dark.
The problem is,
it's hard.
Yeah, it's happening over a flat Earth. Why? I don't know. Because that's what happens in its cycle.
All right, question. So if the floor of your room is underneath two objects on your ceiling, how is the floor casting a shadow from one light source to the other object on the ceiling? Simple answer is it's not. The floor is not casting a shadow on the moon. The Earth is not casting a shadow on the moon. So whatever is happening on the moon, it's not due to the Earth. What you're doing is you're taking the flat Earth and putting it in a heliocentric model and saying, hey, this is it.
But
I'll put it to you this way. Once you find out, hold on, Marion. Once you find out that the surface of the Earth is flat, the entire story about what you think is going on in the sky is completely wrong. Now, we still see the moon, the sun, the stars, and the planets. We don't dismiss those observations, but the story that's attached to it is completely wrong. So when you say, how do you explain this? How do you explain that? I don't need to. You need to explain why the surface of the Earth doesn't measure curvature.
Yeah, but I mean, it explains a lot of things, especially like red moon. Why is
Bro, there is no way flat Earth before GTA 6, bro. Crazy. Wait, what?
I'm still trying to figure out what it is about an eclipse that proves that the Earth's a sphere.
No,
Wait, apologize, guys. Apologize.
Shh.
You can continue, guys. Oh, you can continue, guys. Wait, why there's nobody talking? What happened?
Why is
I don't know.
Okay.
Are you?
Last
Did you have a question, Handsome?
Happens locally on Earth. Like if sun is above us and the whole surface of the Earth is flat, why is then like night and day happens and we all have different time zones?
Sun moves. It's like
no, bro. Because if you go to space, if you go to the space,
I don't want an answer. It's okay. I'll tell you what. You ask the questions and answer them yourselves. You're asking how day and night works.
Yeah.
It's like it's a light source that moves over the surface of the Earth. Depending on where you are, it will appear a certain way. As it traverses over your head, for example, it will appear on one horizon, move across the sky towards the other horizon, and carry on going. You're asking how day and night works when day is dictated by when we see the sun in the sky, and night times when it's dark and we don't see the sun in the sky. It's like, what else do you want me to tell you? The sun's moved.
But it isn't like flat Earthers is just denying every single fact.
Like what? These facts, are they denying? Are they self-evident truths, are they? Give me a fact. Let's see if it is one with regards to your claim that the Earth is a sphere.
Scientific facts you don't take into account because all those scientists, they...
Like what? For example, a scientific fact will be based on a hypothesis that's repeated through experimentation. What one of these scientific facts pertains to the shape of the Earth? I am speaking English, right? And you do understand what I'm asking you, yes?
Yeah, remember you said that the shape of the Earth is a geometry question, not a science question, remember?
Well, you're dismissing scientific facts. To say it again, scientific facts are based on hypotheses. That's a prediction of what causes something else to happen. That hypothesis is tested through an experiment where you see if it causes that to happen. Now, which one of these scientific facts pertains to the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. You tell me.
Neither do we.
Well, it's an oxymoronic question, right? Science, and I told you, deals with the prediction of phenomena. What makes that happen in the physical and natural world? It elucidates causes of phenomena. When you're trying to figure out the shape of an object, you're not going to employ the scientific method. Right? So there could not be any scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth, whether it was spherical, whether it was flat, or whether it was a fucking three-dimensional rhombus or something. Science doesn't answer identity questions unless the identity is the cause and the phenomena.
Hey, y'all, give me a second. Hey, Jedi or Elijah, do y'all know who Charlie Kirk is? Jedi?
Mm-hmm.
You know who Charlie Kirk is?
What?
Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk.
Oh, Charlie Kirk. Oh, yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah, he just got shot, dude.
No fucking way. Serious?
Seriously, dude.
Whoa, okay, give me 5 minutes, man. I've got to go and see what this is about. Thank you for letting me know, dude.
Yeah. I'll put a video on my chat.
No, that's newsworthy, man. Like, thanks, bro.
Guys, I was thinking about like a thing that you can maybe see by yourself, not like scientific stuff that you can of course deny. Like I was really thinking about like
I looked out at the horizon, and the horizon wasn't in the location where they told me it was. That's why I'm a flat earther, because I know that there's no measurable curvature. Whatever's happening in the sky, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth. No matter how ridiculous it might sound, if the surface of the Earth is flat, it's only happening over a flat Earth.
Except for the stars, because you can map all of the stars spherically around us, because you don't see all the stars.
Due to perspective. That's due to perspective. That's due to your observation, where you are at, and where the sky is above you.
Look, you move.
Has nothing to do with any sphere other than your vision.
And you see different set of stars. I mean, on one side of the sky, from where you came from, it's the same stars. Maybe some side of them, but new stars.
I'm going to tag you in a video, and I want you to watch this video where an airline pilot flies from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, and I want you to see what the stars are.
Okay. So, but it's a close picture. Like if you walk around the Earth and map all the stars.
How do you do that? How do you map stars?
If the Earth is flat, yeah.
How
then you
do
can
you
only
map stars?
You just draw them. Like you
just draw them. let me ask you, how high is that star, let's say Polaris, above the horizon? How would I measure that?
You don't need to measure that. You just look. You do the picture, yeah, wholesome picture.
It's based on your location, its direction due to your location, and its movement across the sky, and you measuring that location and movement in vertical elevation angles or horizontal azimuthal angles. I'll cut this short. For you to map the sky, you require a horizontal plane to measure from, because like I said, every measurement is going to be a measurement of an angle.
Not necessarily, because all you need is relativity. So you take one star and then you start mapping all the stars from it, yeah? But then when you start moving on the other side of the Earth, you see on the horizon old stars that you already mapped, and you have new stars. And that's at some point when you get even like further, around the Earth, you see completely new set of stars. But then if you go more around the Earth, you start to see the same stars that you saw.
Wow! It's like, do you get confused when you walk around your house? Yeah, we see lots of things, and dependent on their motion or your location, they will appear in a certain way at a certain time of year. Now, we measure this, my friend, shush. We measure, that's the physical measurement that we're going to do to map how the heavens appear in the sky. We measure angles of elevation. For example, not only a solar elevation angle, that's the elevation angle of how the sun appears in the sky at a certain time in a certain location to an observer. For you to map the sky, you require a horizontal plane to measure from.
Well, yeah, you can't get an angle from a ball. You have to have a flat surface to get an angle from.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out what this all has to do with relativity.
I mean, I was going to ask that, but I just let it go because I think it didn't.
Well, yeah, he just threw that word in there just to think that it meant something, and it doesn't mean anything. It was meaningless.
You just have to put yourself on another star, and then all of a sudden you got a whole new set of stars to look at. Like,
but you don't
stars are flat.
Question.
So
Same
stars are
question
flat. Then, if you're on a star, to get an angle to another star, you'd have to be on a flat star.
This was not the initial question. I asked this 5 times. So if the Earth is flat, why don't we see all of the stars, like all of
because the sky is really big, and you only have a certain field of view of the heavens. As you move under the heavens, you see more stars. When you go around and follow the stars that are circumpolar, rotating around an axis in the sky, you might see the same ones eventually that you started mapping before because you went round a circle, probably.
Look, maybe I don't understand what exactly you mean, like when you explain things, because I'm not familiar with the flat Earth model.
Okay, there is no model, Marian. Let me ask you this. Why do you keep saying if the Earth is flat, then it has to look this way?
Like from the physical principles.
Of what?
What do you mean, of what?
So if Earth is flat, then water must be flat and level. But those kind of physics, yeah, okay, we get it.
No, if the Earth is flat, what principles are you basing all your observations on?
What do you mean? The Earth is flat, and I don't know. I'm trying to understand.
Well, you think you know how everything's supposed to work on a flat Earth. So what principles are you basing this on?
I'm just trying to get and understand your view on that.
You see how that puts them up, y'all?
You're trying.
So here's the problem, right? All you got to do is look at the surface of water. Go ahead, Sasha. Get him, Sasha.
No. He doesn't know what man, you don't know with what to compare. You said you're always saying if Earth is flat, what Earth flat you're imagining?
Spherical, but then when you explain
flat Earth,
things,
you're imagining spherical flat Earth. You're always starting with this: if Earth is flat, is that correct?
Huh? No.
You're always starting with this sentence: if Earth is flat, is that correct?
If Earth is flat, yeah.
What do you mean by that?
That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe I don't understand how you perceive the flatness of the Earth. So maybe it's like a coin.
How you perceiving the flatness?
I don't know. I saw pictures online where there is a ice barrier, and it's like you never saw
an ice barrier. No, we're not talking about dumb shit.
Not that. Let's say like a small flat surfaces. How you will say this 10 miles it's flat? How you will know that?
10 miles maybe is not enough.
No, I'm asking you how you will know that 10 miles is flat.
10 miles is not enough. The Earth might be flat at 10 miles, bro.
Look, when you have a boat in the ocean, and you look at it, and 16 miles, it will get smaller, but you will see all of the boat, but smaller. But if it's curved,
I didn't mention the boat. I'm speaking about the surface, man.
okay, on the surface it's the same thing. Why skyscrapers on the
No, I'm asking you a simple question. How you will distinguish 10 miles of the flat surface with the 10 miles of the curved surface?
I guess 10 miles is not like how can you possibly do that?
Are you saying there is not possible that we can have 10 miles of flat surface?
Wait, what?
No, you can have 10 miles of flat surface. Like
okay, great. But listen, this is very important. You cannot have 10 miles of the flat surface on the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles.
By the way, I'm operating in kilometers, so I need to
okay, you cannot have 16 kilometers of flatness with a radius of 6,300 something kilometers.
Yeah. Thanks. Why so?
Because that is like saying these 10 centimeters on basketball, you know, it's only 10 centimeters on a basketball. It's not the same comparison, but you cannot have because of geometry. Because geometry.
I mean, look, the tallest mountain.
You could have maybe visually 16 kilometers of the flatness, but only visually. But sphere should be 10 times bigger radius. That means the distance between New York and London, it's not, let's say, 2,000-3,000 miles. It's 30,000 miles.
I mean, through the Earth? You mean through the Earth? If it's... I don't know. You talking from the spherical perspective, or like...
No, I'm speaking from the Earth perspective. When you go outside and you watch in reality 10 miles, you say 16 kilometers, and you say, look, this 16 kilometers is flat. And you say, okay, 16 kilometers is flat, it's nothing, you know, it's only 16 kilometers. But that 16 kilometers flat you cannot have on this ball.
Not on this Earth. The Earth is way too small for 16 kilometers of flatness.
But I mean, when you said about it's impossible for like 16 kilometers to be flat,
can I tell you
radius.
I will give you an 8. You cannot have 8 kilometers of the flatness on this ball. You cannot have even 4 kilometers.
If you talk about like ratios or like possibility or like imagining this, the tallest mountain.
I'm only speaking about the sphere.
Oh, I see. Because look, the tallest mountain, Everest, is 8 kilometers tall, and the whole radius, or like the whole
8
Earth,
kilometers tall. What 8 kilometers? What that mean? 8 kilometers. What?
That's
from the level of sea.
And where is the sea from Mount Everest? Is it near?
Oh, not very near, but
how much? Like 100 meters, 100 miles, 1,000 miles?
No, it's actually true. I've been thinking about it. So if sea is very far away and it's curved, how the hell do you tell from where to measure the height? Like, I mean, I'm not talking about spherical like Earth, not flat. Because if Earth is flat, then you can maybe measure, like estimate, not very precisely, but estimate the like.
We'll measure it from mean sea level. The elevation of the mountain will be above the mean. That's the average of the level. That's the horizontalness of the water. Mean sea level being the horizontal reference datum that you will measure the elevation of Mount Everest from. You can use a right angle triangle to do this if you want to.
But you can't.
Yes, you can. So in celestial and navigation across the seas, this would be. So my friend, no, Shush, you said no, you can't. I'm going to show you that the practical application of measuring an elevation angle of a known object when navigating. For example, when we take a running fix, if I can measure the elevation angle of an object in the distance, like a mountain, and I know its height, then I can calculate the distance between me and the bottom of the mountain, working along the horizontal adjacent. You use this practical methodology for, like, as I said, when taking a running fix, that's navigating across the surface of the earth. You can use such things like lighthouses as well, because we know how tall they are above mean sea level. We put them there at the height, so when we measure the elevation angle, we can figure out our distance between us taking the measurement and it.
Okay, then logical question: can you see Mount Everest and the top of Mount Everest from a beach, from the sea level, if it's tall?
Depending on how far away I am.
Okay, let's say you were in, I don't know, Bangladesh, Indian Sea, which is like 1,000. Okay, in miles, it's 800 miles.
Okay.
And then,
if I'm not mistaken, you can see.
Let me write this down.
If I'm not mistaken, Marion, if I'm not mistaken, you can see on certain days Mount Everest from Bangladesh. I think I've heard this story.
No, of course, because it's kind of close from Bangladesh, and because it's very tall.
Yeah.
Right. So you can see it from Bangladesh.
And the closer you get to it, the bigger it looks, and the further you get away from it, the smaller it looks. You can measure the rise and declination of its elevation angle to figure out the distance, or if you know the distance, its height. It's a right angle triangle, dude. You utilize this methodology for mapping the world.
I'm gonna try to use the trigonometry. 1 second.
Well, we were talking about the height of a mountain. You asked what that was referenced to. I told you the height is above mean sea level. I told you how we could practically use this piece of knowledge to navigate around the world. Like I said, when taking a running fix, that's a running fix whilst you're in motion, taking measurements to different objects along a coastline, say. So you can traverse that coastline knowing your distances to those objects. The methodology is an elevation angle taken from the horizontal mean sea level.
No matter how you slice it, man, it's all measured from a flat baseline surface. I know it's a hard thing for you to understand because you didn't think it would be this easy, but that's just the way it is, man. If there's no measurable curvature, if there is a lack of curvature, the surface must be flat, right? And then once you determine whether or not the surface is flat, then you know that whatever is happening in the sky, whatever is happening day and night, it's all happening only over a flat surface because you never measured any curvature to begin with.
I don't know. For me, at least, I don't know. Now it still seems like flat Earth theory. Like I still listen.
It's not a theory, man.
It's a closed logical chain system. So what I mean by that, a lot of things you can explain is like a logical chain. I mean,
let me ask you this, right? based on what the globe says that the Earth is 93 million miles from the sun, right? The sun's 93 million miles from the Earth. It's like 150 million miles, 150 million kilometers, right?
What's your point?
Right. They tell you that the moon is 400,000 kilometers from the Earth, or however far they say it is from the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they say that satellites are orbiting the Earth, right? Right.
Yeah. What's your point? What's your point? Right.
Well, I'm getting there. Bear with me. I'm just asking you to follow the logic. So you got the moon, you got this distance to the moon, you got this distance to the sun, and you got these satellites orbiting the Earth. All of those are based off of a radius of 6,371 kilometers. Because you have the surface of the Earth that's supposed to be curving at a certain rate, and then all you're doing is you're drawing an even bigger circle around the Earth in order to create the orbit of the satellite. And then the distance from the surface of the Earth to the surface of the moon is based off of the radius of the surface of the Earth to the center of the Earth. Same thing with the radius of the moon to the surface of the moon. These are all geometry questions, right? No science involved. So if you go out there, and we can't test the circumference of the moon, right? We can't test the radius of the moon. We can't test the circumference of the sun. We can't test the radius of the sun, because we don't have any direct measurements, right? All we have is like angular sizes. We assume the angular size because we assume the distance to the object, and we assume the distance to the object because of the assumed circumference of the object, or the assumed radius of the object. So we can't verify any of those things. So what do we have left? We have the surface of the Earth. Well, if we go out and we check the proposed curvature rate of the Earth based off of what they say the radius is, 6,371 kilometers, if we go out and check that and we notice that there's no measured drop over distance, in fact, things that should be obstructed by the curve of the Earth are now, the horizon's now behind those things. You no longer have a measured drop over distance. It appears flat. So then if it appears flat, then the entire story about what they told you is going on in the sky is complete and utter bullshit. Now, whether or not they're lying, I have no idea, but I can easily just say they're wrong. And that's the end of the story. We don't have to go out and determine whether or not they're lying. If you want to know whether or not they're lying, fine, go out and search your heart out. Hope you find the answer.
Okay, yeah.
Hello.
I got it. Hello. Okay, not debate related. I just wanted to ask: is moon flat?
I have no idea.
I mean, it only shows us like.
Sorry for laughing.
It doesn't matter, bro.
To you. Sorry, sheepdog. He told you that these things are unverifiable. We've only got the surface of the Earth that we can verify. And then you ask him, the thing that he said that he can't verify, what is it? He's not going to be able to tell you. He can't verify any speculation he has about the moon. No one can, unless you go there.
You don't think that we think the Earth is like a disc in space, do you?
I don't know. That's what some people imagine. There are 8 billion.
Can you have gas pressure without container?
There are 8 billion people in the world. I don't know.
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah. What do you mean?
So what?
Like if you place an object inside like a gas that has
already existing gas pressure, and you make the object that is physical collide with the gas, that will cause a dynamic pressure. You know the pressure that you put the object in, how's that caused?
You already told me that.
Yeah. A container.
By container, like, what do you mean?
Physical boundary surrounding the gas, where the gas that has kinetic energy given to it by the temperature that moves freely and randomly in all directions collides with other gas molecules in the confined volume and collides with the walls of its container, causing pressure.
Okay, why can't you have a cluster of gas that is pulled together by gravity?
Because that would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Gas doesn't compress all by itself. Gas has the power of indefinite expansion. Because of the kinetic energy given to it by a temperature, it has free random collisions,
like the temperature
creating the expansion.
But where is this kinetic energy came from?
Temperature.
No, temperature is a fact of kinetic energy, not otherwise.
Dude, the temperature gives the energy to the gas. Because the gas always has temperature, whether you think it's hot or cold or not, it will have the power to move.
Look, kinetic energy of the particles is what we call temperature.
Are you aware of kinetic molecular theory?
Yeah.
Good.
I'm
So
laughing
you'll
hard,
understand that pressure is caused by the force of gas exerted upon the walls of its container, because I've just cited it.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, then give me a practical demonstration where you have an open system and pressure of gas is caused.
Look, in our hot environment, of course, gas will escape because it has kinetic energy to move randomly in all directions, blah, blah, blah. But we also know that
it has temperature, always going to move, even if it's cold to you. It's got temperature, gonna move.
Okay, it's gonna move, but also it's gonna attract by intermolecular forces.
Yeah. Those attractions happen under extreme pressures and temperatures.
So, look, if you have no container, just
the attraction is caused by extreme pressures and temperatures.
No,
look, if you want to change the state of matter because you've changed the temperature and the gas, let's say it's water vapor, is now going to turn to water.
Just look,
that will be under a change in temperature or a change in pressure.
In a vacuum.
In a vacuum? So no gas, nothing. A vacuum is...
If you add gas to vacuum, you have like a... Yeah, it won't be a vacuum anymore, but it will be only gas, like closed system without any other...
the gas that's in that three-dimensional volume, now that you've put it in there, is going to move freely and randomly, the volume hitting the walls of its container.
But if you have kind of a lot of it, and it's like a cloud of a lot of gas, not like a...
Please don't tell me that a lot of gas makes gas compress all by itself. Please don't tell me that, dude. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
All objects attract each other. Yeah.
Gas expands to fill space. Before you're going to get...
what happens on Earth. And of course, like in space, it will also expand because...
gas expands.
It has energy. It will lose energy. It will dissipate. It will spread out. Yeah. What you mean is it will spread out. It will spread out. But when it's in large quantities, when you have a lot of it, it will get pulled by gravity.
No. That's a violation of the second law.
How is it so?
First description of the second law of thermodynamics is a gas expansion into a vacuum. To put it more simply, gas has the power of indefinite expansion and high pressure moves to low pressure. This is a universal law, takes place in all space and at all time. So this always happens.
You just have...
So excuse me.
Unbonded, bro. They don't act as one body.
You're saying that if there's enough gas, that the gas that has random collisions, which creates the expansion, will not expand and contract. It's a violation of that law.
Look,
you're saying what always happens doesn't always happen.
Look, from what you said, I imagined like a space rocket with like astronauts and people, and they have air inside, and then
that's good because they're surrounded by a container.
Yeah, container, and then when this container breaks, I don't know, there is a hole, all air escapes. You're right. That's what I imagine. When you say it goes from high pressure to low pressure, it will happen because in the spaceship, it's the pressure that we have 100,000 pascals, 100 kilopascals.
Mm-hmm.
So the astronauts can survive the pressures out there. And if the pressure changes, we can, like, it's a physical change for the body. So we need to maintain that pressure. And because it's high pressure inside, it will go, like, it will escape because it's high pressure, like highly high pressure.
Yeah. High pressure moves to lower pressure environments, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I think vacuum is estimated. I don't know how they did it. Maybe it's wrong. Okay, it can be wrong. But they say, like, in the space, even like nothing, it has average number of 5 atoms of hydrogen. So it's not nothing, but it's almost zero pressure.
So ultra high vacuum, deep space, 10 to negative 17 tool.
Yeah, so it will escape, of course. But when you talk about like very large quantities of gas, not like a space rocket inside the gas that was inside the space rocket. I mean, a lot of gas, like the size of solar system, like it's gonna get pulled by gravity.
So you're just gonna get it.
Do you know about the experiments with balls that proves that even objects on Earth can affect each other gravitationally?
You're just never gonna get it.
What do you mean?
You won't be using gas balls, bro.
Not gas balls. I'm saying on Earth, you can prove.
Do it with gas balls. Do it with gas balls. Why couldn't you do it with gas balls?
You're lost in your sci-fi fantasy, dude.
Why couldn't you do it with gas balls, bro? Why?
Okay, you can do it with gas balls. I mean,
do it. Show us how you do it with gas balls.
How is it to do with proof of the gravity?
No, there's no proof of gravity. You're making a claim that violates laws of nature. You're saying that because it's on the Earth, the laws of nature don't apply to the Earth. You're saying in the vacuum, which doesn't fucking exist because nature abhors a vacuum.
But what is the
vacuum where there's space? Be quiet, please. Out in the vacuum where there's space for gas to fill, the gas will fill it. It's a universal law. It's a law of nature that takes place on the Earth. You're saying on the Earth, the law of nature doesn't take place.
Wait. Different things now. We're talking about gravity now, or still about pressure?
Both.
Oh. Okay, if we talk about gravity, I don't remember what you said.
You're saying that the amount of gas, if there's a lot of it, the gravity will stop the expansion and it will compress. This is a violation to something that always happens. You're saying that the thing that always happens doesn't always happen if you have a large amount of gas.
Gravity wise, I don't know. What's your point you're trying to make?
You're talking about pseudoscience, bro. It's not demonstrable.
Because
it's not observable.
gravity,
It's
you
not
can
demonstrable.
What is the force that is accelerating us towards the Earth? We are accelerating.
That's a loaded question. That's a loaded question, bro. You've already assumed that there's a force, and then you're asking me to describe that force.
No, okay, logical chain. I'm not doing analogies, really. I'm just stating what it is. We know that in order to accelerate, you need force, because force acceleration equals to
Not
force
according to
over mass.
Einstein.
No, according to Newton.
You don't agree with Einstein, then? So you disagree with
according to Newton.
So do you disagree with Einstein?
Why so? Acceleration is force over mass.
Do you disagree with Einstein?
That's a very broad question.
Well, he says you don't need a force.
So you're now saying about like four-dimensional, like a space-time collapse that actually makes objects to kind of get attracted together. So essentially gravity, but without force.
Yeah, he didn't describe it as a force.
Okay.
He described it as the curving, the warping of space-time. Mass warp space-time. Then other objects follow the path of the curve in space-time.
Okay, so why can't a big, massive cloud of gas form a curvature in space-time? And
what about the clouds above you? The ones you actually see out in nature when you look up in the sky and you see clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah, why aren't they falling?
Because their average density is smaller than here.
Okay, so this is a relationship between
that's
density.
buoyancy. That's like in the water you use different I think different sets of mass in submarines to get to different levels of underwater. So same with clouds. They are at different heights because they're different masses, structures. No, like it's all water, vapor, kind of sort of stuff.
So not everything falls down then?
What do you mean? It's falling down when it's forming like raindrops that weigh more than I don't know air. I mean density wise. It's like you drop a rock into the lake and it goes to the bottom. Same with droplets.
At what rate? At what rate?
Rate?
Yeah.
With acceleration?
Yeah, how fast?
I don't know. Fast. Also considering the air resistance. So it's not constant acceleration.
So it's a relationship with the medium which surrounds it. But if you let go of a helium balloon, which way does it go?
It goes up.
It goes up.
But did you know that it will Like it will eventually stop when it will reach its density medium. Did you know that? It will not go, I don't know, to the sun.
So it's a medium. So it's a relationship between the object and the medium which surrounds it.
In relation with gravity. I mean, mgh is the formula. G is gravitational acceleration.
So it's not you're adding the gravitational part into it, right?
No, it's actually part of the formula.
Yeah. You think that there's this thing that is making things want to go down, but that's not what we observe. We, like you said, let go of the helium balloon, goes up.
Because helium is the gas we can measure density of, and it's less than 27 grams per cubic meter, which is air at our level. So the balloon will go up. The same with like when you do when you push football underwater, it will go up. It will float.
Nice.
Right. So it's a medium relationship, right? So you have the density of the object and the density of the surrounding medium, and that will determine whether the thing goes up or goes down, right?
No, not this way. Actually,
isn't that what you just described?
No. Like in
you didn't
water.
just describe specific gravity, relative density.
I said that gravity is one thing, and which like gravity is the reason why there is pressure in the first place, and density. Because why, like some of you said that if there is no gravity in the space or like vacuum, it will just spread out. It will not be like on Earth that closer to the ground there is more air particles per meter cube, so it's more dense.
When the gas is produced, where the surface is.
Yeah, I heard this from you. Yeah, I remember.
I mean, we get the story, but the story can't be validated through scientific experiment, and the story violates laws of nature. I keep highlighting that because the laws of nature apply on the Earth. And you're saying that on the Earth, the laws of nature don't happen.
No, I'm discussing what's happening on Earth.
The gas expands into a vacuum. High pressure moves to low pressure. The mixing of ideal gases happens on the Earth.
Yeah.
So that why, if the Earth was a thermodynamically open system, the physical matter, the gas that had energy given to it by temperature, is free to fill the available volume because the system is open.
Okay, don't shout. Why is it not?
How can you understand?
Why is gas?
Think gravity cools gases
why is
down
gas
to
not
zero?
escaping the Earth then? So there is gravity.
Because the thermodynamic system is closed.
How is it closed?
So how is a volume contained by a container?
Okay, where are the walls of container that hold it?
I guess you could suggest that maybe you're standing on one of them. You could point in any other directions and say that if I'm within the contained system, then I must be surrounded by the container. Duh.
Where is the container?
I've just told you.
So you want to say that we all live in the box?
So I'll tell you what, I'll give you more directions. Point up. If pointing down at the floor was
in 12, and then in 8 miles, the air will almost like end. Why is it not going further up and spreading out there?
Sorry, what?
Like you saying that we're in the closed system in the box and that stuff. Why is gas not going further up than 8 miles?
Because of where the gas is produced, the restriction of volume, and the energy within the thermodynamic system. The system is in equilibrium and non-equilibrium at the same time. It's stable, but constantly in flux. The energy from the sun, for example, moves across the surface of the Earth, heating the surface, and the heat radiates from the surface. Obviously, when the heat source is gone, at night time, there's less temperature held within the gas, so there's less pressure at night.
That's right.
I mean, how far do you want me to explain these things to you? It's going to have to be a closed system because
you
if
think
it's open,
it's not because of gravity?
So gravity's a vector downwards.
Oh, that's what I was saying. So we had basically the
Is
same
Earth an,
like that.
Is Earth an open? I want to know if you know what's Earth. Is Earth an open or closed system?
Earth is not closed system. I mean, we have lots of effects from the sun.
You can still have radiation like heat travel from one system to another system if that system is closed. Do you know what thermodynamic systems are?
Not the ones you tell me.
Okay. So, give you a practical example, right? We're talking about how energy and matter exchanges from one situation to another, one area of volume to another area of volume. For example, a can of Coke, a can of Coca-Cola, that's got physical matter inside, the liquid and the carbohydrated gas that's dissolved within the liquid. Now, you know that if you take your can of Coke out of the fridge, the reason why it's cold is because of the temperature surrounding the closed system of the can. You understand why the Coke inside the can is cold because of the temperature outside. So, for example, when you take your Coke out of the fridge and leave it in the sunlight and come back a couple of hours later, you notice that your Coke that's now exposed to a warmer environmental area, the radiation can enter the closed system and your Coke isn't cold anymore. That's a closed system. An open system is when you open the can.
Energy can be transferred through the walls of the can.
Yes. So thermodynamic energy, like heat, can be transferred through the walls of the container. The matter inside, though, because the system is closed, can't escape until you open the system. Then, for example, if there's enough energy inside the Coke, you might get it frothing up because the higher pressure wants to escape. So,
if you talk about closed system that doesn't exchange matter but only like transfers energy.
Bingo, correct. Open system, free energy transfer, no matter transfer. Open system, free energy and free matter transfer. You can only have gas pressure in a closed system. If you open the system and there's an available volume for the gas to fill, like a vacuum, the gas that has energy will expand into the volume. That's a law of nature that applies on the Earth.
The reason why gas is not escaping is because we are in container.
Yes, it's a closed thermodynamic system. The cause of gas pressure is the limitation of volume, the physical interactions with the walls of its container.
But what is that container even?
I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't gone up to the sky and touched it. Right.
I mean,
I don't know.
Like, I understand every single argument till this point.
Let me just say one thing, right? It's a claim that there's a vacuum up there that is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. To have the system that we have, in that situation, there must be a physical barrier separating our pressure from that available volume, so entropy didn't increase. But my claim isn't that the sky is a vacuum. I don't know what the sky is.
I get every single point, like, but at some point, when you do the logical chain, you have this dead end about not knowing what the container is, and when you look at the spherical Earth's logical chain, then you have it not complete.
If
basically.
gas pressure, then container. Gas pressure, therefore container. Logical chain.
It explains like more things like from that. Like,
that's nice, but there's no logical chain. Right? If we're talking about a logical syllogism where you add truths together to reach a logical conclusion, then the ones that you've got, they haven't been proven to be true.
But like, okay, we know that Earth has gravity. We have like something like force.
No, we don't.
We have a vector direction down.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
You drop objects, it falls down.
I did. I dropped the helium balloon. Remember, it went up.
90 degrees. Okay, it's going either 90 degrees down or 90 degrees upwards, but it only goes upwards.
Gas expands in all directions. Gas doesn't go 90 degrees.
Yeah, listen.
It just goes in all directions.
Sorry. If you're dropping things down and you say 90 degrees, you're dropping things to a horizontal plane.
Luckily,
that works pretty good on a flat Earth, actually.
Yeah, it goes down.
Down is perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah. All vertical lines are parallel.
I mean, if you're standing on the hill, it's going to be like a very bad angle of incidence.
I mean, you can talk about how it's going to be a bad angle, but that's still going to be in reference to a perfect angle of 90 degrees in reference to and horizontal. You're only going to be able to talk about this with horizontal included.
Yeah, and that horizontal basically is the center of the Earth, or like center mass.
The horizontal bit is the bit that you're standing on.
There is, there are real lines of, and there are projectile, like there are
imaginary ones.
Imaginary ones. So like, I forgot how they called it.
It's the horizon imaginary line.
So we don't need a physical flat line to compare it to 90 degrees. We just have center mass, which is like under our feet.
You're not in the center of mass to say that things are coming in radially to your position. Every single example that you're going to give now about dropping things will be to a horizontal plane. You'll only beg the question that it's a sphere that this is happening on, but every single measurement, all of the data that you'll gather will be on a horizontal plane. For example, when you level the tool,
yeah. I forgot. We were talking. I was saying about that logical chain of proofs, blah blah blah, about spherical. If the Earth is spherical, then it explains why gas is not escaping. Because
that'd be affirming the consequent.
Yeah. Wouldn't be a logical syllogism. You know what a logical syllogism is, right?
Not very sure about syllogism as a word.
I'll help you. All right, so it's like a logical framework or step, like you pointed out.
Yeah.
A logical syllogism contains two truths that, when added together, you reach a conclusion. So if this and that, it's going to equal this. You understand, right? It's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So could you give me two truths that are added together where you reach the conclusion that you want to get to, whether that's gravity or that the Earth is a sphere? Remember, the two premises that you use must be true or at least verifiable.
So the like factual stuff that can be like 100% proven. And
Yeah. Give me two facts that, when added together, prove the thing that you're talking about.
I don't know. Let me think.
Gravity. All right.
I thought about gravity and a little bit about curvature, like proving why Earth is spherical. And then every time I get this, first point, then second point, okay, it seems logical, but then you can say that. So first point is that on the spherical object, when you like go further away from like a tall object, the bottom of it will disappear first, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And then second point from that is that we can observe that.
Okay, so on a sphere, we're making observations of objects along that curved surface over a distance that objects would go over the horizon and appear to be blocked by that horizon. It's your first premise, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I get it. I mean, you're not far wrong. I mean, you can demonstrate this on a curved surface that physical obstruction causes physical obstruction. Okay. Second one was what we observe this.
Yeah.
Okay. So we observe the curvature of the Earth obstructing our view for an observer at height above that surface.
Yeah, and comparing to as if it was flat, then getting further away from it, it will like
Don't
when
worry, dude, you don't need to worry about if it was flat. We're only concentrating.
Okay, then second point is when you magnify on the flat surface, when the object is far away from you, you can still magnify it and see from bottom.
Because you didn't need to continue about on a flat Earth. We're trying to form a logical syllogism that reaches a conclusion that the Earth is spherical. We need to concentrate on that positive argument, right? So first premise, that things on curved surfaces appear to disappear from the bottom up. Second premise, we observe this, right? So when we go to the beach and we're standing observing across the water and I'm 6 foot tall, if the Earth is a sphere with the radius that we're given, the horizon from my 6 foot vantage point will be 1.225 multiplied by the square root of my eye height in feet. That gives me a geometric horizon at 3 miles away. Okay, so when I go to make that observation, I notice that that's only the limitation of my eyes. When I choose a different optic, like a high-powered zoom telescope or camera, or even binoculars, I can see the horizon extending distance. I can also measure an approximate distance to the horizon.
Can I ask? Isn't in your example, isn't within this range of 3 miles? You can magnify, you can see from bottom to top of the boat or like whatever. But then after 3 miles, it's gonna like the bottom of the boat or like the bottom part will disappear first. And however you magnify it from the same level of height, you see the bottom part disappearing first, which wouldn't happen if it was completely curved, completely flat. Because
it would. So, because I let you go with your two premises, I'm kind of doing it backwards, so I do apologise. You can make things disappear from the bottom up on known flat surfaces. Right? I can just show you something on a flat surface disappearing from the bottom up when I put a camera close to the floor. I can show you that. So your first premise is a single cause fallacy. The other reason is when you're looking over vast distances, the boat is 5, 6, 7, 8 miles away. We have to take into effect the meteorological conditions, because the path of the light can change, for example. We can have miraging effects, for example, that show that there can be things like disappearance from the bottom up of an object just because of the deviation of the light path. So these things can be demonstrated. I appreciate the logical syllogism, though. It's a good effort.
In case of mirage, I mean, of course, it does happen. It can happen, but the boat will disappear. Like overall, if you take the change of visibility of boat, it goes from bottom to top like with the distance it travels from you.
Okay. Now, if we're standing on a curved surface and we've given the radius, then the horizon should be 3 miles. But like I told you, when we change the optic, the distance to the horizon can change. In fact, the distance to the horizon can change depending on the weather. You can figure that out when you open your weather app and it tells you the visibility of the day, how far you can see. Now, when you say that
there are particles in the air,
it's because you're saying that things are disappearing over a physical curvature of Earth. Now, that physical location shouldn't really change. It shouldn't really change based upon the optic. That's for damn sure. We should be able to see it better. But ultimately, when we change the optic,
it doesn't change with the optic, the distance of the horizon. It changes with the height.
No, you can change the distance to the horizon with height, but you've obviously never looked at a camera before.
No, when you said about putting camera on the floor, if it was perfect floor, okay, like even if it's someone tagged me. Even if the camera is on the perfect ground that is flat, you can still see and get light from the bottom part of the whatever.
No. So if I can find the picture for you. So a long corridor with a door at the end of the corridor, and in the room the light's on. So underneath the door, you expect to see a little bit of light underneath the gap between the door and the floor. Thing is, when you put the camera down at the far end of the corridor, because the angle is too small for the optic to resolve across that horizontal plane, you can't see the light underneath the door anymore. You can demonstrate an optical horizon on a flat surface.
Hold on, that's an interesting example you said about corridor. I just imagine it like putting camera on the like very, very opposite side of the corridor that points at the door with the light from the ground.
Yeah, you'll understand that when you put the camera really low to the floor and say the floor's got a checker pattern on it like a chessboard, with distance you can't really distinguish the lines and the squares and even the colours, right? In actual fact, if you put the optic or your eye really close to the floor, you can't resolve the entirety of that floor if that floor's long enough, because the angles are too small. Even though they're right in front of you, your eye can't resolve them. So this is eventually where you're going to end up with an optical horizon. That's going to be where the angle is going to be too small for you to see at 0.02 of an angle. You can't see any more of that. So that's the limitation of your ability to resolve across a surface.
No, I mean, but are you actually sure that if you have not like a camera but like a sensor, and then it's a straight line, it's horizontal?
Sensors are different. So we're talking about one, how we see, and then another, how we're going to pass what ray of light from one thing to another.
I see you. Then it's just limitation of like a camera lens that is changing the direction of light. But then if you make a camera made of lots of sensors of light, you essentially get the same light. I mean, if it goes straight line on the floor, it is close to the floor, but you still can catch the light source.
Yeah, we're close.
But if this corridor,
I can lay down on the floor right now, look horizontal. That with distance, the floor that I'm looking across, the angles are too small. I can't resolve it anymore. We understand how optics work. Things like a tree with distance look small when they're far away,
but proportionally small. So you see like the bottom part of the tree and top part of the tree, and it all gets proportionally smaller.
That depends on your eye level relative to the tree. For example, if you're 6 foot and the tree's 12 foot, I give your eye levels like halfway up the tree. But if the tree's 200 foot and you're 6 foot, I guarantee you the bottom of the tree is going to disappear before the top. The top of the tree is anything that's above your eye line. The bottom of the tree is the angle that's below your eye line. The angle that's below your eye line is smaller than the one that's above your eye line. So guess which one's going to disappear first?
The formulation, I guess it was complicated for my sleepy mind right now. Sorry. I'm not ignoring what you said. It's just I don't know, too sleepy to keep track of those complex analogies.
What analogies?
All those analogies we discussed for the last 10 minutes. Corridors, cameras, eyeball.
That was description.
Those aren't analogies. Yeah.
But actually, if you think about it, you have a tree, for example, and you stand close to it. I mean, not very close, not that it's beyond your head, so it's not above you. So let's say, I don't know, 100 meters. And it covers maybe 10 how it's called, degrees of your view side. Like if you kind of measure it 360 degrees, and then I don't know how you manage to do that, but let's say it covers 10 degrees, and then you go 1 kilometer, which is 10 times further away, and then I don't know, it takes 1 degrees, but then you can still see from bottom to top, no matter what. It's just getting smaller, but what we are observing, it's fading away from bottom to top.
Yeah, but at 1 kilometer, how much drop are you expecting to see from 1 kilometer?
No drop. It's just a logical point of observation that we can all agree on, that the distance is making the objects appear smaller, but it doesn't.
Right.
It doesn't make, I don't know, top of the object disappear for I don't know, whatever reason.
Right. For the same reason, like if you're standing outside your home and you try to look on your roof from 10 feet away, you can't really see that much of your roof, right?
It's the angle from where you can see it.
Right. But if you walk 1,000 feet away and look, and then turn back around and look at your house, you can see all of your roof, right? Right?
You cannot see from the top. You cannot see all of the roof. You need to.
You can't see from top down, but you can see all of your roof, right?
From where?
Did you get taller than your roof?
If you get taller than your roof, then maybe yeah.
But did you get taller than your roof? You can see everything on top of your house. Did you get taller than your roof?
Huh? Wait, what point are you trying to make? Sorry.
That things move down in your field of view not because of the curve of the earth, but because of your field of vision. Because of how perspective works.
Okay,
no matter how hard you try, no matter what you do in the world, you will never ever see an orthogonal point of view. You will never see anything in Euclidean view. Now, you may have Euclidean shapes when you look at them and they're small and they're close up, but you will never see in a Euclidean point of view. Do you understand that?
So you're not saying about like capabilities of eye and magnification, because you can use telescope, to look at horizon. You're
does
saying
a telescope see in perspective, or does a telescope see in Euclidean?
So I'm saying you are not saying about magnification and that stuff, only perspective from how high, and so this effect is caused by perspective angle from where.
So, let me try a different attack on this. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if you've ever done this before. I did this when I was in like 6th grade, when I was learning about algebra and basic geometry. So you take a thumbtack and a string and a pencil, right? Take a piece of paper, put your thumbtack in the string in the center of the piece of paper, tie the other end of the string around your pencil. Okay? Now I want you to take that pencil from the thumbtack with the string attached, and I want you to stretch that string all the way out. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Now what I want you to do is I want you to draw a straight line with the string all the way stretched out. What's going to happen?
I don't know. I've got to test this, but I don't have a string and a pencil. Okay, but I've got.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what you're going to find. I want you to test it because I want you to see exactly how this works. This is how perspective works. You're not seeing straight lines in perspective. The only straight line that you have in perspective is your direct line of sight, what's directly in front of your line of sight. That's the very limit of your straight line. As you look around you, you then create a circle all the way around you. Same thing with the pencil and the thumbtack and the string. You stretch that string out, that's your direct line of sight. Now, if you try to draw a straight line with the attack, you still there?
Yeah. You just lagged for 2 seconds, but
no, I got a phone call. Don't worry about it. So what happens is if you try to draw a straight line, you can't. You end up drawing a circle all the way around the thumbtack. So that's how you see your vision around you. You see in a circle all the way around you, and because you can look up in the sky, you now see in a dome all the way around you. You would see in a sphere all the way around you, but you have the earth underneath you. Okay?
It's not necessarily dome. Why are you thinking that it's a half sphere? Dome is basically.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. I heard, but yeah.
So that's how perspective works. You're looking, when you look out, you're seeing I can't say an infinite amount of cones, but you're looking at a cone everywhere that you look. It's like an overlay of several cones. That's just how perspective works. That's why when people draw in perspective, they draw those converging lines that come together. Well, when you draw converging lines come together, you're using straight lines, but you don't see straight lines when you look out in nature. Your entire field of vision is curved. The only straight line you have is a direct line of sight in front of you. That's how perspective works.
Yeah. I'm actually not very like a specialist to know about optics perspective.
I understand that, but that's why there's limitations to your vision and how your vision works. You say, why does the sky appear the way that it does? That's because of your perspective. Everything looks like you're in a dome, because that's what perspective is. So it's not the earth that's curved, it's your vision that's curved.
I mean, I cannot say it is not curved, our vision.
No, I'm not saying it's not. It is curved. And that's the illusion of it, right? All you have to do if you want to know if the earth is curving or not is go out and measure the surface of the earth. You don't have to trust your vision.
Surface,
you can just go check it for yourself.
Surface, you mean you want a line or like a area?
Like an area. You're going to have to choose a large area because the Earth is large, right? They tell you that it's 40,050 kilometers in circumference, right?
Yeah, at equator.
Right. So, and then you have an average radius of 6,371 kilometers average.
Yeah.
So, that, like, if you take that radius, that's your line of sight. That's that string I was telling you about. And then, so if that string is 6,371 kilometers, the pencil reaches the surface edge of the Earth, and you take that pencil and you keep that string extended and you draw all the way around, that creates a circumference. And then if you want to
Wait, I thought you were saying that Earth is spherical. I thought you were trying to conclude that it is spherical.
Well, if it is spherical, you can test that curvature, right?
Yeah, and you saying that it is not
lasers shoot pretty far.
Just because you can't. So just because you can't prove something, it proves otherwise. Like, is it how it works?
Well, if you can't measure any curvature, what does that mean?
It just means that you cannot measure any curvature.
Okay, what's another word for lack of curvature?
If you want to prove, like, that something is flat.
If I draw two lines and one line is curved and the other one isn't, what's the other one?
You cannot. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, but you cannot prove that something is something just because it is not something else.
If you have two straight lines that don't intersect,
with measurements. With measurements, you do. Like, it's different if you say, well, I can't go out and measure it, so I can't measure curvature.
Yeah, I get it. Maybe just
but if you go and measure it, right? If you measure it and you don't get a result of curvature,
try again.
This is where sheepdog's going.
Try again. Try different method. Because if you only tried once,
try different method.
No, bro.
If you have two straight lines that don't intersect, what does that mean?
Parallel.
Right. And in order to have two parallel lines, both lines must be
what?
Straight, flat.
Yeah.
So if you have no deviation if you have two lines next to each other and you're measuring the deviation from one line to another, you're either going to have two straight lines that create an angle, right? Because they come together and create a vertex. Or you're going to have one curved line and one straight line. In either sense, you're going to measure a deviation from one of the straight lines. Right?
So what happens with the physical experiments with the curved Earth?
Right. So if I shoot a laser over the surface of water, right, the laser is shooting in a straight line. I've determined that. I've observed that. I've gone along the line of the laser, and I noticed that there's no deflection upward or downward. I know that laser is shooting in a straight line. So if that laser is shooting in a straight line, and then I hit my target at the end of that straight line, assuming, a flat surface or curved surface, I hit my target at a distance, and there's no deviation from where the laser began, it's still at the same height, then it's reasonable to conclude that over that distance, there is no measurable curvature because the baseline under my laser, the baseline under my laser is parallel with the laser.
Yeah, look, wait, can I ask you something? Would it change your mind if you actually tested it yourself? Like, if you set up a laser which is parallel with the level of water, and you follow it, you go those 3 miles to the horizon, and then you start seeing, for example, you start seeing that the laser is going more and more up from the water level.
Sure.
like would you like finally like not finally I'm not trying to be rude, but would you conclude that
hypothetically, if somebody went out and did that and consistently showed that at a certain height where the laser starts, like if we made the laser height 6,
engine, yeah,
and then the distance to the horizon is 3 miles, and then after 3 miles, I noticed that for each mile it was exponentially getting higher and higher for the laser hitting the target exponentially was higher and higher. Yeah, that would prove the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, because laser is straight. I mean, it doesn't go
right. Now lasers can be refracted under conditions, but that's why we do several tests in order to make sure that the conditions are met for the observation.
Yeah.
Right. So if the laser height was increasing exponentially past the horizon, then yes, I would say yes, that's consistent with the curve of the Earth.
We should go test it.
Oh, it's already been tested.
Where
but you can go test it again yourself too.
Yeah, but we can do it ourselves to prove to ourselves. Yeah.
Absolutely. Would you like to see some of the tests that have been done?
Where do you guys want to meet?
I mean, are you in America?
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, Jedi, you're back. You're back. While you left us. I came up with another. How is it called? Logical syllogism.
Yeah.
Syllogism.
Syllogism. Yeah. So, we were talking about lasers and about if it's straight and you align it with parallel to water, blah blah blah. That's irrelevant now because I came up with something different. So 2 points. First point. So in a self-gravitating fluid, like deformable solid, the internal stresses flow will minimize potential energy, so it will like spread out to minimize the, like, how to explain. It has to be like, this point has to be straightforward, but what we observe, or like what happens when you like put fluid on the table, it will spread out to the least resistance path. Same with the lightning on the sky.
Okay, and with the water, so water seeks the path of less resistance downwards, and then when it reaches a level, it will level itself within that container, like a puddle, for example, right?
Like it will level to minimize the potential energy. It will not try to act weird and gain energy from somewhere. If it's stable, it will stay stable.
Yeah.
So, okay, and second point, then if we, I don't know, wait, can it be a point that the minimum energy configuration under self-gravity, would it be like if it has gravity and
sorry, you can't use if statements when you're making a logical syllogism.
Okay, wait. It has gravity at the point.
Okay, so when we're making premises, those premises must be proven to be true.
Do we have center mass?
I really want to help you, but we're already into territory that we're not going to be forming a logical syllogism out of this. If statements and the center of gravity. Okay, things have a center of gravity, a center of mass.
Okay, we have center of mass.
Okay.
We have minimizing potential energy way of acting, like how
modus ponens,
how the matter acts to minimize energy efforts to fill the matter. and if we have a central center mass, then the minimum energy configuration for that system would be a sphere.
Oh, hold on. I was with you with the center of mass, but now you're giving mass the power. It's got energy to do shit.
What do you
mean? Mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
You're giving mass, and I was with you when we talk about the center of mass. If we're talking about like a ship that requires to know its center of mass when it needs to be buoyant and all of this type of stuff. Like the center point of where all of its, let's say, energy is distributed. But you're now saying that this mass has got some kind of magical power. It acts. It does something.
No, it's just a way of distribution of matter that is pulled together by gravity, by central mass.
Hold on. What state of matter are you talking about? Because most states of matter, depending on what they are, will only...
I mean, if you think about it, two planets, if they collide...
Planets? No, we're not going to be talking about planets. That's the conclusion you need to reach. Otherwise, we're going to have to prove planets.
Okay. Solids can deform by high...
Okay. Solids can deform.
Especially if they're hot.
I guarantee when you start, if you're trying with this, when you're making your syllogism, like I said, there's at least two premises that must be true. And when you add these true premises together, you reach a logical conclusion based on two obvious truths. When you're starting to do this, I'm going to have serious questions about your premises.
Okay, I'm still learning to do those.
It's fine, buddy. That's why I'm taking the time to help you along. You're obviously in good faith, so I'll take the time to explain to you. I've got no problem with that at all.
Thank you. So maybe what I'm trying to say, without that logical chain syllogism, I guess the sphere with the central mass is just the minimum energy state for matter to group in the vacuum. I mean, if it was a coin, then at different points it will have.
Hold on. What state of matter are you talking about in a vacuum?
Does it really matter? I mean,
so like a solid object like iron in a vacuum, not much is really going to happen, mate. You put liquid in the vacuum, it's going to immediately start to bubble.
Yeah, but what if you have a lot of iron in the center core of the Earth at temperature of 6,000 degrees and it's melt?
Why don't we start from the beginning? We'll just start with the vacuum first, and then we'll introduce some kind of explosion that puts all of the mass in the universe and separated wherever it's at. Like if you're going to go down this rabbit hole, bro, you're going to have to start from the very beginning, and you're going to have to place all of these things into their locations in order to prove that this is exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I get it, but yeah. I'm trying not to say if, because apparently you don't like when I say if the Earth is flat, or like if it's coin-like. So
if the Earth is flat, how is it supposed to work?
Because at different distances, gravitational pull is different. So
it only works on a flat Earth.
What?
So if we have center mass,
it doesn't work. It's unemployed.
Look, center mass is a point, and if you even
center mass is a point, but that's not where gravity is.
Yeah, I know. But if you have, but that's where it goes to 90 degrees to the center mass.
No, it doesn't.
Now it's traveling. Now it's doing work. I'm with you if you say that mass, loosely defined, is the amount of substance in a space, or that it's got a resistance to inertia. These are just concepts, dude. But you're giving this mass some kind of power, some kind of energy that does something. Now that's outside of the scope of this stuff that just exists, and here's the middle of it.
Yeah, but that's what we observe in our universe. Two objects.
No, it's not.
Attract each other.
No, it's not.
What do you mean it's not? I have in my school, in my school they had this setup. It was cheap.
If mass attracts mass, then why doesn't the moon fall on Earth?
Because it moves fast enough to bend over the.
Okay, demonstrate that in a scientific experiment.
Okay. You have a cannon, yeah. You shoot a ball, and then.
What my cannon is, the surface of the Earth is not curving. Therefore, the surface of the Earth can only.
The further you, the more powerful cannon is, the more further it will go, and it will curve more further away. So if you make the cannon powerful enough, or it moves fast enough to curve.
Do this in a science experiment. Demonstrate it for me.
He shoot himself in the back.
Look, the satellites is the scientific experiment of.
Dude. All right. You have to understand your own actions at this point, right? You're now talking about satellites. You've changed subject, dude. Right? How can we get to a logical conclusion? We're just going to throw other spanners into the works?
No, he just asked about how can I scientifically prove that two objects can move around each other.
Dude, you're not going to be doing that with a hypothetical where eventually you're going to shoot yourself in the back of the head with a cannon. If you shoot it hard enough, it will curve around the surface of the Earth and hit you in the back of the head. You're not going to prove it with satellites either. These are hypothetical conceptions at the moment. You're not.
But cannons, they have air resistance. They will fall eventually.
They will fall eventually. Yeah, on a horizontal plane. The mass that will be associated with it will be on a horizontal plane, and it's curved across it, depending on power.
But at the height where satellites fly, above 100 kilometers,
that's a claim.
Hey, Jedi, you didn't make it. He didn't make it, Jedi.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, you said about why don't we feel acceleration when we rotate around the sun? Because look, one rotation takes 365 days. Okay, it's not about days.
We don't rotate around.
Yeah, but if you calculate the same way you calculate let's make it relative. The force that we have to the ground, the gravitational acceleration, and the acceleration towards the sun, they're very different. I think to the sun, we do have acceleration. It's 0.006 meters per second squared. Meanwhile, the gravitational acceleration towards the Earth, 90 degrees towards center mass, is 9.81. So it's...
Who measured the 0.006 meters per second squared?
You measured from the... so what if you know the distance toward the sun, if you know how long it takes...
Okay, who measured the distance to the sun?
I don't know, dudes.
This is what you're defending, man.
No, look, but we know the gravitational pull and acceleration towards the sun.
Who measured those?
So, what's this got to do with what anything?
No, that's to do with all stuff you previously said about why don't we feel the pull from the sun.
No, not why don't we feel the pull from the sun?
What do you mean? What did you say?
I didn't say we don't feel the pull from the sun.
I mean, when
The
you
motion of the Earth.
accelerate.
The motion of the Earth, man. That's all we're talking about.
Yeah, and if an object moves in an
Who
orbit,
detected it? Who detected it? Who measured it?
Galileo Galilei.
How did he detect it?
I'm just kidding. I'm just having a huge fly or like a bug trying to get inside.
We were all there at one point until we went out and looked for it. And we found out that there was never any evidence to begin with. It was always some scientist somewhere magically agreed with all the other scientists, and that's how we know science. But that's not how science works. Science is testable and repeatable.
Yeah, it is repeatable.
Yeah.
So why don't you go and repeat their experiments?
Because we don't know what their experiments are.
Because there's no scientific experiment that deals with shapes. Science doesn't figure out geometry. Science figures out context. To figure out the shape of an object, you observe and you measure it. Observing and measuring isn't the scientific method.
Back in the times, like old times, they already knew that planet was spherical just by putting two columns. I think that they did this experiment in two cities 150 kilometers away from each other, and they knew almost exactly the distance.
No.
And
403 miles, the distance between Syene and Alexandria, where they put sticks in the floor, one underneath the sun, one 483 miles away, where the stick that wasn't underneath the light cast a shadow because of its angle to the light. I can do the same thing in my living room. I can stand underneath the light and I won't cast a shadow until I start walking away from underneath.
Wait, do you mind, guys? 30 seconds. I need to use the bathroom.
I bet you do. No worries.
Dang Jedi.
What, man?
How many times have we gone through circular reasoning on this?
I mean, it's constant and it's circular, so all the time.
There's got to be a golden ratio in there somewhere, dude.
Mate, some Fibonacci sequence to all of that. I keep fucking repeating. Did I hear Matrix in the background? What's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, just popping in for a listen, man, before work.
Good morning, dude.
How'd you go with that? How'd you go with that chap last night? Oh, reset button. He's all yours, Jedi.
Did you say chap?
I'm back, chat.
That's good. Well done. So, look, dude, where do you want to continue from or start afresh from? Been having lots of these conversations. What are you left with at the moment? Do you want to ask us how we know the Earth's flat? What questions have you got? What answers do you need?
No, actually, I think at this point, I just get that you have a similar logical chain that is explainable, but then you have dead ends, which you have.
We don't have dead ends. We have unknowns.
Unknown. Same as a spherical thing. I mean, it has maybe more evidences, I guess, if you can call it.
It has a story.
It has a story, right?
Because astrophysics, all that is it's there are people who have a profession of looking at the sky. They've never been to any of those locations. They just look at the sky and then they create stories to go along with what they see.
Yeah, and I guess the fact that
you want me to tell you a story about the sky?
No, look, we came to the conclusion as a humanity that it is spherical. Not just like one person decided it to be, and then others just followed the story. I mean,
but they did. That's exactly how it was.
No, there's been a lot of people in the history, and you cannot prove everything, and you cannot do everything to everyone.
Do you know where the idea of a spherical Earth came from? People believed in a perfect creator, and they thought that perfect creator would create the perfect shape, and that perfect shape is a sphere.
But no, there is no perfect creator.
According to the Greeks, there was. So this is where this idealized form comes from, a sphere. We're surrounded by spheres. It's an idealized form.
But if you talk about ancient times, they had those theories about flat Earth standing on, I don't know, 3 elephants and turtle.
Yes.
The ancient times, they thought that the Earth was a sphere. You're talking about a 2,000-year-old ancient archaic concept.
The crux of this issue is, lots of people long ago said lots of fucking crazy shit, but the idea that the Earth was a sphere, it's a religious idea. If we look even into what are not so distant past, like 500 years ago, this flew out of the Catholic Church. Catholic Church funded this, even though they said they were against it. They put the poor dude Copernicus under what? House arrest?
But wasn't the actual revelation?
Galileo went to house arrest.
In 15th century. Oh, wait. Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. 15th century. When in 1492, Columbus, he... wasn't he who tried to... he tried to go to India, but then he went the wrong way. And then traveled around the globe.
He went in a circle.
That's because he was using a globe. He was using a globe for his navigation. That's why he got lost.
He got lost, dang. Oh.
Yes. They had globes back then. Matter of fact, the first globe was supposedly invented in 1492.
What about there's also, look, astronomers.
You're not going to acknowledge that?
I can acknowledge that, but cannot reach a logical conclusion from that, if you know what I mean.
Look, if the globe was invented in 1492 and Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, then he probably got lost because he thought the Earth was a globe.
No, because before that, we couldn't possibly hold that knowledge, prove something more. We couldn't even reach, I don't know, South America or North America. We couldn't reach those lands. And we didn't know it was something.
Why not? It's not, all you have to do is travel down the coastline on water.
In many cultures,
Vikings did. Vikings had no problem.
There was a believing that
Vikings did that in 1000 AD. Did you know that?
there's a
The Vikings founded America in 1080. Did you know the Greeks were actually writing about America in 69 AD?
I'm perplexed. How is traveling around a bit proving anything at the moment? So we travel around. We got Columbus, and we can point to other famous people from history who sailed around a bit, and what they came back again, and that's supposed to prove what, other than they went in a circle.
But there were experiments a long time before that and a lot after that. And,
okay, like what?
Look. The only thing that changed is that we became like globalized. We could exchange information. We could store information. So all the experiment data and knowledge that humanity gained. I mean, different perspective on knowledge. It's not like there is one factual thing about everything. There were like different perspectives on everything. Even theory of evolution on religions, everything is like different perspective.
That's awesome. But this isn't a subjective issue, though. You brought religion in.
What I'm trying to say, it's more about like collective knowledge gathered over centuries, thousands of years. It's not about beliefs or like I don't know, propaganda or someone trying to benefit from it. I guess those scientists just moved on.
That's irrelevant, man.
Like, what's the point trying to prove?
Like, if you picked up a book that somebody else wrote and then you tried to expand on that book, that's fine. But the fact of the matter remains, you still have to have measurable curvature in order to prove that book was even right.
Okay, you can go and do a couple of like experiments to repeat them for yourself and prove it.
How are we going to go measure for curvature? We talked about that earlier. How are we going to measure for curvature?
With a laser.
Oh yeah, did you hear about this, Jedi?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard about lasers. That's how we survey the world.
Oh, did you hear what we were saying earlier? He asked me. He said, if we set a laser up at 6 foot height and we shot it out, we leveled the laser, shot it out over distance, and then after 3 miles, we noticed that the laser was exponentially getting higher. Would that prove the curve of the Earth? And I said, well, if we do that several times to make sure the conditions are matching, and then we take an average of what's going on, put that on a statistic bell curve and see what's going on, find out if it has a standard deviation, all those things. We have to do thousands of observations, but if we do that, and we notice that statistically it's exponentially getting higher above our head, would that prove the curve of the Earth? And I said, yeah, that would prove the curve of the Earth. That would be a good way of doing that. And I then proceeded to tell him that we have many laser observations that we can look at. And I don't know, do you want to go over that?
I mean, yeah, if he understands the premise, then this is how we survey the land. We send signals from a laser to a receiver, usually a mirror that works on the law of reflection, so we can figure out.
Or, guys, I have another method without lasers, radios, like very old-fashioned method. So you get a string, very long one, maybe 10 miles. I don't know if this one exists, and you keep it tight, not to break it. You keep it tight, and you go like behind.
Straight and tight over 100 feet.
You go behind horizon, and you keep a couple of boats near the every. Like, I don't know.
Have you ever tied a string around a pole and then stretched the string out over 100 feet to another pole?
If it's tight enough, it's gonna be straight. No.
No, it's not.
Just make it tight. Just make it.
You'll never hold the string tight enough. it'll
bow in the middle. It'll always sag down because of the weight of the string over the.
So if the Earth is curved, yeah, and you have I don't know if it's from the
How about
height.
not if the Earth is curved or if the Earth is flat? Let's just straight line over the surface of the Earth and look for any deviation from the straight line. How about that?
Yeah.
So what would you like to look at? Would you like to look at long distance observations? Would you like to look at laser tests? Or would you like to look at radio wave propagation?
I'm gathering money to build a rocket and fly around Earth.
I think this conversation.
Oh, we need to build a rocket.
Can you send me $5 each, and I'll build a rocket and fly around the Earth?
This is the moment when my mood changes. Right now, you've listened to both of us take our time and our patience to help you understand things. Now you're raising money to build fucking rockets. We should probably stop the conversation because you're not here in good faith. It's unfortunate.
I'm just going to step in between Jedi. Just to save some grace on this, Marianne. I think you need to mute your own microphone and go do some more research, and then come back and talk to us when you're not so worn out from the conversation. I think it's pretty much over. I think we need to move on and talk to somebody else.
Okay,
You've just completely dismissed everything that we talked about.
I thought we already settled a lot of things down and discussed many topics. So
I thought we did too, but you just completely dismissed it.
No, I thought it was.
We all need to send you $5 so you can build a rocket.
No, I thought it was right time for humor.
I did. If it was a joke,
I don't think it was, man. Like we spent how long, Jedi? Probably at least 4 hours with you.
Yeah, I mean it's fine.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it's fine. If it was just a joke at the end of the day, man, then sorry, we didn't necessarily take it as that's the way that you intended it. It's been a good conversation up until now, man. I wouldn't want it spoiled, so I'll give you that benefit of doubt.
Yeah. Thank you. You too. Specifically, I mean, you talked the most. I think not. Oh, Sasha always joined us in conversation. And someone else. Thank you to you all.
Yeah, no worries, man.
That's what we're here. We're trying to be helpful. We give people a chance to practice their English while also discussing a very interesting topic that has a lot of specific details that need to be discussed in order to have a conversation. So there's plenty of English to be practiced in this conversation.
Yeah, to be fair. And this vocabulary is very niche. I mean, debating vocabulary, but also curvature, elevation, those type of words.
Yeah, you are correct. And
not really a debate.
Yeah, we must remember that being as English isn't most people's first language in the server, then some of the terms that we use, you are correct, are niche itself being a niche term. Glad you understand that word. But yeah, you are correct. It is hard to follow along all the time.
Are you guys native speakers? Because you sound like.
Yes, I'm American and Jedi is British. Can I say British, Jedi? That's over-encompassing.
That's right.
I love his English accent.
I'm British too. You can tell by my accent.
You sound like
the owners of the language are told that they have an accent. That's the funniest thing. I always say that to people who are from the British area. I'm like, oh, I love your accent, and it's like, Bro, I own the language. You're borrowing it from me.
The only person that never really had an accent was Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, that's true.
How do you do that voice in an American accent?
I don't know, buddy. You just do it.
That's a good try.
But if there's anything to take away, Marion, I just want you to think about geometry. If there's anything to take away from this, I want you to think about geometry. There's a reason why they separated your math class from your science class when you were in school. Because they're two different things.
Sure thing. That was bloody interesting. What?
Why do you always sound like you've just fallen out of a child's dick and you tried to do an English accent? Like, we've moved on since the 80s.
No, I'm just practicing.
I know. I'm joking, dude. I'm fine. It's a bottle of water. There is a tea in it.
There is a tea in it.
Quite a lot of Britons are quite
water.
Water.
Yeah, that's it. The Aussie version. Water.
Not that Aussies get to see much of it.
Oh, that was a Scottish accent? Or...
There will be
Yeah, he's an upside down Scot.
Cycling
coming, but he's refined.
Can understand.
Doesn't have that typical, like, he doesn't have that that rustic Scottish accent, does he?
No, he doesn't sound angry all the time. Yeah.
Wait, isn't a Scottish accent just... it sometimes goes with different letters. So when you usually say A, like A, they say O. I don't really remember examples. But...
Maybe. They're funny, the Scottish. Who knows what they bloody say half the time.
It's funny how you have different accents within, like, your little country.
Yeah. Lots of multicultural influences. They say some of our accents are even developed to be food or the industry that a particular area. So some accents are more nasally than other accents because of certain environmental factors.
But your accent, it's posh.
That's fucking not. Oh, sorry. I do apologise for swearing. No, it's not. My accent.
No, just from the way you speak, you speak money.
Middle class.
Upper middle class.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not.
It doesn't sound like this, old chap. What do you mean?
Is it London accent or like somewhere?
So it's around London. My accent, south-ish.
The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
Let me guess. T-Dub, you are from... Okay, not Scotland.
Have a guess, mate. Where do you think I'm from?
Not Southwest. Not Wales. Not East London.
You'll get it eventually. Just have a listen. Have a listen to the way I talk.
Is it your real accent?
G'day, mate. How's it going? Haven't seen you for years.
What do you mean, is it his real accent? What, you think he does that for practice?
You sound so German. Even though I know it's...
No.
Wait, what?
Das ist gut, ja?
Why do Scottish people sound so German?
After all this time, I didn't know that you guys were actually German. Amazing.
Was ist das?
Wow. Is there a large Nazi population around Australia? I forget.
Ein, zwei.
So much so that the Prime Minister stopped us doing the salute.
They're nothing but criminals out there.
Eins, zwei, drei.
Australia is where like all the Brits sent their criminals.
Yeah. Great Britain's like a prison island at the moment. But anyway, I digress.
I actually love Britain. Whether it's great or little great.
It was pouring down with rain not 20 minutes ago, and it stopped, and now the sky is completely clear. The weather changes really quickly in this country. It's funny.
What's the matter? There is no problem with that, I guess. You can get used to it.
Yeah, it's fine. Right. Does anybody else or yourself question to the subject matter of this lovely, the shape of the Earth? Is the Earth, like we've been told, a sphere in motion around a star in the sky? Or is it how we observe and as we experience? Is it a flat, horizontal, stationary plane where the sun, moon, and stars move above us, not around us?
Actually, Jedi, if I get to research a little bit for like maybe potential next time discussing or debating on this topic, should I do the research based on counter what's the word I'm looking for? Counter argument what you're saying? Or I should
counter evidence.
Yeah, counter evidence from what you're saying, or I should find evidence of the fact Earth is spherical, or like what should I incline to?
I'd like.
Let me ask Marianne. Go ahead.
No, go on, Sheep Man. You're fine.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So, Marianne, do you want to argue with us?
Not argue, debate.
Why do you want to debate?
Well, what's your claim? How about let's start instead of what you want to do or what you can do. Do you have a claim inside this topic?
I guess in this.
No, he
in
doesn't
this
have a claim. But the thing I want to address, Marianne, we're not here to debate. We're here to educate people on what they don't know, what they thought they knew, but in reality, they come to realize they don't know what's going on. And when you don't know what's going on, you kind of either you're gonna have two types of people. Either they're just gonna like forfeit and they're just gonna believe whatever they're told anyway, or they're gonna light a fire under their butt and they're gonna get
Very well said. Yeah. So, what do you have a claim that you want to make?
Hi, Creed. Oh, you're new here, yeah?
Yeah, I'm really. This is my first day.
Yeah. So I don't have a claim, I guess.
You were born yesterday, man. What are you talking about?
So
Stop the cap.
Look, this topic, I guess, it has two sides of the argument: flat Earth or spherical, or I guess spherical and not spherical. Maybe
no, it'd be more like curved, or not curved, or it really would be curved at exactly 8 inches per mile squared, or something other than that. So you've got people who they're trying to make a claim. They're telling you the Earth is curved and it's rotating. Do you have any proof of that claim? And they're like, well, no, but I can tell you it's not flat. Okay, if it's not flat, what is it? Well, it's got to be curved then. Okay, how do you know it's not flat? Because it's curved. So circular reasoning, like, is that the best you got? And they're pretty much, well, I got some photos from space. Huh.
Maybe you just need to prove that it is curved, and maybe I don't know, fly at the distance, and maybe fly around it so you can see it from different sides. I don't know.
Yeah, you'll need to do that. Just it'd be local, just locally. You should be able to check right here, like right where you're at right now. Do you see a curve anywhere?
No, mate.
Okay, so if it's not curved, what is it?
Locally, it is flat, relative. Like I live on the hill.
So how far do we have to look away to see curve?
Look, I live on the not on the very not flat surface, but my house and floor is flat because the foundation for it was built flat.
Correct.
Yeah, but
And what did they do to make sure that it was flat?
They used I think they used the builders. They used this ruler with liquid inside because it's pulled by something towards Earth. Yeah, and I think it has that stabilizer that shows the angle at which it's directed.
So then you're curved because they probably put this level at the corner of each corner of your foundation, and so that means it was locally flat, but it conformed to the curvature of the Earth, right?
I don't know. You should better ask a construction worker.
Yeah, we know. There's some of us are construction workers. Some of us know how to build things.
No, some of you guys can build very good arguments.
Well, we just removed all the BS and we got down to the crux of it, right?
I guess really, if you think the only way you can prove Earth is spherical locally, is by proving the curvature, and that it is consistent at many points around the globe.
Yeah, it has to be in order to be the globe.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay. So how big is this globe that we're talking about? Since we agree it locally looks flat, how big is this globe?
How big is it? We can refer to the numbers scientists gave us. So the radius is about 6,300 kilometers.
There's no scientists around my house, mate.
You're upside down, man. Don't worry about it.
From another country.
Yeah.
How about instead of referring to someone else, why don't you go and measure it yourself?
How about that, mate? You go to Oxford and Cambridge, and you ask scientists from England. You can go to them. Okay, that was
embarrassing.
That was embarrassing.
Why would I ask scientists about shapes?
Yeah, it's also a genetic fallacy too. Just because it comes from one source doesn't make it right. Because you can talk to them about the crown. Be like, hey, should I be a subject of the crown? And they'll tell you all about that too. So, I mean, if you just say that based on this person's ideas, that they're speaking truth, well, no, that the earth will be what it is, be what it be, regardless of who's saying it. You don't need any Cambridge scientists.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. And maybe you joined. Maybe you joined after we were laughing at the fact that we have so many British people here, and
well, yeah, it's because that's flat Earth is ground zero in England. That we kind of like give glory to the people who really brought flat Earth back, the English. Had it not been for them, because the problem in America was a lot of jingoism, a lot of national pride is attached to we landed on the moon. God bless America. So it's very hard to get sort of like a flat Earth movement idea off the ground in America because they see like that type of speech as some kind of communist propaganda meant to undermine the greatness of God and country. And then you've got England, where they understand that America is not a great country. It's a degenerate cesspool of just like the worst that, of the Western cultures. It's probably one of the worst ones. They just got a lot of guns and bombs and shit.
You're so that gave my culture, man.
Yeah, I know.
I love my guns. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I do too. It's just the problem is it should be used for self-defense, not to cement a geopolitical positioning against third world countries who really have no way of defending themselves.
Guys, I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm starting to think and believe that you lot are all smart fellas, yeah? And you actually, you all believe, or you not believe, I don't know, that Earth is spherical, but you're just having fun, not deceiving people, but debating around this topic, because, I don't know.
I don't like lying to people. I don't like deceiving people. I don't even like trolling. I don't like it. I like being honest. I like sharing the truth. Like it takes a really sick person to enjoy like lying to somebody else and convincing them of something that is not true.
But then you don't have proofs for neither of the sides. You give the clear understanding that you cannot you cannot have. One second. That you cannot have 100%. You cannot be 100% sure that Earth is spherical just because everyone says it, scientists say it, and there are a few like proofs for that. And you're not trying to.
I am 100% certain the Earth is not curving.
But there is something that makes you sure that it's not curved.
Yeah, the surface of water always seeks horizontal equilibrium.
Wait, what?
The surface of water always seeks horizontal equilibrium. If I fill up a cup of water, the water in the cup.
I was making noise.
Hey, can you mute your mic? Appreciate it, Joe. Anyway, so if I fill up a cup of water,
and
I let the water rest, the surface of that water in that cup is flat, right?
Yeah.
It's just a small example. It's locally flat on the surface of that water, right?
Yeah. Why do we have high tides, low tides?
That's irrelevant. The mean sea level of the surface of water is flat. Okay.
Yeah.
So if I fill up a bathtub full of water, the surface of that water is flat, right?
Right.
If I have a swimming pool, the surface of that water is flat, right?
Also right. Maybe.
Right.
Wait.
So if I have a pond, the surface of that water is flat, right? Right?
It's not very flat, actually. There is a. Let me translate. Google Translate.
If there's curvature, then you need to measure it and show it to me.
There is a tension, droplet tension. With
so you're not going. We're not getting away from this. We're going to finish this all the way to the end.
Yeah.
So if we go to a lake, the surface of that water is flat, right?
We already cannot say that. How do you know it is like it is visually?
Because it's measured.
Yeah.
Because there's no curvature measured over a lake.
That's what I said like 2 hours ago. I remember about liquids, and I think any matter, but if it's solid, then it's a little bit different because we have mountains. They are different heights.
Right.
But
you can make shapes out of solids. I don't disagree.
Yeah. But liquids, and gas, they take the lowest energy.
Gas. We're not even counting gases. We're just talking about water.
Okay, water. It is a liquid, and it takes the lowest energy state.
It has nothing to do with energy, man. This is about the surface of water. Water, when it is contained, the surface of water, the very top layer of water, measures flat, always, when water is contained.
That's what
if I take a cup of water and pour it out over my table, there's going to be a little curvature at the end of that water, right? Because of surface tension.
Tension, yeah.
Right. So, but when we're talking about water that's contained, like I showed you a cup, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a pond, a lake, all of these water locations, the surface of the water is flat because the water is contained. It builds volume. As it builds volume, the surface of water remains flat at the very top surface. It doesn't matter if you put a rock in there, a boulder in there, a car in there, a mountain in there, the surface of that water is always going to remain flat. Now, when you take that same observation out over the ocean, yes, there are waves out in the ocean, but there's a mean sea level where the surface of that water is measurably flat. If there was any measurable curvature, it would start to conform to a ball, but because it doesn't, therefore the surface of water always measures flat. So if they say that 70% of the Earth is water, then we can reasonably conclude that 70% of the Earth is flat.
– 70% of surface of the Earth, because the deepest point in the water, Marianas Trench, is 12 kilometers, and like if you take percentage wise, water is not number one element on Earth. Not element, molecule, or like substance. I don't know.
I think all of that went way over your head.
Yeah, okay.
The surface of water.
But isn't this because of gravity? No.
So then, show me the measurable curvature.
I mean, if you drop water from the skies, it will not, I don't know, stick to the wall. It will be flat. Puddles will be flat. Water in the lake will be flat. Though rivers, the water in rivers is not flat. Not continuously flat because of the structure underneath some parts of the river. It can go bumpy. But yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking about turbulent water with a river. I'm talking about water at rest.
So it takes the lowest energy state. Not state. I mean the position in the pit. Yeah. So you have lake. It is basically in a space where it can be contained, this water, and it is flat because it just fills the hole, and because it's liquid, the way the molecules work in liquids is that they can move around each other, so they can fill the wait, let me translate this word. Capacity, not capacity. Volume. Oh, content. They can fill the content, volume. So yeah, liquids, they fill the volume. And I guess the reason why the surface is flat is because it's all due pressure, no? So on all parts, walls, parts of the volume it takes.
So here's the problem. If the surface of water at rest is always flat, the surface when it's at rest is always flat. In order for the Earth to be a ball, the surface of water has to bend around the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, it bends around.
It has to form a ball. But we don't see that out in nature. What we see is that the surface of water is always flat when it's.
But you are just stating. You're not proving. You're not evidencing. You're just saying.
Well, we have laser techniques. We have long distance observations. We have radio wave communication. It's all.
And what happens?
It measures flat.
No, actually, if we send radio signals,
it measures zero curvature because the horizon does not get in the way of the observation.
No, I actually heard that when you send a radio wave, it reflects, let's say, off clouds, and then it goes behind the horizon, and then the angle goes was not what you expect, and it's not because of the waves, not because something else. It's just because the surface is not like it's not as straight as it was at the point where the signal was sent. So it's
right. So when Marconi did his radio wave communication from England to Australia, 10,000 miles away, he just decided one day, he's like, you know what? I wonder if I can send a radio communication to Australia. He didn't account for the curve of the Earth. He just did a direct line of sight radio transmission. He didn't bounce radio waves off the clouds in the sky, which even if he did, the radio waves would lose the energy because they're bouncing off of another object, right? So it would be very, very, very much more difficult to receive that transmission from a far distance away because it's losing energy as it's bouncing off of them over distance. But instead, he got a direct line of sight radio communication from Great Britain to Australia, 10,400 miles away, thus negating the curve of the Earth. Now that's a great example, right? I'll give you another example. When the Titanic sank, right? Remember the Titanic? The Titanic? That boat that sank in the Arctic Ocean? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, I'm still listening, still here. Just need to do long.
If you're busy, I can let you go. I don't want to talk for no reason.
Posted.
I'll just tell it to you real quick. So the Titanic, when it sank, its SOS distress signal was picked out 3,000 miles away.
But didn't you say about me relying on scientists' experiments, and now you're also referring to one?
I'm just telling you what evidence was presented out there. Right?
Well, yeah, you have to distinguish the difference between what's demonstrable, a claim that's demonstrable and backed up by actual experiment, and claims that are just claims that they don't have any support. They're not supported by evidence or experiment, right? No data. That's just a claim.
Right.
So if you appeal to someone that you think is a scientist, but they haven't done anything to validate their claim, then it's useless, really, whether they're a scientist or not.
I mean, it also depends whether you referring to the experiments, specific experiments that prove your point.
Well, that's the best part. You'd have to demonstrate the experiment, then I would be able to do it. Then we could debate the results. Right now, they have nothing to show for that. They don't even have an observation or a hypothesis or an experimental setup. They didn't identify any independent variable, any dependent variable, any control variables. They haven't given any results. The whole thing is a trust me, bro. Really? That's what's good enough for you? If someone just says, trust me, bro?
So what do we do then?
Go check.
How do we Oh, you mean do experiments by ourselves?
No, just go, do you see it? Go, like, say, someone says, hey, the Earth is curved. Okay, let me check. Doesn't look curved.
Okay.
Then what would you do next? What do you think you could do after that? Maybe measure it? Take a measure of the Earth?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe you use maths.
Yeah, measures flat. So we got, it's observably flat, measures flat. What else could you do to verify it?
I mean, when you verify it,
it again once again becomes a very how to say not personal. The proof you found it's I don't know how to phrase this. I've never said this in English actually.
I'll say this, Marion. Like if they told me boats go over the curve, right? So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say, how far away is that curve? They're like, oh, from a 6-foot observer height, it's about 3 miles away. Like, okay, cool.
Guys.
Look, unless you prove it to yourself, then it's just a blind belief in someone else's words.
Right. So that's what I did. I went out and I looked for myself because I thought this was too stupid.
The experiment has to be repeated.
This is easy to figure out. Let me go check for myself.
Yeah. So if everyone supposedly wants to know the truth, they all need to do the experiment 8 billion times.
Yes.
Because otherwise it's all going to be, I don't know, one crazy scientist who believes that, I don't know, or can prove Earth is spherical, but it's only his experiment, and he's done it on the other side of the Earth. It's all on paper.
Well, to a large degree, a lot of people, well, not everybody, but a lot of people are already doing it in their daily lives without even realizing it, right? They're using level, right? They're using level to perform certain actions or to complete tasks, to build things, to navigate. They're using the Earth as horizontal, and they're using all horizontals as being parallel, as well as their verticals. So in essence, they are already measuring and treating the Earth as flat and stationary. It's just that they hold in the back of their mind a belief system which they haven't never experienced, never gone out and validated to be true, right? This idea that they're on the surface of a sphere. And they don't ever bother to think about the contradiction between the way that they're using the Earth and the way that they're viewing it and the story that they're told about the Earth being a sphere. That's where we come in. Challenge them to do that.
But what if? Okay, I get that you hate when I say if, but let's imagine the scenario where it's opposite. Yeah, everyone historically and believes that the Earth is flat, but then you get some evidence that it is spherical. You try to prove it. Nobody believes you. Someone is mentioning me in the chat.
Yeah, man. If you got measurements for the curve of the Earth and everybody thinks the world is flat, obviously, then you have your measurements to back up your claim.
That's the problem. There's no measurements for the Earth being a globe. That's where you guys always fail. You think that somebody out there did it, or some magical scientist. You guys think it's science. It's not science. That somebody's done the work, and all you got to do is appeal to that invisible person. But nobody's ever done that.
Done what? Sorry again.
Measured the surface of the Earth to be a globe.
Oh.
So this is just like a fantasy that you guys have, that the Earth is a globe. And you've been given propaganda with videos and images. That's all you guys think about, because there's tons of that stuff, right? But you can make up a lot of other things too. But the Earth being a globe is just another fairy tale. You can't prove it. Like in this chat and this call right now, you wouldn't be able to prove that the Earth is a globe, not even if you tried. All you can do is appeal to, you're not a scientist, and there's images and videos, and why don't we believe in those, and on and on. but you can't provide evidence that there's been any measurement done to support the claim that the Earth is curving.
Okay, how do you see the world then?
As a horizontal plane with topography. So we have.
Is there an end?
We have. Yeah, the quest for the end is not something that anybody needs to be concerned with, because the horizontal plane that everybody sees when they're out in nature is a very apparent. So you don't have to have like this quest to go see what's at the end. It's like a fruitless endeavor. You don't need to keep going somewhere just to try to find out if there's an end to it. You can try, but that's on you. You don't need to, though, to find out that the Earth is a horizontal plane. Do you follow?
Yeah, but then if you want to move, I mean, further in development, in civilization, and you want to, I don't know, explore the universe, and then you fly somewhere, you send the satellites, cameras, data, then is it?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but it's kind of, I don't know how old you are, sir, but it's like undoing years of programming right now within this Discord call. It's not possible. I can't undo all the years of programming you have right now, thinking that the Earth is a globe and there's an ever-expanding cosmos, and satellites are roaming about the galaxy and all that. All that stuff is propaganda that your mind is filled with, and it goes immediately to that when you think about it. So you can't help it. I know that I'm talking to somebody who's still in the belief system, but you have to undo it yourself. No one can, in this call, we can't convince you. That's not our job. We're not here trying to convince you. We're going to give you at least a compelling argument to think about. And then you have to do the research yourself. Does that make sense?
So you cannot fly around the flat Earth.
Yes, you can fly to different places, but you're flying over a horizontal surface. So in other words, if you have a table, right? I'm going to give you something to think about. If you have a table and put your hand on that table, imagine your hand is like an airplane. And if you pick up your hand and move it across the table and bring it back down again, that's all you're doing on a horizontal surface of the Earth. That's what a plane does.
Can your hand fly over the table and underneath it?
No, we don't talk about underneath because the surface is horizontal. So we don't need to go under the table because we're only living on top of the surface of the Earth. We're on top of it. Does that make sense? We're on top of the surface. We're not
if there is an end of a plateau Earth, then the higher you go, the more you can see it.
Well, not really. You can see more, but you can't see clearly. Does that make sense? There's a difference between what you can see clearly and how much you can see. You can see more land, you just can't see because you're getting higher up from the surface, so things on the surface are going to get harder to see because you're up from the surface. It's like when you're in an airplane, you can't see people exactly, right? When they're on the ground. You have to think about this logically, sir. I think you haven't really put much thought to it, so you're trying to do your best to make it sound like you have a defense.
Sir, I've been in this voice chat for 4 hours now.
Yeah, the globe has no. Yeah, I know you're not, but the globe has no defense when it comes to logic and reason. It's got no defense because it's imaginary. That's all it is.
But what I've got to say, Jedi and there was another guy, and another guy, and actually 5 of them. They were more convincing over the last 4 hours than you are right now.
No, it's not. You're just upset, dude. All it is I'm talking to you. You're mad because you can't provide something that's substantial to support the claim that the Earth is a globe. So you're upset. No. Somebody else made you feel like you can have some sort of argument, and I don't. I'm basically taking away all your toys, and you're just pouting. Exactly what you're doing right now.
No, just after each question, I raise more questions from your answer.
Yeah, but think about it. what we're dealing with is not something that's real. So in essence, we're actually performing some sort of like psychological, damage control with you. We're trying to help you realize that the Earth is not a globe. That's all we're doing. It's all having to do with psychology.
I'm
not real.
Matrix. I'm escaping Matrix.
Okay, sorry,
You can't-
I'm just kidding.
You can't because you are entrenched in it. You'd have to actually do research and find out for yourself. Other than that, you're just going to stay in it. I know you're making fun right now. That's all you can do because there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe. You guys are just upset because you can't provide evidence. So I don't know what to do. Like, there's nothing more we can do other than tell you that there is
and
no
you're
evidence.
saying it like you can provide evidence otherwise.
Of course, the Earth is demonstrably a horizontal plane. Obviously.
Then why, when you like set a camera on a balloon, you don't get to see the end?
Yeah, when you put a camera on a balloon, what is the goal of that? What are you trying to do?
Like the higher you go, the more you can see of the land. Like
You're right. Well, how far can you see?
actually, not very far.
Yeah, you don't really know. What's the numeric value to the distance of what you can see from a height from that camera and the balloon, sir?
I don't know, but look.
Yeah, you don't know. See, I'm pointing out the things that you say, you think you know by saying them. When I point out that you don't really know, you don't have any information to support the claim that the Earth is a globe. And when you say things, you think, hey, this is something good to say. If I say send up a camera on a balloon, that will surely get him. No, it doesn't. You
But look,
don't prove any point.
on the Plato version of Earth, this wouldn't happen. But in what happens in real life, the more like upwards you go, the less actually you can see beyond horizon. So,
What's the distance, sir? Give us some values. Give us some numbers.
Locally, you have hills. You can have.
Give us some numbers, sir. You're just talking now. Give us some numbers.
Okay, if you have a hill of 200 meters, you get 200 meters high. You get to see the top of the hill. You get higher, you get to see a little bit behind it. But when we send cameras 400
Yeah, how much?
kilometers.
Wait a minute. You're not supporting the claim that you're talking about right now. How much can you see from that? How much can you see from on the top of that hill?
Nothing. Wait, not from that hill. Upper 400 kilometers camera.
Okay, so the 400 kilometers camera. What's the distance to the horizon? How far can it see?
It can see like 150 kilometers radius of the.
How do you know? How do you know?
From the picture, it's like nothing.
What picture? Which picture?
Okay, if we search a picture from.
Oh no! We're not going to search a picture. I'm asking you what specific picture, because 400 kilometers up and 150 kilometer radius. How do you know this is true? Did you verify this?
On the Earth, you can find those 2 points and calculate the distance.
Yeah, that's great. You think you can do something? I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. No, it's not. I'm happy for you. No, because you're not telling us specifically what demonstration that you're talking about right now. Where can we find this, and how can we know that it's true? That you verified this truth?
Why can't you see the end?
No, don't ask questions. I'm asking you specifically for the data you're telling me about. You just finished saying this has been done. Okay, and now I'm requesting, where has it been done? And please post it with the values, please. You got that? You said it. You said you had this information. Where is it?
What do you get from knowing that Earth is flat?
Okay, so you don't have the evidence. You skipped over you saying, "Oh, sorry, I don't have the evidence." But then let me ask you a question.
Why
does it matter if it's flat, curved, whatever, bro?
Yeah,
Why does it matter?
So the problem that we're having right now is that a lot of people have been duped, right, into thinking that the Earth is a globe. Like all
What
of
is
you
it
guys
gonna
who's
change?
like all of you guys who come in here and say, "What does it matter? Doesn't matter." It does matter. Otherwise, you
How?
guys would.
What's the
Otherwise,
point?
yeah. I'm gonna tell you. If you just let me finish talking. So when you come in here, you're curious, right? You want to know, hey, what's this whole conversation about? But then when you start listening, you start realizing, hey, wait a minute, I don't really know that the Earth is a globe. So then it starts to matter because you thought you did. And then you start hearing one by one, people come up and start talking to us. And each and every person that comes and talks to us, they think they have the answer. And you are listening in the background. You're like, okay, this next guy might be the one. Next guy,
Okay,
next guy, next
Avi.
guy. They never ever prove that the Earth is a globe, nor will you ever hear it.
Explain to me why in the South Pole you can see the sun 24/7. If the Earth is flat, then how is it possible that you see the sun on the South Pole 24/7?
Good question, you're talking about this. You're talking about the sun moving around in the sky, right?
Yeah. I'm talking about the sun is lighting the South Pole 24/7, and there is no nighttime.
Yeah. So, what does that have to do with the Earth being a flat surface or a globe? What does that have to do with anything?
If the Earth is flat, then the sun is gonna light all the flat Earth, and it's not gonna like just light one way and the other ways are gonna be
Yeah,
dark.
your reasoning is incorrect. Your reasoning is incorrect.
Then explain. Okay. I'm not okay. My reason is incorrect. Then explain how is it possible for the South Pole to be like in daytime, like constantly?
Well, what do you mean? How is it possible? It's happening, therefore it is possible.
Okay, bro. If you have a reasonable doubt, then explain to me.
No, what do you mean reasonable doubt? I'm not doubting that there's a 24-hour sun. Did I ever doubt that?
Okay. If it's constantly daytime, then how is it possible a flatter than it's not globe?
The shape of the Earth has nothing to do with the sun moving around in the sky. Whatever the sun does has. Hold on a minute. You wanted me to give you the answer, right? Now you're gonna want to interrupt me. So the sun moving around in the sky has nothing to do with the idea that the Earth is a horizontal plane or it's a globe. Unless you can prove to me that it does, then I'd like for you to tell me. What does the sun have to do with the Earth in any way of the shape of it? Can you tell me, please?
Look, you don't need to be this stressed out. I think he's pointing
Stressed out. I'm not stressed out. I'm asking the gentleman. You jumped in right when he was going to give me the answer. Can you give me the answer, sir? What does the sun have to do with the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. You seem to be very stressed.
I'm not talking to you, sir. Talking to the other guy.
In the flat Earth, in the concept of flat Earth, the sun is moving, right? And the flat Earth is just constantly standing there. It's not moving. So if the sun is moving, it's gonna the shallow or the when you move from Antarctica or the South Pole, it's gonna be darkened and it's not gonna be nighttime, or it's gonna be nighttime if the sun moves from that area to the next area or from a country to a country. Well, my understanding is how is it possible when it's flat and that area is still constantly like sun is around the area like constantly? How is it possible? I'm just trying to understand.
I'm trying to understand why you can't understand. Like the sun moving around in the sky has nothing to do with the Earth's surface. Nothing. Unless you can prove to me that it can, then I will accept that. Can you prove to me that the sun moving, hold on, let me say it slow so you can understand, because it's hard for you. Unless you can prove to me that the sun moving around in the sky has something to do with the ground, I will say that it has nothing to do with the ground. Can you prove to me in some way that it has something to do with the ground, sir?
I can't prove it because you gotta like, okay, listen. I can't prove it from my understanding. I have no event. I can't really substantiate anything in this matter. But what I can say is, if the Earth is flat, then how? Okay, in the globe concept, or when the Earth is like rotating and moving constantly, and the sun is moving as well, the area where the South Pole is, the sun is always like there's light there, but the other areas where Africa or the other countries, sometimes they're in the nighttime, but there are areas like
I know what you're saying,
South
Ken.
Park.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Okay, I get it. You're wondering how it can happen if it's not a globe. Is basically what you're trying to say. How can this happen if the Earth is not a ball spinning around? Like, it wouldn't work if if the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
essentially, is what you're trying to say. Yeah, so you say. But now I'm going to ask you: do you know how the sun works? I need a straight answer, yes or no.
But you guys don't.
Can you give me a straight answer? Sir,
Okay, let me just say something.
No. I need you to answer what I was asking.
I will answer you.
No. Then answer me now. Do you know how the sun works?
Well, honestly, I don't understand that, but it's a mixture of nitrogen, I think, on some other molecules. But what I'm saying is the sun.
Okay, so you don't. No, wait a minute, sir. So you don't know how the sun works. Is that clear?
I know. I have the concepts. I understand the concepts. What
Okay,
I'm saying
so tell me how the sun works if you understand the concepts. Tell me.
This has nothing to do with the sun. This has to do with the Earth, bro. Why are you changing the subject?
Okay, so now it has nothing to do with the sun, which this whole argument that you were bringing up, the sun moving around in the sky, was confusing you. It cannot happen on the flat Earth. Yet now you said it has nothing to do with the Earth. Wonderful. I'm glad you arrived at that point.
I brought this idea to just say that how is there's a South Pole like constantly 24/7 sun appearing, right? And you telling me that it's flat like the Earth is flat like that? It doesn't make sense to me,
Well, it doesn't need to. Listen, dude. You've been given. No, I don't. No. Yeah, but we're not going to get there with the sun. I've told you that from the start. The sun has nothing to do with the ground. I said that from the beginning. So I don't have to prove anything to you about the sun working in the sky. Neither do you. It has nothing to do with the ground. This is about the 5th time I told you that. Nothing. Zero. Unless you got an idea that it can prove something about the ground, please tell me. Well, do you?
Why you don't prove anything, though?
Oh my God, dude! Are you able to tell me if the sun has
I
anything
just brought
to
you
do
an
with
idea, and you tell me like prove how the sun works, bro. Like,
yeah,
bro.
exactly. Because you think that it cannot work on a flat Earth, and I'm telling you, do you know how the sun works? And you're like, well, yeah, kind of. And then I pressed you on it, and you still can't tell me how the sun works. So, in essence, you don't know if the sun can work over a flat Earth. You don't know that. You're absolutely clueless.
I told you, I'm not clueless. I just don't have the full, like.
Damn guy, you don't know how the sun works? Rip.
Yeah. So now that we've exposed the fact that the sun has nothing to do with the ground, and you've said it yourself at the end, sun has nothing to do with the ground. You were telling me. I'm like, bro, that's my whole argument.
It does.
I'm telling you. Oh, it does. Okay, so give me the relevance. Give me the relevance that the sun has to do with the ground. Give me the relevance. What is it relevant to?
Why you're changing the topic though? I don't understand.
It's what we've been talking about, dude. What do you mean I'm changing the topic? You keep telling me that the sun is important to the ground, then I want you to prove it. Show me how it's important.
You won't have light without the sun. I mean, that's the core essence of it, bro. That's the core understanding of it.
Bro. What does this have to do with the shape of the ground?
Because if we have the sun and we have the flat Earth, the whole globe will be lightened, not one area and not the other area. If you have like one area in the globe,
all right, that's great. That's great. Yeah, that's great. I'm glad that you said that. Now, can you tell me if you know how the sun works? Yes or no?
What do you mean the sun works?
Bro, you tell us how the sun works.
Bro, how does the sun? It's a straight question. Dude, stop talking. I'm talking to the gentleman.
I know. You're manipulating him.
Stop talking, dude. Stop talking.
Manipulating.
So what? I'm manipulating him. Yeah. I'm just asking him a question.
Let's just let him talk.
he cannot answer. So if you know how the sun works, you'd be able to tell me, right, Kenner?
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Tell me, do you think the sun is a globe, or do you think it's like a ball, or
That has nothing. You're the one that's actually going off topic now. What does that have to do with the light?
I'm just trying to bring you the idea to understand.
Yeah, so you're changing the subject. You're the one doing it, not me. Yeah, you are.
You asked me first.
Now listen to this.
Avoided the question. The question is, do you understand how the sun works? Just answer his question, bro.
What
or no?
happened to my first question?
Yeah, you see.
Do you understand how the sun works? That's the question on the table that you refuse to answer for some reason.
I do, but I
okay,
don't.
Then go ahead and tell us. Go ahead and tell us how the sun, sir. Go ahead and tell us how the sun works. We'll listen. How does it work?
So the sun is an energy planet that lighten the earth, and it do it constantly, and sometimes it does in some particular areas, not all the globe. So that's how the sun works. It's a solar wind.
Okay, so the earth is already a globe when you're in your explanation? It's already a globe? How did the earth turn into a globe with your explanation? You didn't prove that it was a globe with the sun. You just turned it into one with your explanation.
The reason why we can define the earth as a globe, because we can see in this, like when you look at the stars and you look at the other planets, you can see them moving, and that with that understanding we can figure out the earth is a globe. And there's so many videos and pictures.
Wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. How did we figure that out?
Why asking me? I'm just bringing you the
You're
idea.
the one making the claim. You're the one saying it. You're saying, well, we got all the stars and planets.
You are the guy who brought this idea for the first
So you're not going to tell me. You're not going to tell me how you know this is a globe.
Yeah, well, so watching the sun, moon, and stars move, how's that going to tell you the Earth's a globe? That's just telling you see the sun, moon, and stars move.
Yeah, once again, and then your idea about what those things are, your idea of what those things are also going to be a problem. But I don't want to talk about those things right now. I specifically want to go back to where you were saying the sun proves that the Earth is a globe.
I withdrawn from the sun thing, okay? Just explain to me how the
Sounds
good. I helped him realize.
No, I'm not. I just want to like go in the the main point that I mentioned the first.
Okay, what's the main point?
How in the place I mentioned before you can have the sun 24/7.
What do you mean how?
The South Pole.
Listen, yeah, I know. What I'm saying, you're asking the word how. How is not relevant because when people go there and they experience a 24-hour sun, you don't need to say how does this happen. You're just saying we experience it happening. It is happening. The sun is revolving around us for 24 hours. We don't need to go into the how. It is just happening. Do you get me?
Mm-hmm.
Like you're trying to figure out the question needs to be, it's malformed. Really, the question's malformed. You're trying to ask the question, how does the sun happen to be 24 hours up in the sky when the earth is flat? That's what you really want to ask, but you're saying it in another way.
Okay, go ahead, answer me. Tell me how.
Well, I'm going to tell you like this. The earth is a horizontal plane and the sun is going about your head for 24 hours. That's the answer.
Okay, then how if the earth is flat, how is it possible that if the sun is moving, how is it possible for the South Pole to just be like there's two suns then? Like there's this sun and that sun? I don't understand this.
What are you talking about? There's only one sun.
Tell me, because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it does, because there's only one sun, and the people that are underneath the sun, wherever they are geographically, are experiencing daylight. And the people that are not underneath the sun and they're away from the sun are experiencing nighttime. It's that simple. Like it can't even get more simpler than that. Yeah?
Why specifically South Pole? Why not other places?
Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares? This is so important.
Really? How is being somewhere geographically, wherever you are and wherever the sun is, going to have something determining what the shape of the earth is, sir? What?
I still don't see your point.
Yeah, the point is you're trying to make sense of how the Earth is a horizontal plane, like we're saying, and the sun's moving around in the sky doing whatever it does over any specific area. And you're saying, well, it's over this South Pole, it's over the North Pole, it's over, Canada, it's over, USA. How does the sun do that? Like, well, sir, the sun is just moving around in the sky. What do you want? Like, what more do you want?
Okay, then if the sun is moving over the sky, right? Where is the South Pole located? Like in the flat Earth.
Who cares, dude?
What do you
address
mean?
the point?
Because if the sun is moving from the right to the left,
which is what you observe, and it's all you have evidence for.
You can still see it like 24/7.
We don't need to answer
that doesn't apply
random questions. It's all happening above a flat surface.
Cyclone, you got this, bro. I got a dip.
All right, peace, bro. Yeah, I mean, we don't need to answer questions about why is the sun here, why is it doing this. It's sufficient for us to demonstrate that there's no curvature of the surface to know that the Earth is flat. You understand that?
Why not? Why not talk about the sun?
Well, because the question of is the Earth a ball or is it flat is determined by the geometry of the surface, isn't it?
But isn't the South Pole is part of the Earth or not? Yes or no?
Have you ever been to the South Pole?
I mean, I've seen videos, people there.
You've seen videos of people there. You've seen videos of people. Okay. So you've not been there. So
have you been there, sir?
No, I'm not making claims about it.
There you go, bro. Have you been there?
Well, there you go. So you've not been there. I've not been there. So it would be foolish of you to try and claim something about the Earth based on you being there. It doesn't matter. Right. The sun is above the ground for 24 hours.
Or you not there.
Right. So the sun doesn't go down. So the sun doesn't go down. Yeah.
Does not go down.
Doesn't go down. Doesn't go down around a ball, does it?
It does, but not.
No, it doesn't. You just said it doesn't.
Oh, bro, look at that. I said in the South Pole.
That sounds more like a flat Earth proof. So if the sun doesn't go down, that sounds more like a flat Earth proof to me because we're the ones saying it's always up. You're the one claiming it goes under your feet sometimes.
Now, okay.
Right?
Let me just say my sentence right again. Okay, I'm saying that the South Pole, not the whole planet. Just the South Pole, a point in the Earth, does not go down. The sun does not go down. Not the whole planet. Just
prove that it ever goes down physically. You understand?
You're using this method that you're trying to manipulate my question and the right answer.
No. Your question is just non sequitur. Your question is non sequitur.
You cannot prove that. By this argument, you can't just prove.
I'm not trying to prove anything, dude. I'm not. Yeah, Yeah, exactly. Your argument does not address the Earth at all. Correct. That's why we're trying to get you to.
Hi guys. Good evening or good morning.
Yeah. So, do you have any evidence that the Earth's surface is curving into a ball?
I mean, like Newton. You have what, like Einstein, and all of them prove this. And you guys
Newton, that's a name. How's that a proof that the Earth's surface is right? So when I ask you, have you any evidence that the Earth's surface is curving into a ball?
Do you have any evidence?
The name Newton, that doesn't mean anything.
Do you have evidence?
That? Okay, so now you're just going to flip the
you did the same to me.
What is the question?
The question is, do we have any evidence that the Earth's surface is curving at the specific rate claimed by the globe model in order for Earth to be the cartoon spinning ball?
That applies that
Okay. So what? Let's start with the numbers. So, what size of ball are they claiming we live on?
What size? What do you mean size?
What do you think size means? You don't know what size means?
Oh my god.
Like it's a ball. What's the radius? What's the diameter? What's the circumference?
Why are we talking about the radius, bro? This has nothing to do with the radius.
Because we're going to find out whether or not the Earth is this cartoon ball. So how big a ball do you think you live on?
It's not a ball. It's a big ball, bro.
It's not a ball. I agree. It's not a ball. I agree.
It's not like you're like.
But what size of what size? Okay, so it's not a ball. What is it? Because NASA are showing us images of balls in space. A sphere, right? That would be a ball. But okay, you're going to be pedantic about it.
It's not a ball.
So
again.
what
It's not a
size
ball.
of sphere? What size of sphere do you believe you live on?
Look, I'm not here to debate that, okay? I came
Okay.
here
Well, we'll move
to
on.
ask
We'll
you a
move on to
simple
someone else.
question,
We'll move
and
on.
you guys
Okay,
are
we'll move
changing
on.
the topic
Does
before you guys
any
do it. If
globe
you can't
believer
prove one
here? Does any globe believer here know what size of ball they think they live on?
Yeah, Kaizo says that they have evidence for curve. I muted them, but it looks like they're deafened now, so I'm going to unmute them, and if they decide to undeafen themselves, they apparently know the Earth is curving.
Okay, well, great. Well, we can start.
K-A-I-Z-O.
You can start by telling us what size of ball you think is curving. What is it? Do they just say, hey, you're on a ball, just, I don't know, some size of ball, we don't really know, you're just on a vague ball spinning around. Is that what they say?
They're deafened right now. I'm trying to get them to open their mic.
No, that's all right. I'm just going to flame the chat. Come on, globe believers. We've already had one guy tap out at the very mention of an actual size. He can't deal with the fact that the globe he believes in is actually claimed to have a size and he doesn't know it. So he says, no, I'm not talking about my claim that the Earth is a globe of an actual size. I just want to speak vaguely about stories that I've heard about the sun in Antarctica.
Can I
Yeah, we're not
ask
going to
you
do
a
that.
question? Can you show me like a picture of flat Earth? Just so I can.
If you want to see flat Earth, just any experience you've ever had of the Earth
I
is
can
that.
see like when I Google flat Earth, I see like the most dumbest shit ever. Like it makes me laugh.
Yeah, exactly. So Google, assuming that you're going to be dumb enough just to look at whatever they show you and think it's dumb.
No, because I'm genuine
and then not
right now. I want to know.
Yeah, we're genuine too. So if you want to know what flat Earth is, all you have to do is go outside into reality and experience the Earth.
Yeah,
you experience a flat, motionless Earth from any vantage point you can get. So that's flat Earth. Flat Earth is just outside. The globe, that's the cartoon that they'll show you on TV and in textbooks. But that doesn't exist outside or in reality. So, and the way to know that is to start looking at what they claim the size of the ball is. So do we know that yet? Does anyone know?
Okay, which model you guys use? Which one?
Hey,
you got different size balls?
Because I don't know which one you guys are
Hold on, Canner, hold on. I just put in the side chat for you a link. It says 2361 Sky Sea Flat Horizon stock photos. These are Getty images. These are professional photos. And those are all images of flat Earth.
Okay, so there you go. There's some
picture, bro. I'm talking about the whole Earth.
Well, there's 2,351.
Oh, show me the whole Earth, bro. Yeah, you've never seen the whole Earth. You cannot see the whole Earth. How would you see the whole Earth at once? How would you see the whole Earth? Who's going to take a picture of the whole Earth at once? What are you talking
about? The one you guys are agree on. Like, I can't. How could I see where is
the one we agree on is just the Earth outside. That's just the Earth. That's what it is. Flat, motionless, like you've experienced. An article? What?
Antarctica, I said.
Oh, Antarctica. I don't know. You said you hadn't been, so how would you know?
Okay, where is it located then?
I don't know. I've never been. Have you?
Where is it located?
Somewhere.
Where is it?
South. You go south. It's somewhere south.
It's somewhere south.
If you're curious, go south. Let us know how you get on.
Okay, then how?
Then how? Okay, but you're asking a lot of questions. Could you answer our question? What size do they claim this ball is that they claim?
I don't know, like 5 million kilometers.
5 million kilometers.
I don't know.
So why are you in here arguing for something that you don't even understand?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't. Okay, listen. I don't have the number because I never like.
You're arguing for the number.
It. I don't.
Do you understand that they give us a specific number? Do you understand
think I measure Earth, bro?
Do you understand that they tell us there's a specific size, one size of this ball?
So you would just believe your mind then, like, out of nowhere.
Don't just spiral off. You understand that they tell you there's a certain size of this ball that you believe you live on?
Probably, I don't know.
Probably. You don't even know that, dude. So why the fuck are you in here telling us the Earth's a ball because there's the sun in the south? If you don't even know what they're claiming about the basic shape.
There might be, yeah.
What are you even talking about? How could you possibly claim to know the Earth is a ball, but you don't even know what basic size they claim this ball is?
Okay, then what's the size then? Tell me.
What, you can't Google it?
I told you it's like somewhere like 5 million or something.
Yeah, that's not correct. 5 million what?
Kilogram.
Wow. So why are you in here trying to argue for something that you know nothing about?
Okay, then okay, bro. Like, what do you want me to say?
I mean, that's fact. That's fact.
Okay, well,
So they claim it's a radius of about 3,959 miles, 6,371 kilometers. That's a claimed radius. Understand that? Okay. Do you think that's okay? So, well, that's their claim. So that's what you would have to prove. That's your claim.
What are you talking about? Who's they?
Anyone who claims the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum. So that's your claim. Yeah?
It's not my claim.
All right, so you're not claiming the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
It's most majority agree on.
Right, but you're not claiming that the Earth is a ball with a 3,959 mile radius.
I do claim that, actually.
Oh, you do claim that? Great. Okay, so who measured that?
Who measure it? A lot of scientists.
Okay, name one.
Newton.
Okay, so show me Newton's measurement of a 3,959 mile ball.
I know what you're doing now, bro. I know what you. I'm not playing that game.
What game? The game where you make things up and then quickly get called out and realize you're just talking shit?
Ask me every question of
it's called the Socratic.
Do this, do that, bro. Like
the Socratic method. It's challenging you with questions. It's not debate, dude. Before you say it's not how you win a debate. No one's debating, dude. You don't know the basic size of the globe. You are not debating.
Well, I came here.
I've just had to try and teach you your argument. So this isn't a debate. So who's measured that 3,959 mile radius value? Has that ever been measured, or is that just made up, assumed?
Probably from NASA. I don't know.
Probably from NASA. No, it would have had to be a long time before that. What, you think they didn't know it was a ball until the 1950s or something? They're not saying that. They're saying they've known for thousands of years. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So 3,959 miles in radius, that's pretty specific. 6,371 mile in a kilometer radius. Like, it's not like they're saying, oh, it's about 4,000. They're giving you pretty specific numbers. So where's that number coming from? This is your claim. So you're going to need to back it if you're going to claim it. If you don't claim it, that's fine. Neither do we. But if you do claim it, which you just said you do, then you're going to need some evidence for that.
Okay, then tell me where the Antarctica located in?
Oh, is that the measurement of a 3,959 mile radius, or are you conceding that there is no ball?
You just tell me where it is located. I just want to know.
South, dude. Go south.
Yeah, go south. Hey, can I ask a question, Cyclone?
Yeah, go for it.
Just one quick question. Kenner, you said that the Earth had a weight of how many millions of kilograms?
He said 5 million.
Wait, I was talking about
5 million.
5 million kilograms. He said.
No, it's talking about what is that? The distance or the size?
You said that was the weight of the Earth, right?
Like
the distance was 5 million kilograms.
5 million kilometers, I think.
Oh, 5 million. I thought you said 5 million kilograms.
He did say kilograms.
Oh, I missed. That was a typo.
It was a typo with his mouth.
His brain's a typo. Holy fuck.
That's all right. Listen, don't worry about it, dude. No one knows why they believe Earth's a globe either. So you're not the only one. Don't worry about it. Sheepdog, was that your question? Do you want to follow up?
Yeah, because I mean, the only thing I was just going to ask is because some people like to come in and say, oh, the Earth weighs 500 million kilograms or whatever the mass of the Earth is, because of that's how gravity works or whatever. Okay, cool. Who weighed the Earth? You know what I mean? Like, that's going to be my question to you. If you're going to come in here and say that the Earth weighs a certain weight, how did they put it on the scale?
I don't think Connor's going to be putting his putting his name to a weight of the Earth, are you, Canner, at this point? Are you going to claim a weight of the Earth?
No, I'm claiming nothing.
No. There you go. See how quick he's learning? Yeah. He's claiming nothing.
I'm not claiming. No, I don't.
He was claiming a 39-59 mile radius ball a second ago.
I can't like just say wait this or wait that because I read somewhere, but I don't have the correct measurements, so I'm not sure. I'm not going to say anything.
Good for you. Yes, that's the point. That's our point, right?
That the Earth.
Well, this is the point, right? Because you can read a bunch of things. You can read a bunch of things. Yeah. Okay. So the physical.
Don't bring me Horizon, bro. Horizon is a scale thing, and it's perspective. It's perspective based.
Yeah, we know it's perspective. Kenner, you asked us how we know the Earth is flat, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So don't talk through Cyclone while he's giving you an example of how he knows the Earth is flat. Go ahead,
Yeah, so they tell us that the Earth's surface is covered in 70% water, and water, as a physical property that it has, will find its level when at rest. That's what water does. It takes a flat surface. So the surface of a body of water doesn't curve, it's flat. So that's one way you can know the Earth's not a ball, because the majority of the surface is water, which is flat.
Okay.
Sea level, yeah?
Then if let's pretend it's globe and the water.
Why? Why are you going to pretend? Let's pretend it's a globe.
Why do we have to pretend?
Well,
why would we do that?
The water finds its level. What's going to happen?
Actually, for a second, let's try this. Let's try this, Canner. For the first time in your life, Canner, stop. For the first time in your life, don't pretend it's a globe and go from there. Okay?
Okay,
so we're not pretending it's a globe. So we're not pretending it's a globe.
Just pretend
okay.
it is,
well,
right?
it's just observable. It's observable reality, Canner. You've never observed curve. You've never experienced motion. So if observable reality, if observable reality doesn't make sense to you,
I literally observe curve. I live in a place where
literally observe curve. Okay, where have you observed curve? What does it look like?
You know, you can see like land curvature, right? You can see.
Well, no. Well, okay. If you're talking about what, like a hill?
A hill, anything in that.
No, a hill is not the curve of a ball Earth. I'm afraid. That's topography.
Because the Earth is so big.
Yeah, so we've got hills. We've got hills and stuff. That's fine. But the hills are on a flat. The hills are on a flat Earth, Canner.
You know, I think Cyclone had a point, Canner. What we need to try to consider is don't pretend the Earth is flat. Don't pretend the Earth is a ball. Let's just look at what nature presents us. Like today, you just woke up. You have no idea what's going on in the world. How do we figure out what this place is?
Okay, can you debunk the videos that's sent online where like you can see like someone jumping from space to Earth and like you can see.
You don't need to debunk them. Those are just little Hollywood cartoons. Yeah, just fake. You know Hollywood.
How do you know they're Hollywood and acted?
Because space, because anything that's showing a ball Earth in space, we know isn't real. Because and when I say it's not real, I mean it could be a lens being used. It could be CGI. It could be a number of things, but it's not reality because the water is all flat. Yeah.
So you think they're that stupid to do that?
No, they're not stupid. They're not stupid. They just know that people like you will believe whatever they tell them.
Okay, then tell me, show me how is it fake? Show me those videos are fake.
We do in our home server. We've got hours and hours of NASA fakery footage. So someone can post in the chat. I'm sure they'll post some GIFs, some links to NASA fakery.
Jumping from space.
Jumping from space. Oh, the guy who went on the Red Bull. The Red Bull jump.
It was a high altitude jump.
We can post the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson. You heard of him?
No, don't. Okay, I know what you're doing here.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, the PhD astrophysicist.
There's no point of arguing with you guys.
There's no point. Why not? What do you mean? You were talking about the Red Bull jump. I'm pointing out that Neil deGrasse Tyson has come out and said if you do the math, it couldn't possibly have been Earth curve he was seeing, and that it was an effect of the lens. He wasn't high enough to see Earth curve,
bro,
which is 120,000 feet.
It's so Bro, it's so hard.
There you go, bro. So there's no curve
It's
there.
so hard
Anything
for
else?
me. It's so hard.
I know
for
it's
me
hard.
To listen. It's so hard for me to have a civil conversation with you guys when your salary depends on something you guys have to like believe in.
My
What are
salary?
you talking
I
about?
get paid.
Dude, what are you talking about? This is a mad scope. This is a mad scope. So you didn't know
my paycheck, bro?
It is.
It's your pay's been suspended until Connor gets it.
God
Connor,
dang it.
what are you even
Come on,
talking
dude.
about? You're just spazzing out, dude. You're just like, show me the videos. What about the guy who's jumped from space? Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson said he didn't see the globe. You guys are impossible. I can't speak to you. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Grow up. Deal with reality.
I thought when you went to outer space that that you floated, there was no gravity.
So come on, we said we're not going to pretend the Earth is one thing or another. Let's just go out onto the Earth and see what we can understand and prove in reality. So doing that, what tells us the Earth is a ball? Also, you said you saw the curve. Hold on a second. Where did you, and then you said you started talking about this video of a space jump. So when you said you saw the curve, do you mean you've seen videos that claim to show a curve? Is he gone?
Yeah.
Am I gone?
No, he's gone.
Okay. Pretty weak.
Yeah. Who's next? Who's got evidence for the Earth curve? How was it measured?
Hey.
Who else?
Hello.
Who else wants to imagine the Earth as a ball? Hello.
Hey, can you explain to me what happened? Because I can't understand anything.
What do you mean?
Well, this
I
guy
think
was claiming that the Earth was a ball.
Okay.
And then we pointed out that there's no curvature of the surface, so it can't be a ball. And then he just left, I guess.
He spiraled.
But dude, you're quoting Neil deGrasse Tyson when he clearly says the Earth is round, so I don't know why you're bringing...
Yes, it's called a hostile witness. So someone from your own side, which contradicts what you think.
Yeah, and he's a more qualified person on your side, according to your ranking system.
So you just bring him up when it's on your side, but you
just to show. Well, when you make a specific argument that he has specifically debunked on the globe side, that's nice for us to bring up, because then it's not like a flat earther is telling you you're wrong. It's an esteemed globe head.
Do you know who is mostly on our side every time?
Why did you guys mute me? I was gonna type the final.
Do you know who is mostly on our side every time?
What?
Do you know who is on our side? I can tell you. Always.
I was gonna type a message like the
Aaron Trump.
Proof. You guys muted me.
On our side.
Sorry, Sasha, go on.
Do you want to know who is on our side? Or no?
I think you're just going to have to tell him, Sasha.
It's surface of the earth in reality is in our side. Not the persons. Not any person. That means the surface of the earth. It's water, it's on our side. Not people.
Good point.
That is a great point.
Mic drop.
Mm-hmm. So the Earth agrees with us, but Neil deGrasse Tyson agrees with you. So where do we go from here? Do we go with Neil deGrasse Tyson or the Earth itself for understanding what the Earth is? What do you think?
Because it's kind of funny when you think about it. Because if we say Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can't see curvature from the Red Bull space jump, but then you say Neil deGrasse Tyson says the Earth is a ball. So then, are we wrong for bringing up Neil deGrasse Tyson, or is Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong?
Gotcha.
Like if we can't trust Neil deGrasse Tyson to say that you can't see curvature from the space jump, then we can't trust Neil deGrasse Tyson to say the Earth is a ball.
You just stick your fingers in your ears at that bit, and then you take them out when he says "Derf Rond."
So either Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong or Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. Which one is it?
So there's quite a few questions that our friend there didn't answer. He said he saw the curve. We asked him where. He mentioned this video he'd seen on YouTube, but the Globe side have debunked that themselves. He also couldn't tell us where this 3959 mile radius idea came from. Anyone know? Because that's like the foundation of the whole idea, the whole globe in space, the distances and sizes of the sun, the moon, the stars, everything. The whole math is based on that 3959 mile radius. So to be like, oh, that doesn't matter, I'm not going to address that, is a bit disingenuous. Because if you're claiming the globe, you are claiming this number. So it's very fair and reasonable of us to say, okay, give us justification for this number. Where has it been? How has it been ascertained? Was it by measurement, or was it by philosophy and theoretical math? It's an important question.
Feel free to Google it.
Yes, you can use Google. Because your teacher probably didn't teach you it. So you're going to have to teach
We're here for
yourself,
you.
I'm afraid. This is something that a lot of the Globers maybe don't understand at first. If you want to understand the globe, you need to teach yourself. Because they ain't telling you. Other than, you live on a big ball that's spinning around. Put that on the
Here's
test.
some pretty pictures on the TV.
Yeah. We landed on the moon. Or if any new people have questions.
Wow.
Come on, guys, don't be shy. Don't make us start pulling names out. Ali Jan. Candy. Any of you guys know anything? Got some questions? Gian Garone. Johnny Law. Josie. God, we've got a heap of people here.
Johnny Law's flat.
Okay. What's up, Gian Garone?
What's up, man? I'm just working.
You're working. You're working on some globe proof for us?
No,
or something
sir.
else? Oh.
Designing websites. I'm just
designing
here to
websites.
Yeah, I just enjoy listening to all of this nonsense. It's kind
What
of
if we wanted to commission you for a website and we said, right, we want you to build us a website that's full of globe proof. What would you put on it?
I don't even want to discuss. I just enjoy being here, so I'm pretty chill.
What is nonsense for you?
He enjoys listening to Globers not be able to prove their position.
Yeah, is it the globe nonsense that you think is funny?
I didn't even say which side I'm on, so chill.
Yeah,
that's why I was asking. We're clarifying.
What is the nonsense?
We're gonna keep it a mystery for now.
What is the nonsense?
That's all right. No, he says he doesn't want to speak. That's fine. Don't press him. All right, put yourself on mute then. Got loads of other people.
Thanks for being here, though. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate the chat.
So nonsense is mysterious.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's all right. But if you're listening, you should know that the surface of a body of water lays flat. You should understand this, since you're familiar with a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake. All that's just flat, right?
Yes, sir.
But at some point, someone's come along and said, hey, but even though it looks flat, it's actually curved. But they didn't give you any evidence for that. They just want you to believe it.
Okay, come on. Do I have to play Glober?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where this goes.
What about Abdullah?
What about Abdullah? What's up, Abdullah?
Welcome in.
Yes.
Welcome. Do you currently think that you're living on a big spinning ball?
I listen just.
You just want to listen? Is that what you said?
I speak
All right.
English a little. Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Thank.
Well, thanks for listening. We're just pointing out that water is flat, and since it's said to cover 70% of the Earth's surface, you can't have a 70% flat ball.
You sound like Rust Cole from True Detective.
Which one was he? Is that the first season?
The whole season, like the way he coded thinking that time is a flat circle.
Russell?
Yeah, Rust Cole from True Detective.
Is that the Matthew McConaughey character?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, he's the cool one, so I'll accept that. Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably knew the Earth was flat. He seemed like a pretty smart dude.
Yeah, your concept is quite familiar with Rust Cole.
Well, it's not my concept, it's just the Earth. It's what every society in history has understood the Earth to be, essentially. Flat, motionless, contained.
Keep pushing whatever you're doing. What are you guys talking about?
We're just waiting for someone to try and prove the Earth's a ball.
Right, all right. Keep talking, I won't interrupt. Keep talking. I would love to listen to you guys.
All right, well, I'm just going to restate what we're saying here. It's that the surface of the Earth measures flat, not curved, which makes it pretty hard to be a ball, because a ball would need to be curved. It would need to be curving down and away from us. 360-degree curvilinear surface.
If Earth is flat, then what's beneath it?
What's beneath what?
Like if Earth is flat, like you're saying it's a flat circle, then what's
No, I didn't say it was a circle. What's beneath it? Well, more Earth. Depends how far you dig, I guess.
So it must be a type of like a ball.
It's not an object in space. You know how they've shown you cartoons of a ball Earth in space? Yeah, it's not that.
Yeah.
It's not a disc. It's not a disc floating through space or a flat object in space. Right? Space does not exist, as they've shown you and me on TV. That's why it's only on TV. People in space.
And who told you this information?
The Earth. Gas pressure. Do you know what gas pressure is?
No, I'm not that much familiar with physics.
Okay, well, gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. So if you've got air in a tire or air in a balloon, the force of the gas pressing against the container, the tire or the balloon, that's called gas pressure. Understand that?
Yeah, it makes sense, bro.
Okay. And you can only have that if the gas is pressing against something. That's why it's called pressure, pressing. You see?
Yeah.
Well, the air you breathe, that we all breathe, is gas pressure. It's a pressurized gas. About 15 psi at sea level. You understand that?
Yeah, makes sense. I'm all
Okay.
ears.
So what is that gas contained by? What's it pressing against? Hmm? What's that gas pressing against to be pressurized?
Atmospheric pressure? You talking about atmospheric pressure?
Well, the air pressure, yeah. Atmosphere is a bit of a contradiction because you can't have a sphere of gas. Gas doesn't have a shape. It moves in all directions. But yeah, that pressure, the air pressure that we exist within, what's containing that? What's it pressing against? Because it has to be pressing. It has to be pressing against something to be pressure, right? So we know that the fantasy story they tell us about the Earth just flying through an infinite vacuum is untrue, because if that were the case, the air would not be pressing against anything. It would just be flying off into space. Yeah? High pressure flows to low pressure, doesn't it? Hot goes to cold. That's a fact of life. So that's what we're going with. Natural law. Not cartoons from the government. Does anyone think we should go with the cartoons from the government rather than natural law?
هقول له حاجة. قول له حاجة.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you here to convince us that we live on a big spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum?
No, I believe that the Earth is flat.
What gave you that crazy idea? Did you go outside?
No, but I believe
No,
this.
you've not been outside. Okay. Why do you think people believe that they live on a big spinning space ball?
They are being played with.
How are they being played with? How did they get that idea? Did they observe it? Or experience it? Or were they told it? They were told it, weren't they? And they just believed it. Never questioned it. Never asked for any actual evidence. Just put it down on the test paper. Nodded along. Because everyone else believed it. Well, we're here to let you know that it is not true. Earth is not a spinning ball in a vacuum. Do we all agree? I will take silence as agreement. Welcome to Flat Earth. So who else we got? Someone shout out some names. I'm not looking at the chat. What happened? Anyone alive out there?
Everybody's just being quiet.
I thought the Indian guys were going to tell us how they believed in the flat Earth. Because Earth's totally a globe. So by coming in here and pretending to believe the Earth is flat, that proves the Earth is a globe and that we're stupid. Or does it? Maybe it's just a weak coat. So yeah, that's the situation, guys. All of human history, all of human society throughout history have understood they live on a flat, motionless Earth. Then for the last few hundred years, they've managed to convince people with stories and pretty low-quality propaganda that they live on a giant spinning ball that exploded out of nothing for no reason, and now here you are, flying around like a little ant on a cosmic beach ball for no reason. So you might as well just go to work, give the government your taxes and your will, and then just stay at home when they tell you to. Who here believes in gravity? Raise your hand. Can I get an amen for gravity?
Amen.
Amen for gravity.
Amen.
Okay. Tell us about gravity.
It's fake.
Gravity is fake. Yeah. But I dropped a rock and it fell down. Doesn't that tell me the Earth is a big spinning ball?
No, it's fake.
What's fake?
Gravity and everything.
Gravity?
It's just...
But then why does the rock fall down?
No, it's fake. It doesn't matter.
No, the rock falling down isn't fake. I see the rock falling down.
No, I think it's fake.
You think it's fake? Wow.
Yeah.
What makes you think that?
I mean, why not, right?
Well, because you can see it. You can do it. That's why not.
No, I just think it's fake.
You just think it's fake?
Yep.
Even though you witness it firsthand?
Even though.
Wow. That's some way to live your life. But I guess that is kind of required if you believe Earth's a globe. Because you do have to pretend that what you see isn't actually reality. Like the flat ocean or lake that you see isn't actually flat.
Yeah,
the motionless surface that you don't experience moving is actually moving at millions of miles an hour. If you're a globe believer, the sun that you see in the sky isn't moving because it's moving. It's moving because your ground is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Because the TV told you so. Isn't that right?
Yep.
Well, there you go.
But why are you trying to convince everyone? I mean, what do you get by convincing everyone?
No, I'm not trying to convince everyone. I'm just talking about the Earth. Why can I not talk about the Earth? Is there a problem?
No,
Officer?
you definitely can. I'm just curious.
Okay, thank you. Well, I like to talk about the Earth. This is reality. This is where we live. This is all that we have. What else am I going to talk about? Some fantasy? Some imagination? Why would I do that?
No, but you kind of want to convince everyone.
No, I just want to talk about reality. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. If you think reality is something, we can talk about it. And if you can provide evidence and proof that that's what it is, then we'll agree. But if you're going to say things about reality that aren't true and that don't have any evidence to support them, I'm going to point out that you're incorrect. That's it. Anyway, why would you care why I like talking about Earth?
I was just curious, man. I don't know why you think I'm trying to fight you. I'm just talking. Chill.
No, that's all right. I don't think you're trying to fight me. It's just maybe you're misunderstanding. Well, just because the truth is important.
How often are you here in the server?
All the time.
How old are you?
Whenever I can be. That's irrelevant. You ask why this is important?
I'm just curious.
Well, The answer is because the truth is important. And knowledge is important. Do you agree? Disagree?
Yeah, of course.
Right, okay, so if truth and knowledge is important, then why would you ask why we're here seeking truth and knowledge? You already know why people seek truth and knowledge. Because they're interested in truth and knowledge. It will help you navigate and orient yourself in this world, in this reality better, if you understand it as best as you can. Not simply relying on stories you've heard, but actually checking, see what you can figure out, see if it matches. It doesn't match the globe, so we're just here talking about it, letting people know. What they do with that information is up to them. Just a great topic to learn about a whole bunch of things. About where you live, what your situation is. So if you're interested in all that, then you'll be interested in this. And if you're not, there's plenty of Pokemon and manga servers available for you to waste your brain cells on. Any other questions? Any other flat earthers want to chime in on that? Why do we talk about this? Alrighty. Anyone else new who's got a question, comment, some evidence for the globe? The floor is open, so go for it. All right, so who we got? Alijan, Candy still hanging out. Welcome. Psyop, I recognize you. Lyle Fletcher, what's up? Hasagi. Come on, guys. Gian Garone, you still working? You thought of a question yet?
Still working.
Okay, but you must have a question or something.
No, man. I just want to chill.
Oh, wow.
But you can go ahead and keep talking. It's quite entertaining.
Well, yeah, I'm not just going to talk to myself, but I mean, I've pretty much explained the basics. There's no curve.
But you've been doing it, so keep on going, I guess.
I appreciate your support.
It's fun.
Well, yeah, there's no curve. No one's ever measured any curvature of the surface of the Earth, which makes it pretty difficult to be a ball. No one's ever measured any motion of the Earth, except in earthquakes, things like that. So it makes it pretty hard to be a spinning ball flying through a vacuum at millions of miles an hour. and you can't have gas pressure existing uncontained next to a vacuum. So there goes space. So yeah, whatever we're on is not curved, not moving, and not in space. There you go.
Keep going.
Do you understand what I said?
Yeah, for sure. Keep going.
Could you repeat back to me what I said? Paraphrase it.
I'm working, man. I've got no time for it, but I'm listening. I'm enjoying it. So keep going.
Okay. It's a little bit weird, but okay. Whew. Anyone on the flat side want to chime in? Suggest a topic. I'm just going to ramble on. I'm going to head off soon anyway, so someone's going to have to pick up. Hey, Alijan, stop spam pinging Adam in the chat. I mean, if you want to be obnoxious somewhere, but you're not going to actually talk, go and do that elsewhere. Or have an actual conversation. Text trolling is pretty weak at this point. You'll all be asking yourselves, why would the government lie to me? Why would people seek to control my entire worldview and everything I think about reality to the most fundamental level? Why would someone want that kind of influence or control? People don't seek influence and control, do they? They've got you thinking that up and down doesn't even exist, because up and down is vertical, perpendicular to horizontal, which only works on a horizontal, flat surface. So you don't even have up and down anymore, because where you're looking up and some guy in Australia is looking up, you don't think that's the same thing. So you just have to think in and out towards the center of this giant imaginary ball. So they get you all messed up with this globe fantasy, thinking impossible, silly things. Like the Australians are playing football upside down, with the wind, with the rain and the snow falling upwards relative to you. Craziness. Absurd. They've given us no evidence whatsoever. But if I'm wrong, feel free, point out where all this evidence is hiding. We'd love to see it.
فينا كنا مصدرين المايك.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to peace out. So, catch you later. Anyone on the flat Earth side around to pick this up? Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Mic check, 1, 2.
We hear you.
Loud and clear.
Oh, right on. So nobody's talking.
Yeah, we're just chilling, hanging out. Same stuff, different day.
Today is a pretty screwed up day, man.
That's true.
I turned the news off, turn my social media off, turn all my notifications off. I just can't today.
Yeah, quite the shocker. Well, you're in a good place here now, hanging out with us.
Yeah, I said I'm just gonna go out 24/7 and try to get my mind off that. Go hang out with my people. Love you guys.
Stay blessed. And watch out for zombies.
I'm hanging out in the backyard watching my tomatoes grow.
It sounds like living. Get the homestead going.
There's something really peaceful about gardening. I don't know. I miss gardening. I need to do it again.
Well, it sure is nice to reap the rewards from your hard labor. That's one thing that's really nice about gardening.
That's very, very true. Yep. Reductio. Just seen you sitting in here. You're pretty funny, dude.
Today's crazy. Everything going on.
Yeah, tell me about it, man. I had to turn off notifications. I just can't. I just cannot. It's not okay. It's not acceptable. Not acceptable. Absolutely inexcusable. People need to pull their heads out of their butts.
Yeah, I was just in the Destiny Discord and they're saying like +1 for the revolution. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing there?
Yeah, that's absolutely nonsensical. Yeah. That's part of the problem, you know?
La revolution.
Viva Damassery? What the heck?
What's this revolution? What's going on?
Oh, you didn't hear the news? Oh, you're all the way in Australia. You're not hearing American news.
Oh yeah, Kirk. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty
Has it sparked some kind of revolt?
Yeah, man, that's FUBAR. That's just beyond our recognition. It's just not right at all. I'm in shock, dude.
Blue-haired versus the Chads, or what? What's going on?
Well, you even got MSNBC saying he deserved it. Like, how retarded or demonic do you have to be? You know, like it's just, my gosh.
Hi, my friends. How are you?
Hey, how's it going? Welcome. Have you been in here before?
No, I am just I am my English is a little. I don't speak English very well.
Let's see, B.
How are you, guys?
Welcome.
Doing well. How are you?
I am fine, thank you.
So we're here because there's no Earth curvature. Earth's not a globe. Nobody can prove it. Maybe you have evidence.
No, You talking to me?
Yeah. What do you think? Earth is globe or flat or what? What do you think?
I don't understand, but I am here to learning English very well.
Okay.
Yes. Where from?
One moment. I'll just explain to you, right, that this server is made up of many different channels. Okay, and so different channels do focus on different things. So some of the channels focus on teaching you English. Some of the channels are about topics, social topics, political topics, and this topic is about flat Earth, right? This topic, this room topic is about flat Earth. So you've stumbled into our room, and you're welcome to be here and practice your English, but we will be discussing the nature of reality and the surface of the Earth.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I am understand you, and thank you, and goodbye.
So yeah, well, if you're okay, and he says, "And goodbye." Okay.
Yeah, we're not English tutors per se, but we can teach you a few words like level, horizontal. How you like those words?
I like walking through definitions. Yeah. Hey, I fought the law, and but the law won. Law, do you think you could win? Are you a flat earther or a glober? Law. La 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 la. The invader is here. Oh, the invader has left.
He invaded our space. What's all this with this Atlas thing, right? What's going on? Funny how it's called Atlas too. Like, why'd they name it Atlas? Atlas was a Greek god that held up the sky, right? Not as depicted by modern times, depicted as holding up a globe. It's just ridiculous. What do you guys reckon? You reckon this could be it? Where in times we're going to get invaded?
Your country, not my country.
Wait, what? No, the aliens from this Atlas comet, right? In quotes, they call it a comet.
Oh, we're building a wall, bro.
Oh, right, yeah. They won't get through that. We have to build a dome.
An iron dome. I don't know, man. Today was definitely a kickoff for something.
Civil War.
I don't. Did you? You didn't hear what happened in the news?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. Wild. Man. Can't. Just heartbreaking to think that he died without knowing the Earth was flat.
Or did he? Dun dun dun.
Never know, man. Maybe he did know, and he just didn't like to talk about it. Got to maintain that reputation.
Right.
Come on, somebody in here. Hello? Is that ETW?
Yellow.
Yeah, I was just welcoming in the new people.
Yeah, somebody in here has to have evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
Don't
Ain't
you
you
know
turn on the TV? Sorry, go on.
Don't you know? Yeah, I was gonna say, don't you know it's refracted flat, sheepdog? Gosh.
I thought it was weight bearing. Thought it was a
Well, you don't
load bearing
trust
thing.
NASA? Are you a conspiracy theorist?
I mean, yeah, no, I don't trust it. There wouldn't be conspiracy theorists if there wasn't a conspiracy.
Yeah, I'll just say that I don't trust NASA about a lot of things. About the government, there's a lot of weird things that I don't trust. As far as Earth, I'm a flober. I'm in the middle of flat Earth and globe type of thing. You know, I just can't disprove or prove a point.
We got a name for those types. They're called on the fence earthers.